So I posted a thing, guys, Colonel McGregor, and it's pretty telling. Um, if you guys get a chance, have a listen. If you wanna like see where this crazy war we're heading and this and that, like this guy says it pretty clear and cut. It's like the American military, well, not the well, you can say that the American political. In other words, Trump has no control. Um, they authorized an attack on the Russian president's helicopter, and they're saying the only way that could have happened is if they had Western intelligence. So things are not looking too good, man, in that front. We might be going to war soon. Yo, B-Ball, ready to go to war?
About what?
Well, it depends. Well, are you going to fight Iranians or Russians? What's the scuttlebutt?
I don't know, man. What would we going? What would we be going to war about?
Are you kidding me, bro? You're a military dude, right? You don't know what's going on right now in the world? Russia? You heard about that place? Russia, Ukraine? There's a little scuffle going on there right now.
Yeah, of course.
So what's the word, bro? I mean, maybe you can't talk about it. Maybe I mean,
That stuff I don't really pay attention. You know, there's I guess there's people that handle that stuff, and then we handle stuff we deal with. So,
what you mean, bro? You're gonna be one of the first guys in there. What do you mean?
and it depends on your MOS.
I don't know. You're not coming
Your
in clear, bro.
military
I don't know what you
occupational
just said.
your military occupational specialty. So if you're maybe infantry or if you're intel, then yeah, you'll probably deal with that stuff. But I don't deal with that stuff.
Yeah, but you must be hearing some stuff where you're at, no? I
Mm,
hear there's troop deployments in in Eastern Europe, in Poland, stuff like that. You're not hearing any shit like that.
well, they're always sending people to Poland, yeah, but they're not directly involved in the fight.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
we
bro. You're
got
not coming in clear. Maybe it's just me, but I can barely hear you.
yeah, we have guys on rotation going to Poland all the time. Yeah, what they're
Yeah, but
actually
I heard
doing it,
they're
I
deploying more troops. Like they've
yeah,
amassed
but
like
they're not
100,000 men.
yeah, but they're not directly involved in the fight. I think they're just there for support and logistics.
Well, you heard about Putin's attack on the helicopter? They're saying that that could not have happened without Western intelligence. There's no way the Ukrainians could have known.
Oh, no, I haven't heard about that, man. I don't want to pay attention.
That's some pretty serious stuff, man.
Like I said, I don't like in my profession. I don't really deal with much of that. Like my unit doesn't really do. We're not sending anybody to Poland. My unit, we usually go to Korea.
Are you like Army? Are you Marine? What if you don't mind me
Army,
asking?
Army.
Army, okay.
Yeah,
So you guys are
the
gonna bear
MOS
the
that I'm in.
brunt of this.
Mining gold.
Yeah, the MOS that I'm in, we usually go to Korea.
To mine gold.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly what we do.
I
We
mean,
mine
it's
gold.
only what you'd have like lots of dudes doing mining all the golds and diamonds and important stuff, and then you take off out of there and like, because wherever there could be a volcano, an eruption, or an island, that is a diamond gold mound, in a way, because that's supposedly what they come from, all the eruptions and volcanoes, right? So
Yep,
just think about it. You're sending lots
that's
of army
exactly what
dudes
we
to
do.
all these places where all this gold is, and you're acting like you got these military things. You get the gold, the diamonds, the emeralds, the rubies, the obsidian, all the fuels, all the plutonium. You get everything, all of it.
Is that what you think we do? Really?
That's what I know you do. Been doing
Okay.
it since day one. Who would stop the military from drilling? Who stops the
Yeah.
military from doing something? Let me know.
Yep.
Yep is your answer. We're looking for who stops the military.
So check it out, Emma. In the UK in the 70s, Margaret Thatcher closed down all the coal mines in Britain. Do you reckon all the army went in instead and started mining all the coal?
I recommend ain't nobody shutting down nothing but
I
the
don't
army.
even think there's a MOS that has anything to do
Who
with
controls
mining.
that land? America? All right.
There's
Think
no
twice.
MOS that deals with mining.
There ain't no Korea. That's American Korea. You better get it right.
Okay.
That's American Japan. You better get that right, boy. We're the big dogs. Whoop whoop. You don't know that? You don't know China ain't never won a war ever? Come on, man. We're the big dogs. We smack people around, tell them what to do, bro. Come on. Who tells us what to do?
You're kind of right about that, yeah.
You can tell me when they come tell us to shut something down. Let them know when we got to shut Miami down or something else or whatever. Hey, Russia, tell America just to shut down something, or tell them we get to come over there and do what we want. Russia, we'll just come on over there like we do Korea and Japan. Just gonna send some military boys. Are we doing that? We got our boys set up in Russia too. Kind of weird. That's who you can't tell to not drill. Russia. Isn't that funny? Russia's who you can't tell not to go to space, who you can't tell not to do anything to, because they'll do the same lying stuff as America, because they got the pool just like America. They got a big amount of people, big enough. So, and that's all it takes. And then you still got to be a little strong too, because China's got a lot of people, but they still get bullied around. And people act like China's a superpower that keeps getting bullied around by everybody. It don't make no sense.
Well, they ain't getting bullied around anymore. I'll tell you that, bro. Those days are over.
Not like that, Essie. Not like that. I'm not saying like that. I'm not saying they don't have a lot of people and they won't do stuff back to people. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in the infrastructure way of like how people look at people and how America thinks what they are and all this. Yeah, they try to bully the other people.
Oh yeah, that's par for the course. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's talk about elevation. Forget the war stuff. That's all garbage anyway. Let's talk about elevation. How do we know how tall we are? Are we 6 foot psi?
Yep, I think that's about right. 6
Yeah.
foot
Well,
PSI.
so how do you know how tall your building is? You go from 14 psi, right? There's no marker, there's no line, there's no arc, there's no curve underneath you to represent anything, no center point of anything. So you don't go from the center of gravity.
I use air pressure to measure the building. Like a bike pump.
Where's that air pressure start from? From the center of the earth or wherever? How do we start?
I go from the top. I go from the top and I use like orange balloons. And I put the balloon. I take the balloons to the side of the building, and then depending on how big the balloons are, that'll tell me how
Is
tall the
there
building
any air
is.
down in any holes? Like any caves
No,
that got any air down there?
No, we use orange balloons.
Caves.
Had to be orange.
They have air in them.
Yes, they have air, and then
So
the ones on the
air
bottom.
underneath water.
Yeah, we use
But in the dirt.
air. The ones in the bottom, we use air.
All right, well,
And the ones on the
stop
top,
saying bottom. How do you know that's
like,
not the top? You don't know where you're at. You
no,
just
no,
know
it's-
you're.
no, it's on
You
the-
just know
no, no,
you're
the
in
ones on the bottom.
14 psi.
See, we use orange balloons on the bottom.
No,
and on
you
the
don't.
top, we use, like,
You use electricity that you get from resistance
yep,
from either pressure,
that's
temperature,
right,
voltage,
We
right?
use AAA batteries on the bottom ones, and then we use
No, you have to have a
C batteries
contained.
on the
No,
top.
you'd have to have a container, then a contained medium, right? Like water to
Plastic.
actually react with the thing, because the only
Yeah,
thing
we
that can react with it is another substance or energy that can exchange in or out of that material. So
Yep,
kinetic
exactly. We use
energy and
plastic.
heat and temperature can always negate your pressure cat toy.
Exactly. Yep.
It doesn't have anything to do with height
Yeah, we use
at
plastic.
all from
Plastic
anywhere.
containers. Yeah, plastic containers like
Yeah,
Tupperware.
so where do you get your equal equidistant elevation from? How do I know this horizontal line is equidistant to what? On
We don't
each
know
part,
that.
from the
That's the thing.
center,
We
the
don't.
left, and the right.
We just guess. We just guess. We don't know.
So globers don't know what a globe is? They don't know
No, we
elevation on
no
they don't
idea.
even know what that means. So there is
Like
no
I said,
such thing as elevation.
nope.
So how do you know how tall you are?
I have no idea, man. Like I said, we use balloons. Stack balloons on each other.
Well, one of these days you'll grow a little bit to 15 psi.
Yeah,
Oh no,
we
you'll
use.
shrink. You'll shrink. I'm sorry. To 15.
We fill the balloons up with helium on the top, and then we use
Where's
regular air on
zero
the
at?
bottom.
Where's
But we
13
also use
psi and 12
different-
psi?
The different color balloons tell us exactly how big they are.
Which one's vertical? Which color is vertical?
We use square balloons for the vertical ones.
Then which color balloon is horizontal?
The blue
Do
ones.
we have a
The blue ones
horizontal
are the
hallway?
horizontal. The blue
Do we
ones
have
are
a
the horizontal.
horizontal vertical hallway out to
Yeah,
the
we-
horizon or an
We
elevator?
use the ones for the special ones. We get somebody to form into little puppy dogs, and we stack those on top of each other, and that tells us
Oh my
like how.
God, you're one of those? You're a
Those are the
furry?
fun.
Holy crap. We're
Yeah.
talking to a military furry, guys. That's weird. Funny. It's funny. But anyway,
Now
so how do you know how tall you are?
And that's how big. When I
So
have like
based on nothing, a big nothing burger from nowhere, how tall are you?
we stack the balloons that are formed into little puppy dogs, and when you get to
I'm
like
asking
8,
how
I
tall
think
you are. See, this
I
is what
think
we get with
I'm
the
about
military. This is
I
what our
think I'm
military
about
has to
8.
offer. Talking
I'm
about
about
furries
8
and
puppy
puppies.
dogs tall, right? 8 puppy dogs tall. That's how tall I
So a
am.
guy in the military wouldn't know anything about elevation. They just
No,
wouldn't be smart enough.
absolutely not. We just like I said, man. We use balloons to tell us how tall we are.
What do they train you guys with? Goldfish?
Let's see. They use to train us on what? Give me give me give me give me an idea. What do you think we train on?
No, I'm saying, what do they give you? Like, what is your like motivation to train on nothing?
So they give us
To
little
know
juice.
nothing about nothing and just keep
So when
visiting
they
Korea.
say, okay, if you finish this task, we'll give you juice boxes that you can drink little juice boxes. So those are
But what
pretty
are you
motivating.
going to finish in Korea that wasn't finished 1,000 years ago?
I don't know. We go
What are
we,
you
we
guys
play
doing in
checkers.
Korea? Why don't you leave those little guys alone?
We go there. We play checkers. We play soccer, baseball. You know, Koreans are
You
fun.
be mean to them. You beat the fuck out of people. You be mean to
No,
them.
they're actually pretty cool. We love Korea.
No, you
They love
guys
us
aren't the
too.
cool ones. I didn't say they weren't cool. I'm saying our military ain't cool. You know damn well once one of them little guys say something, you guys are gonna act out.
No, they're no. We treat them pretty nice. They like us.
So you treat them with actual respect.
Absolutely.
Okay, on a personal level, that's a good thing, but on a military level, you shouldn't be anywhere in their fucking area.
No, they actually like us. They love us being there.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Yeah, it's called
Because of
Stockholm
how
syndrome. Yeah, you love your captor, your
they love
slave
us
rape.
because of how we helped them defeat North Korea.
I know. Hoes love their pimp too because they bring them good stuff.
You know, it's just weird how North and South Korea don't like each other, even though they're
It's
the
weird
same.
how that pimp has to
The
protect
same
that hoe
people.
from all the other
It's
pimps.
almost
You know what I
like
mean?
North and South Korea is almost like
You
if
had a
New
hoe.
Jersey and Pennsylvania had a war. It's kind of weird.
No, if America had a little hoe called Korea, and we said, "Give me my shit," and they said,
No,
"Oh, that's good, America."
imagine North Dakota and South Dakota having a war against each other, even though they're the same people. That would be weird, right?
What
That's kind of
people?
what North Korea
I
and
don't even
South
know
Korea
what
is.
you're talking about. You can't even figure out how tall you are. We're just trying to get how tall
I
you are,
told
and we just
you,
have to go everywhere else.
I told you, man. We use balloons. We stack
So
balloons
you
in the.
don't use an actual
So
tool from your foot to your
I
head to
am
say this young man is 3.4 foot from the floor, or 5
I
foot,
am
or 6 foot,
4.7 balloons tall.
like a Smurf.
Yes, like a Smurf. Yeah, exactly.
It's so stupid. You are not 3 apples high.
No, I'm 4 apples high. Well, you can use apples too. You can use grapes. You know, stack a bunch of grapes on top of each other. I think the
Well,
last
I'm
time I
just saying,
measured
what would be
myself,
the
was about
difference? What's the difference
15,
from an apple that has no certain height
I'm
to
about
be so
15
vague, or to
bushels
say
of grapes
PSI that
tall.
has no
I
height,
can use heads of
or to be
lettuce.
vague? And then they
I
say the
can
PSI is coming from the center of the earth. They say equipotential to 14 PSI.
I can stack
What's
heads of lettuce on each
equipotential
other
PSI
too,
look like?
and you can use that. Like I think the last time I
Do you
measured
have a
myself,
gradient handy to show me
I'm
how far 14
I'm
PSI goes?
I'm 16 heads of lettuce tall.
How,
It's iceberg lettuce
how
also.
many
You have
PSI
to use
tall are you?
iceberg lettuce. You have to use iceberg lettuce.
How many PSI fast are you going?
7,
What's the temperature?
45 Kelvin.
Now you're learning something. Now you're
I
learning how
know,
to see.
man.
You're
Order
learning how
I
to
know.
see
bananas.
how you're learning how to see how hot someone's going in the air, not how
Yeah.
fast. You'll never have the idea of how fast. You'll just be able to pick up their temperature, and all you'll be able to do is know what distance and time they covered. You still won't be able to know which actual speed anyone's ever gone. Not in the air. Not without a reference.
No, I measure how fast I'm going by
You don't know.
uh
You don't have any judgment
I
from
use,
anywhere. You don't know
well,
how tall you are, so you don't have a starting point. What's your
I,
starting point? 14 psi. Where are you
when I'm
racing
driving,
from? To 0
when
psi.
I'm driving,
Let's see
I
you do
spit
it.
water out the window and that tells me how
No,
fast I'm going.
drop down from 14 psi down to 14 psi and keep going and don't stop for about 8,000 miles, and we'll believe a globe exists. Or
Okay.
rise up 14 psi along the big seawall over there where the boat's going down.
I can't
Psi.
see the big wall though.
Oh, the boat's riding down along the curve of the surface. It's like dipping down 14 psi below you. So
That's
where do you
correct.
show us 14 psi going down or down or down or down or down or down in caves, down in holes, down cliffs? Where does 14 psi drop for us?
It drops off right about at about I don't know 37
Go
miles.
show us. Go stand there with the PSI tool and show us. Show us
All
you
right,
can climb on top of a mountain and
hold on.
see
Let me get my
14 psi because that's a smooth mountain with Earth's curve. And then the
let me get
bottom of the mountain is
let me
14
share my
psi.
screen.
And
I'll
then
show you.
down in the
Give me a
lowest
second.
canyon, hold on, brother. The lowest
Give me
canyon
let
has
me
that,
share my
has
screen. Let
that
me
dude
show you.
three. You always got to have three manipulated variables: the middle, the bottom, and the top. So if you want to do pressure, longitude, latitude tests, weight tests, you got to do one in the basement, one in the middle of the
What should I
building, and
use
one at
for
the
the weight?
top.
What should I use to for the weight? Can I
For
use
the weight, you get a gravimeter. It's just a spring, electronic digital reader. It tells you when the spring gets pressed. So it shows you any reading of movement, any action at all.
can I use a scale to
That's all.
measure the distance? Like a weight scale?
A scale for the distance?
Yeah, can I use that?
Yeah, temperature scale for 14
I
psi
mean, can I use a
distance. That doesn't make
thermometer?
any sense.
How many thermometers
Yeah,
would
height
measure?
is distance, isn't it? I thought
Is
height was distance.
how many,
How could you separate height and distance? Separate them right now.
Celsius would be? How many Celsius would be
No,
7
stop
miles?
talking. Separate height and distance for me. How do you do that on a
How
ball?
many? How many Celsius would be 7 miles?
I'm talking to a guy from the military, and he's not answered one question yet. But you guys think the military tells you the truth about what?
This is
The
fun.
military tells you what? The military helps you be so smart, from furries and talking nonsense, and he's 3 apples high. This military man wants you guys to know so much information right now. It's just coming out of my ears.
I know,
You
man.
guys
It's
should
good
write
time.
this stuff down.
Good
Everything
time.
B-ball says, you guys should write down. If I was you, he's your
Yeah,
military.
I'm gonna write this. Yeah, actually write this down. I can use a thermometer to measure distance. Don't you agree, Dimok?
You're the one that goes by 14 psi tall sea level, whatever that means. You're the one that uses the thermometer for fucking height, not me. I'm wondering why you do that. And I'm wondering how. And how
I'm
can you
using
use
your,
it
I'll
that
use
way?
your message. I'll use
I
your
just
message.
want to know where 15 foot up in elevation towards your horizon is. Just show me
What's your
that spot.
message?
Just show me where
I'm
you're
doing it,
15 foot
I'm
up in
doing it wrong.
elevation
What's your
horizontally
message?
off the beach.
How should I do it?
Start
I'm
at
doing it
5 foot
wrong.
high. Start at 5 foot high, and I'm
What
gonna
should I
draw a
use?
horizontal line across the whole fucking your view. And you're gonna have one looking forward, left to right. Then I'm gonna have one looking at you. You're gonna be the farthest thing in my left possible, and then I'm
Why
a
can't?
horizontal line from your forehead. Why can't you stop
Why do I
talking
have
for
to
3
go left?
seconds?
Why can't I go right? Why,
This
why
is
do I have to go
why we
left?
have people in the military that can't comprehend anything.
Why do I have to go left?
So
Why
you
can't I
have a
go right?
horizontal. Nobody said right, dude. What are you talking about?
Can I go
Give this
up?
puppy a snack. Calm him down.
Can I
It's
go
okay,
Can I
boy.
go up and to the left
Calm down.
slightly?
Calm down, buddy.
Which way should I go?
Somebody give him an insulin shot. He's got too much sugar in him.
Should I go up and to the left or up
Calm
and to the right?
down. ADD. Calm down. We're gonna stand at the horizon. That's step one. We're gonna look out at it. That's your job.
Should
You're
I
gonna
stand on
be
my
however
toes?
tall you are. We're gonna go from your eyeballs or your head. I'm gonna have a horizontal line from you out that way. Then
Should
you
I
can
stand on
make
my
your
2 toes at the
horizontal line
horizon?
from your arc curve horizon that you're gonna prove, right? And then I'm gonna prove that there isn't one, and you're gonna prove that there is with your horizontal line.
All right, when are we
I'm
doing
gonna
this?
prove that you and no object goes down below a boat or you, because I'm gonna draw a horizontal line and get a side view. I'm gonna look from the
Okay.
side while you're looking at your mirages. Earth
When are
curve
we going to do
mirage,
this?
mini light.
When are we going to do this?
When are you gonna do what?
When we're describing something you and I are going to do, when are we going to do it?
Yeah,
We get
all our point, you didn't listen to the first thing. Our main point is just to find out where you can prove 15 foot in elevation increase is
okay.
that away.
When are we going to
But
do
you're
this?
starting. I don't know
Give me a
when you're
date.
going. You live on a
Hold on,
beach,
let me
don't
see.
you? Get out
I don't.
there. Have
Not
your buddy
anymore.
put a horizontal line on a piece of plastic. Line the front of the plastic up with your forehead. Put you in his side view, and he'll
What kind
show
of
us where the
plastic?
boat goes below a curve.
What kind of
And you'll
plastic?
show us where you think it's going below a curve. Then
We
you
use a
show us
bucket?
where you can reach 35,000 feet that away from 5 foot high.
Which
And
way?
then he'll show us where he can reach 35,000 feet
That
from
away.
5.
You said that away. Which way is that? I don't know which
I
way
don't
that is.
know. Which distance is it? How much distance are you covering?
You said that
You got
away.
to also
Which
give
way
us
is
the
that away?
military marker that
I mean,
tells you, liars, how far left and
take a
right is.
picture and point in a
No,
direction
what
so
is
I
left
know
and
which
right,
way that away
you
is.
military boy? And your horizon,
Wait,
24,000 miles
which way is
left to
that
right?
away?
Is it
Which way?
93 million miles? 93 million miles
No, that's
on
not
your
far.
horizon in
It's too
your
far,
view.
man. What are you talking about?
Tell the people that there's 93 million miles in their view on our flat horizon.
What
Tell
are we
them right
talking
now
about?
that you know that
Why
for a
92
fact.
million miles? Why not
I'm telling
37?
you that you have no legend or key information, no data on the fucking left and right distance of our horizon in reality. Do you have that plastic material handy we could all put in a piece of
Yes,
glasses,
yes,
put
I
up in
have a
the
plastic
air,
material.
line
Yes,
it up
let
like
me
a
see. Hold on.
protractor? Do
Wait,
you
wait,
have
man.
that?
You said plastic material. Here, I got
The
a plastic
distance
bag
key
here.
legends, dude. It's
Here,
like a ruler. Yeah, it's got to be clear
right
so
here.
we can see through it. And then we're
Yeah,
gonna
you
look
can
at the
see through the
mountains and
plastic bag. Yeah,
everything, and they'll
I got a
line up.
plastic bag.
They'll all
I
line
got a
up with
plastic.
their little hash marks. Do you
Yeah, I got a
comprehend?
plastic. Yes, I've got a plastic bag right here. We can use
So
this.
what's 1,000
So what
miles
should I
look
do with
like
it?
left to right? How far is it? How
Let
big
me
is it?
see.
Is it
1,000
big as your
miles left to
thumb?
right.
Big as a meter
About
stick?
half of a ruler, 6 inches. 1,000 miles.
I don't know. I'm
You said
asking you.
plastic
Don't you have the
material. I got a
military one?
plastic
I'm
bag
not asking
here.
you for your
I got a
opinion.
bucket.
I'm asking
I
you
got a
for the
bucket in my
military
trunk. Can
one.
you use that?
What
I got a
do
bucket in my
military
trunk. Can
boys
you use
use
that?
you? They guess with you? You go out there for them
Mhm.
and tell them you don't know shit? We're gonna hit everything today by not knowing fuck all, boys. We're gonna get fucking
Mhm.
totally cream pied. Listen, stupid. How do you know what you're looking at on your military horizon? This is what the military can't tell you guys. They can't tell you a fucking thing, and they won't. And they couldn't because they're too fucking dumb. They don't even know any of this shit. What? How many miles is left to right? How do you know the fucking moon and what sides it is left
13.
to right, or the sun, or your
13
horizon?
miles.
If the sun
It's
is
thir-
93
it's
million miles
13 miles.
across, left to right, or you can fit a million
Hey,
Earths in the
it's
sun.
on the horizon.
It's
How are we talking about the
1,800,000 Earths. You can fit 1,800,000 Earths in the sun, and I could see it, and my horizon's bigger. How big's my
Wait, how are we
horizon?
talking about the sun now?
How
We're
many
talking about the
miles
horizon.
is
I'm
my
confused.
horizon?
I'm
We're talking
confused,
about
man. I'm
miles
confused.
in your distant
You
view.
asked me for
What
something
is the cap?
plastic. I got something plastic.
Stop
I got a
capping.
plastic bucket in my trunk.
No,
What,
we
what are we
don't.
doing? What
We
are we
have
doing with
no
plastic?
information on how
I'm
far left
standing
to
at the
right you can see
horizon.
or vertically up and down.
Look,
In
I'm gonna get
space,
outside my car. Right, the horizon is right here at my feet. So maybe
no, the
if
moon and
if
the
you
sun are
drive over to
supposed to
where
be
I'm at,
93 million
you
miles
can take
away
a
from each
picture of
other,
me.
but yet I
I'll
see one
stand
on
on
my
my
horizon,
tippy
I
toes.
see the other, and my horizon is bigger. The horizon is bigger than the moon and the sun are far from each other. So
What about
where
the dirt,
how big is
the
my
grass?
93 million mile horizon and where's your puny
How
ass
big is the
globe
dirt
at?
from the grass,
Point to your
though? I'm trying to figure out.
24,000 miles left to right. Point to the little inch long 24,000 mile globe distance on your horizon real quick, and we'll show you how
Hold on,
your
give me a
globe's
second.
been debunked.
I'm gonna take a picture of me
Military
pointing so that way you
guy,
can see where I'm
tell them
pointing.
what 24,000 is so they know they're debunked and it's just a piece of their horizon.
All right, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm gonna take a
Military
picture of which way
guy,
I'm pointing. That
why
way you can
aren't you
see it.
telling the public what they pay you to
It
tell them?
says that
The
away. Which
truth.
way is that away? I don't know what you gotta be more
Nobody
specific,
said
man.
anything
You're
you're
all over
talking
the place.
about. Slow down, stop taking meth, military guy.
You're all over the place,
How
man. Are we
far
talking about
left
the
to
sun?
right can you
We're talking about
see
the
in your
horizon.
view, in your horizon?
3 inches to the left at the horizon. I'm standing on my tippy toe. Which way should I look? If
How
you're
many
standing
miles
there,
do you
which way should I
cover?
look?
How many mountains can I have there, left to right?
You can have 14 mountains.
And can they be 10,000 miles apiece?
Yeah, they can be 11,000 miles apiece.
Okay, so that's bigger
How
than the
big would you like
circumference of
them?
your Earth times 3 or 4, right?
How big would you like them to be?
I'm just want you to point out 24,000 miles left to right in your horizon so everybody
If
knows your horizon
there'll be
is
a
way
bunch
bigger.
of little tiny there'll be a bunch of little tiny bumps
Hello,
that we
slow
can't
guy.
measure on the horizon.
I just need you to
We look
show
at
us
the
what
tiny little bumps
24,000 looks
and
like in your fucking horizon left to right. Are
and
you okay?
we take a 1 inch ruler from the ground and we measure
A
17
1 inch
tiny little
from
bumps.
the ground, that's vertically. I want to know left to right.
Yeah, we have
Holy
17
motherfucker.
vertical little bumps on the horizon. We measure them with a 1 inch ruler, right? And then you stand over there and
No, I
you
don't
look
know
the
what you're
other way,
saying. Right. You
you look
haven't
to the
gave us
left,
one answer yet.
and then
You
you can
haven't given us
tell
just
that if
fucking
you can tell it's flat because they're all like little
why aren't
bumps
you
on the
looking it
horizon.
up? Why don't you go ask your
And
captain?
it's
Why
only
do you
one
keep
inch.
talking like a hurt dog?
It's only 1 inch above the dirt, right? So we
You just
take the
keep
dirt,
barking.
we roll it
Stupid
into
shit.
a little ball, and
Let
then
me
you take
talk
a
to your
ruler.
superior
You
right
put the
now,
ruler
loser.
on top. You put the ruler on top of
Captain
the dirt.
Loser, can I talk to your superior? I need somebody
You
that can
take the
fucking do
ruler,
these things.
right? You put the ruler on top of the dirt,
How
and then
did
you
you
can
do get in
measure
the
the dirt
military,
at
brother?
1 inch. 1 inch away from the dirt. That's how we see that we know it's curved because it's 1 inch away
How
from
did
the
you
dirt.
get in the military? What they say you don't sleep?
I don't know, man. I have no
Hey,
idea.
stupid guy, you don't sleep? You're
I have
dumb
no
and you
idea,
don't
man.
sleep?
I don't
Join the
know, man.
military.
I don't know. I joined. I said, hey, I want to join. They said, you know what?
Are you good at doing what you're told like a
We
little
got
bitch?
you, man.
Join the
You're
military, little
you're
bitch.
you're good at
You're
at
just a little
measuring
bitch.
dirt.
Shut up. Go
They
to
told me I
Stockholm.
was
You
dirt,
like
so that's
getting
why
beat on. You
they
like getting
allowed me to
smacked
do it.
around. You like getting told what to do. You like
No, they told me I
authority.
can measure dirt. If that's, I said I want to
Yeah,
be
but I
able to
bet
measure
you ran
dirt.
away from home, didn't you? You're like,
I
mommy
can,
and
I
daddy,
can,
no, I
I
hate
measure
you.
curved. They told me I can measure
Just
curved dirt,
this
so that's why I joined.
strange government guy can smack me and tell me
And
what to do.
now me and all my buddies, all we do is measure curved dirt every day,
Your
and
buddies
it's
beat
fun.
you up. You don't have any buddies in the military. You guys are paid to be friends. Stupid.
I
Shut the
know.
fuck up. You couldn't even tell them the truth. Yeah, your buddies would turn you in for a fucking hot biscuit and a meal. Shut up.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, they would, treason boy.
Hmm.
Rico Suave act. Anyway, stop being untruthful and just tell us how far 24,000 miles is so everybody can see that the military guy
It's
has not
actually
a fucking
16
clue.
miles. It's not
The
24,000 miles. It's
military
actually
guy has
16.
no clue. All he came to
So I
do
I
was
use
be
a,
a
a ruler,
moron
right?
and just
I use a
disrupt
13
and be
I
fucking
use a
stupid
13-mile ruler,
and
and I
preach
set it on the
ignorance,
water. And at 14 miles,
preach
it's
stupid
actually not
fucking
touching the rim.
programming
That's
again.
how we know.
And I think it's weird that you're in the military, but you supposedly have people that know about distances and surveys and coordinates when you guys are supposed to be the ones that save your life out of nowhere that have to know this shit to begin with and to teach anybody else. So how the fuck would a regular
I
civilian know what
Listen. I hope you
24,000
know
miles
that
looks
I'm
like,
just
but
here
you don't?
stooping to your
How
level.
come a little,
I hope you know that.
how come an eighth
I'm just
grader
here
and a
stooping
fifth
to your
grader know what
nonsense level.
a fifth
This is
grader
how
knows
you have
what
to talk.
24,000
This
miles
is
looks like
how
left
I
to
have to
right?
talk
You
to
don't.
you. I have to stoop down to your nonsense level in order for you to have a conversation
Scoop
with
down
you.
to a fifth
This is
grade
how
level,
dumb you
brother,
are.
and then tell
This
us
is
what
how
left to right
dumb you are.
distances are.
I have to stoop down to
That's
your
all we've been
dumbass
asking
level
for. Notice
in
how
order to
dumb
have a
you are. You can't even keep
conversation.
up with a fucking conversation.
This is
The
how
one thing you
this is
can't
how
do
we
is
are.
keep up with a conversation, answer a
Because
correct question,
you spout
or make
such
any fucking
nonsense
sense.
that nobody wants to talk to you. So when someone does want to talk to you, I
You
have
ain't
to
got nothing
talk
to
like
talk
this,
about.
like an
You ain't got
absolute
nothing to
idiot.
say.
Because this
What
is
do you
what
got to
this
say?
is all you talk about.
What do you got
There's
to
no
say? Furries and three
That's
apple
why
pie?
nobody wants to talk to you because
Yeah,
you're
you've been
absolute
doing a lot of
fucking
talking
idiot.
to me. That seems
You
awful weird.
probably
Seems like you
you
got a lot of
probably
stock
I
on,
don't know
don't you? If
why
I
are
just
you not
keep
at work
being mean
today?
to
Aren't
you,
you
you
at work
won't
today?
stop not talking to me.
No,
Because you just
nobody
like
wants
that
to
with
talk
your
to you.
government, don't
That's
you?
why you're always on mute because you add absolutely
No,
nothing to
that's
any
why
kind
you're
of
on mute.
conversation.
'Cause you're fucking retarded. That's why you don't add shit right now. You're with the
I'm the
military.
retarded
You've done
one,
the
and
worthless.
nobody wants to
You are
talk
the
to
most
you.
worthless
This is
motherfucker with
probably the longest
information that's ever been
conversation
in
you've
here.
had all week, isn't it?
You don't
This is
even
probably
know
the
what a
longest.
fucking mile
This
is.
is
You don't even
probably
know
the
how tall
longest
you are, you
time.
stupid fuck.
This is probably the
You
longest
don't
time
know
you
a
were
fucking
off the
thing,
mute
dude.
the
That's what we
entire
like
week.
in the
Telling
military.
you.
Bunch of
Nobody
retards.
cares.
Okay,
Nobody
retard
nobody
military
cares
boy,
about
paid to
anything you have
fucking
to
be on
say.
the mic. You're getting paid to be in here talk to me, bitch. I'm not getting paid.
I
You
actually
are.
am. I actually am getting
Yeah,
paid.
he's getting paid, guys, to talk in here. Now, let's talk about
I
this.
am getting paid right now. Are you? Why are you not
To
at
not
work?
know anything. He's getting paid to not be able to answer a question, to come in here and be retarded and just tell you
Questions
guys
are
people don't like
absolutely
you and he's cool
irrelevant.
and you're not. And if you don't
Nobody
believe him
nobody
and his
takes you
government that don't
serious,
know
bro.
nothing but temperature
Nobody
difference.
takes you serious.
Yeah, I know
Demont,
57
nobody takes
millimeters.
you serious.
Nobody
That's why
takes
you're
you
always
serious
on mute
47
because
degrees
nobody
high.
wants to listen to you.
Nobody wants to
I
listen to you
know, man.
98 degrees
It's a
high,
sad
tall,
existence, man. You
little
have a
guy.
sad existence. Nobody wants to talk to you.
Can't even tie your fucking boots right. Shut up, loser. They didn't even teach
Okay.
you that.
Have
Learn how to
boots?
fucking tie a boot.
Do you have boots? Oh, yours have
In
straps on
your
them. My
ass.
bad.
I put them in
My
your
bad. Yours
ass.
have straps on them.
I put mine in your ass. Shut up.
Okay. Okay.
Shout
That's
out
the only
This
place
is probably
my
the
people.
longest. Are we done here? I think
No,
we're
you
done.
never started
That was
telling us
fun.
24,000. Left lane, can we get an
That was
honest
fun.
opinion on what 24,000 miles looks like in your horizon, left to right?
It's as
Because
long
we
as
see the sun and
I
the
don't
moon are
want to say.
92 million miles apart, and I can see both of them, and my horizon is much bigger. Please, can I have the key legend to the fucking distances on this planet for your distances in your horizon? Or you
It's
guys
the
don't
dirt,
have them? How
man.
do you have a map?
We measure the dirt. That's
How do you
how.
have a map?
We measure the
How do you
dirt
have a
between your.
map?
We measure the dirt between your
No, you
toes. That's
haven't.
how
You
we
don't
figure
have
it
a
out.
distance 14 psi tall to know where tall to know fucking 0 point. Where's your 0 to start from? Above you? You're a fucking retard. Shut up.
No, the zero's in your
Where do you
brain. That's how
start
we
your
figured it out.
psi from?
The
Where do you
air inside
start
your
it at?
brain.
Start at 0.
The
Show me
air, the
zeros under
air,
the
the
ground.
air between your
It's
ears.
0 psi under your feet.
The air
It's
between your
0
ears. That's how we
psi
measured it.
under your feet.
Nah, it's under your cruddy ass
No, it's
feet.
not.
Probably
How'd you
don't
get
wear
to
shoes.
14 then without getting to 0 or 1?
We use your
Where's
your
1?
IQ.
No, we only
When
need
you get that,
one. We
it's
don't
your
need you
IQ.
talking. We need one
It's your
PSI.
IQ. One PSI
Somebody
is
mute
your
this guy.
IQ.
So
That's actually
someone
higher
real
than your
can answer
IQ.
the question. We need one PSI. Where's that at? How
Yeah,
do we
yeah,
judge
we
it
use your
from 0
IQ.
to 1? Where do we start our PSI judgment? How do we get
At your
1?
IQ level.
No, where do we get 1 at? Shut
Your
up,
IQ
dog
level. That's what
boy.
it is.
Go eat a dog biscuit. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, shit boy. Go eat a shit biscuit.
You're the military dog
Boy.
pound boy. Living in a dog
Yep,
pound.
good boy.
Shut the fuck up, military Korea boy, where you don't want to be.
Nobody cares.
Oh, you're so
Nobody
Korean
cares.
right now. Oh, you really blend in with the fucking community. You're a retard. Shut
Yeah,
the fuck up. You're
yeah.
where you don't belong because you're told like a bitch. Shut up. I don't
Mhm.
do what I'm told like a little bitch like you. Shut the fuck up, pussy.
Oh, that's why.
Fucking
That's why
scary
I
ass
earn a
bitch.
great
That's
living.
why you're a scary ass bitch and you got a lot of
That's why
pussies
I
around
earn
you.
a great living.
Shut the fuck up, you pussy retard nothing. You're a fucking nothing burger. Nobody want to talk to your
Okay,
military
I'm
bitch ass.
done.
Fucking nothing burger. Shut the fuck up.
Give me
Got any
something
information?
useful. Give me something
You were
useful.
done when you fucking were born, retard. Shut the fuck up.
Give me something new. This is why nobody talks
What
to
have
you,
you been
man.
doing? Working for the military? Who
Where's
dicker
this
you sucking
conversation
today with
going?
5 stars?
You already
5
lost.
star free dick sucks over here.
You already.
Shut the fuck up, 5
Your
star dick suck.
IQ is like in
Shut
fucking
up,
middle school.
retard bitch. You
It's not like you're
fucking
in middle
invalid.
school, bro. Give me
You're
a
a
break.
fucking invalid bitch.
Nobody takes you seriously
Yeah, nobody
as an
takes you
adult.
seriously, you pussy ass retard
This is
military
how.
bitch. You
This
can't
is
even
how
answer a
adult.
question. Shut the
This is
fuck up,
how
loser.
Emma, the adult,
Fucking
talks.
military retard, dumber than a fucking third grader.
Like a
Shut the
fucking
fuck
middle
up.
schooler.
Hey, we need you third graders in the military. Shut the fuck up, third grader.
Right.
Keep up
Yeah.
your good third grade act. What they tell you were smart, you retard bitch? They must have fucking said you were smart because you know nothing, huh?
hmm This was fun.
No, it wasn't. This life. No, it
We
was
can't
not.
learn
I
how
know.
tall you are. We
I
can't
know.
learn
This
what
is
a
the
distance
longest
is on
conversation
flow.
we've had all day, so I had to give him a little bit of attention.
I'm getting
Then why
like
don't you give distances
psychological
attention?
whiplash.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid
See you
that you
guys
guys
later.
don't know
To relax.
distances and it's bugging you this much that you couldn't find out for yourself and you don't know. Nobody knows. Your buddies don't know and nobody can prove it to you. You can have some evidence. You can make shit up. You can say, oh, this apple's 8 million miles left to right on my horizon. Who can prove you wrong? Nobody out there.
All right, I'm glad that's over. That was fun for a little while. I like playing with D-Mock. Once in a while, I got to give him some of his own taste of his own medicine. But I'm glad that's over. So Zoidberg, you can come back in if you're listening. You guys want to have a meaningful conversation about something.
Yeah, let's chill in the text chat as well. Let's take it easy, guys. Come on, man. Keep it civil.
I don't know what's going on in the text chat.
Somebody said something about eating cats. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the heck, man? Thanks to the president for that, right? I mean, yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and start off by saying the moon landings were real. 12 men went to the moon 6 times, and we have evidence to prove it. There we go.
Wow, man. That what a statement, bro. Hooah! Your commander would be proud of you, bro.
Oh, you actually got that right. That's cool.
Which part?
The hua.
Well, yeah, of course. You ever hear the Russian hooah when they do the military
No.
parade? Sends chills down the spine. Hooah! You ever hear that when they do it? Hoo-ah! The
Well,
whole
they probably
fucking
stole from us.
when they do their drill there, bro. You know
They
you
still
can't
got.
defeat the Russians, right? You know there's no chance that you guys that even us, if we combine all the West right now, right? You
Why
think
would
we
you
can?
say that?
Hold on. I'm just asking you a military question, bro. I already know the answer, having listened to a lot of military commanders, like professional men, right, that know what they're talking about. But I'm asking you, since you're in the military, do you think that the West can amass a force right now on the ground that could actually fight a war on the ground with Russia and Ukraine? You think that is possible?
I mean, they can't even beat the Ukraine. You really think they'd have a chance against us?
Wow, that what you just said right now disqualifies you from either you're doing
They
propaganda
should have
or you just have no
They
clue
should have
what you're
wiped
talking about.
Ukraine off the map already.
Right? Okay.
I mean,
This is not a full scale war, right?
I mean, if they could have just wiped them off the map. Like, why prolong it for so long and then lose so many soldiers for what? That's kind of stupid.
Because they don't want to kill the population, bro. There's Russians in there.
Yeah,
They
but
don't want to
why
kill
are
the
they
people.
sending so many of their guys to die? For what?
Do you not know the story? Do you not know how the Russians were mistreated in Odessa, Luhansk, Ludesk, whatever, all those? Do you not know that story? Like, you
I mean,
must know that story, bro.
yeah, but my question is, why send so many people to die? For what?
For for the freedom of their people, bro. For the fact that they've been humiliated for the past 10, 15, 20 years. The broken promise was made not to expand eastward. They took all the Baltics. They were shame, shame, shame. And then finally the Russians said, that's it, man. We had enough.
Yeah, but why not just absolutely crush the Ukraine for that reason?
I just told you why, bro. They don't want to crush Ukraine. They don't want to destroy the country.
They've
They
already
don't
destroyed it
kill the
though. Pretty
people.
much.
They're their people. They're their own people that are in there. There's a lot of Russians in there. They don't want to do that.
They've already killed a lot of civilians.
Bro, do I have to explain the war to you?
I mean, you don't really have to explain. I'm just saying it's kind of a pointless. If they're really, if they really wanted to destroy them, they would have done so. The fact that all I see is videos of Russians getting absolutely destroyed. Maybe I'm not seeing both sides, but that's all I'm seeing.
You're definitely not seeing both sides, bro. If you're seeing Russians being destroyed only, you're definitely not being. And don't forget where you're at, right? It's not like you're getting exactly the info, right? You're on that side. You're on our side. Let's put it that way. You're getting our side of the story, right? The fog of war.
Yeah, but I can easily just see, I could type in, Russian attacking blah blah blah. You know what I mean? If I really wanted to see that,
Have you
which I
not
I
seen
probably
the?
could. I should see that. But I'm saying, like, when you look at the numbers, Russia has definitely lost way more soldiers than Ukraine. So I
No,
mean,
but that's an issue.
it
I
seems
have
like they're
different
under.
numbers, right?
It seems like they're under like either understaffed or not trained well. I mean, look at the Wagner group. The Wagner, they got fucking wiped out.
Yeah, that's a paid army, bro.
Yeah, they
That's
got
not the
wiped out.
Russian army. So you seriously think that Ukraine can defeat Russia, a country
I
of
mean,
40
they're
million
they're doing.
that is?
I don't
Hold on,
know.
let me
They're
finish.
doing.
Let me finish.
They're holding their own. They're holding their own, right?
They're not holding
If
their
they're
own, bro.
holding their own against the Russians, and they're still haven't been wiped out, do you honestly think they would even have a fucking fleeting chance against the United States? Not just the United States, and all of NATO, all the other countries that would come and fight with us.
Okay, let's explore what you said, right? They're holding their own. That could not be further from the truth because they have
Okay.
nothing of their own to hold, right? Everything that they're fighting with is not of their own. They're getting
That's
arms from, hold on, they're getting arms
Mhm.
from the combined West, all of NATO.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah,
now,
what's
do
wrong
you
with that?
know that we gave them so much arms that we have depleted our own stockpiles? Are you aware? Surely you
How
must
do
be
you know?
aware of
Where are
that
you getting this
being in the
information
military.
from? Where are you getting this information from?
From
Depleted our
every,
stockpiles?
listen carefully, from every political and military analyst I've heard. Every single one of them, without exception, says the same thing, that NATO has depleted most of their stock because they gave most of it to Israel and Ukraine. Every
What
single military
stock of
analyst
what?
I've heard, everyone,
Stock of what? What
stock of
exactly are you talking about?
the
Ammunition?
shells, you want to learn or not?
You're
Stock
teaching
of
me
the
anything because I
howitzer
don't,
shells for one.
dude.
Those are the
I don't
main
think
things that they need,
I
and
don't think
they're
you understand how much ammunition that we store in different places. Like, honestly, you're probably getting some information. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I mean, the amount of ammunition that, let's just say, I'm give you an example, right? If I go to the range and I want to draw, I don't know, 10,000 rounds, I have to go to a certain place to pick up those rounds, right? We go to a place and there is literally pallets upon pallets upon pallets upon buildings of that's just 5.56 rounds, right? They have other places that store even more ammunition, and that's just for mortars and things like that. I'm talking about like hundreds and hundreds of buildings filled to the top of this ammunition. So I don't know where you're getting this information saying we're depleted stockpiles, because there's literally boxes of ammunition that have been sitting there for tens of 20s of years, just sitting there. So I don't know where you're talking about. We've depleted our stock of ammunition. That's
it's too
far from.
funny, man. It's too funny. Let me repeat it. Maybe you didn't hear me, man.
You're talking.
Maybe you didn't hear what I said, bro.
You're talking from a place of ignorance.
Can you stop
You really
talking
don't
for
know what
3
you're talking
seconds?
about. No, hold on. You're speaking from a place of ignorance, right? I would know this because I've seen it with my own.
So let me get this straight now. Let me get this straight. You, B-ball, an officer, whatever you are in the military, under the fog of war, you know better than every single colonel, general, military analyst, professor that I've been listening to for the past 2-3 years. You know better than them, right?
Which ones are you actually referring to?
I've said it many times, bro. One of them is Colonel McGregor. There's many colonels. There's many analysts. There's the guy. There's all kinds, bro. I've been posting them for years. You just refuse to see. You refuse to see, and you refuse to listen, and you always interrupt like you're doing now. Your ears are closed, and your mouth is open, bro. Yeah.
Show me where a current military officer or a leader or a general is saying that we're running out of ammunition. Please show me that.
Okay. Do you know who your vice president is?
Yes.
Okay. He said a few days last week that you are running out of the defense. What do they call the Patriot missiles? You're willfully ignorant of what's going on, bro. Like,
okay, show me.
Amazingly willfully ignorant. It's so funny. It's unbelievable.
Running out of Patriot missiles?
That is correct. One of the things that Ukraine needs, and you're going to interrupt me you know what, bro? You're just not worth talking to. Honestly, you're just not worth talking to.
Because you're speaking from a place of ignorance, man.
There's closing your mouth, letting a person finish his sentence. See how that goes, bro. Try it. You might like it.
We're running out of ammunition. That is farthest from the truth.
Yes, look into it. You're willfully ignorant. Look into the howitzer ammos, which you're running out of. Look at the batteries of defense systems that you have none to give. You're
Oh, do you
willfully
not think
ignorant,
that
bro.
we're not
Yes.
producing those things every single day?
You cannot produce enough to supply the front to Ukraine. Do you not
Are you sure
understand that?
about that? What about all the howitzers and stuff we have in different locations in the world?
Yeah, you need those. You need that ammo for those locations. You cannot give. You've given so much, right? The West has given so much. You have run low. If you don't know that, you're willfully ignorant, bro.
I love it how somebody who's not in the military tried to talk about things in the military. It's always hilarious.
That's right. It's shameful for you, bro. It's embarrassing if you don't know this.
It's
That
not
is
embarrassing.
correct.
It's
Yes.
just funny. How you
Don't
think we're
worry,
running out of
Chris is like,
ammunition.
he's just threatening, listening to Russian sources only.
Yeah,
Don't worry about him. He's nothing.
it's just
That's
funny.
right. Close your ears and insult the messenger. That's gonna work.
Well,
Right.
your message is incorrect, man. There's no way we're running out of ammunition. That's ridiculous.
It's unfreaking believable, man. It's unbelievable. You don't even know the
Because of
stuff.
some news story you heard from somewhere. The rest of the
He's
military is running out
He's
of
referring
ammunition.
to JD Vance. What does it say to you? As a source, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, JD Vance doesn't know what he's talking about, but you do. It's so fucking funny, man.
Do I say that?
If I went to
That's
if I
projection.
went to let's just say I went to General Admiral here at Fort Cavazos, right? And I asked him, "Sir, do you think are we running out of ammunition?" He would probably
Can you
laugh.
please do that? Can you do that now? Is it possible?
No, I probably can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Can you
I
ask
just-
any of your seniors what I just said and just see what they say, bro? Can you do that?
They'd laugh. They would laugh.
Okay, try it. Try it and come and laugh in my face. Try it. See
They would
what they
laugh.
tell you.
He'd be like running out of ammunition. He's crazy.
I dare
What
you,
are we
bro. I
talking
dare
about?
you. I dare you to ask.
It's ridiculous. First of all, we're talking about the amount of ammunition, right, in one location is so vast that it would take years for us to run out of ammunition. That's ridiculous, man.
Bro, you're just comical, man. What you're saying is a joke, man.
You need to
Like,
vet your sources. That's the problem. You need to vet your sources.
Hey, B-ball,
Yes.
when you go to the range and fire, say, 100 rounds of 5.56, do you suppose that at some point, someplace back up the supply chain, somebody's going to order another 100 rounds of 5.56 to replace it?
Exactly.
hey, B-ball and Blue.
And in the meantime,
Oh, go on.
And in the meantime, between the time you fired the 100 rounds of 5.56 and that supply clerk someplace back up the supply chain places the order and the ammunition manufacturer produces the ammunition, you're short 100 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we running out, or does it just take supply a little time to catch up?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
But I mean, ammunition is probably the one thing that we probably produce more than anything, because that's. I mean,
yes.
Okay, now Blue and B-ball. Let's say now that supply line needs 6,000 rounds of 90 millimeter shells, right? The howitzers. And let's say now your supply line, because it's not in war footing, could only supply 1,000 per day. But because the other side is on full military war footing and all their factories are on war footing, they can outsupply all of NATO combined. What then, gentlemen?
it is produced more.
Well, thank God the NATO artillery is almost 3 times more accurate than the Russian one.
You're kidding, right? That's why Ukraine is begging
not.
for. You have no clue, man. You have no clue. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, man, why do you always do this? You just like, I say something and you dislike what I say, so you just like completely just take me out of the conversation by saying I'm an idiot or I don't know anything.
I didn't say you're an idiot. I just said
you just said that. You said I don't know anything.
Getting triggered. I said you have no clue.
Like that's even worse than being an idiot, right? Well, I'm telling you that,
not me. You want to cry? What do you want to do now? You want to cry or you want to talk facts?
No, I like what? What is talking facts? Anything you agree with?
No, listen to what I said. Every single military analyst that I've heard in the past year, every single one without exception, tells me what I'm telling you now, that the West cannot keep up because they're not in war military footing. They cannot keep up with the arms needed, with the shells, the drones, stuff like that, that Russia is producing. I just tell you? Now, you can either believe that or not.
When you just said that I completely am unaware and like don't know anything, what was the thing I said?
You said that they have 3 times or something the amount, something like that, Europe.
See, this is the issue. You need to listen more. God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you speak. So listen, man.
Listen, bro. This thing that you're trying to pull now is not going to work.
Calm down.
Stop doing meta and talk about that.
Calm down.
Don't interrupt, Montreal.
Calm down, man. Calm down, bro. Anyways, no need to become emotional. The point is,
don't become emotional.
Don't become estrogenic. Stop talking.
Just calm down, bro. Yeah,
calm down. You're the one interrupting, man. Like you need to stop working in these effeminate ways. You like gaslighting me. Stop it. So what I told you.
No, you came in crying.
Calm down.
It's not gonna work,
calm
bro.
down. Calm
Stop
down.
interrupting, SE.
Calm down.
Stop interrupting, SE.
Calm down, bro.
Calm down.
You need to calm down, sir. This is not.
Yeah, you need to be calm, bro. Don't do meta. Just address the fact.
I am trying to speak and tell you what I said, which was the thing you critiqued me on, even though you don't know what I said. So will you let me actually tell you what I said without interrupting me?
Please go on. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm trying to do that the whole time, but you're just being a woman. Can you stop?
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, I said specifically to you that the NATO artillery is 2 to 3 times more accurate. Do you comprehend?
Oh, accurate. Okay, I couldn't tell because of your accent. Okay, go ahead. More accurate. Okay, so what?
My accent made you. What did you believe I said when I said accurate?
I thought you said more, that they're producing more.
It just seems like that's an issue on your ears, not my accent.
Correct. I just said it. I didn't hear you correctly. So they're more accurate. What now?
Well, when you have artillery that is 2 to 3 times more accurate, let's say, let's take anything. It doesn't matter. Like artillery, ammunition, really doesn't matter. When you have something that is 3 times more accurate, you can produce 3 times less of it and still have the same effect because you end up hitting your target at a higher rate than the one with less accurate, which is, I mean, Stalin knew this himself, right? He said our quality is quantity, right? Because the game goes both ways. You can either invest into being more accurate and being more sophisticated, or you can invest into just producing more, right?
Okay,
and the problem of them producing more is not such a big problem because the artillery they produce is from the Soviet times. Most of the factories are from ancient times. Meanwhile, the factories that are producing the artillery for Ukraine are highly sophisticated ones from the West. Most of them even are being turned on right now, like they're being built.
Right, so why are they losing the war? If they have superior weapons that are more accurate, why are they losing territory by the day?
Why is Russia losing the war?
They're not, they're winning.
Well, I believe that they are losing.
Well, you are incorrect, sir. Like I said, every single military expert, analyst, everybody, professors.
I'm sure.
Every single one of them say the opposite of what you're saying. Every single one.
I'm sure.
Yeah, the only ones that are saying the war is winning are CNN generals. If you listen to CNN, they're the only ones saying that Russia is winning the war. Everybody else in the whole world knows that Russia is winning.
Bro, I'm not from America. I don't listen to American news. Like, what is this? Anyways, the point is very simple, bro. Like, if you look at the conflict Russia had peak lands within around about 6 months into the conflict. They lost from the peak amount of territory that they controlled. They lost currently like a third, like 20%, 30% of what they used to have. So they had a deficit, right? They are slowly regaining where they used to be, and with the speed that they are quote unquote winning, according to you, they might reach Kyiv in 200 to 300 years, is the estimate.
Sorry for laughing, man. This is comical.
Well, do you know the average daily gains that they do? Since you are laughing.
Bro, remember these words that you're saying, right? First of all, what's your leader called? What's his name?
My leader called?
Yeah, what's the German counselor's name? A chancellor's name?
Oh, I don't care, man. Like, just say what you
I'll
want
tell
to
you.
say.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm gonna say. That guy that you have now, right, just authorized the long-range attack from the missiles that you guys are giving them, right?
Correct.
You realize
correct.
your country is gonna be in the front lines right now, right?
Cool. I don't care.
Well, you will care soon enough.
I think Russia will care more than I do.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, listen, mark your words, because I'm gonna tell you, we had initially only given them helmets and Kevlar and light ammunition. Then Russia said to us, do not give them heavy ammunition. Then we gave them heavy ammunition. Then Russia said, do not give them any anti-air. Then we gave them anti-air. Then they said, do not give them jets. We gave them jets. So, I mean, look, man, the quote-unquote nuke has been waving around the whole time. I don't fear it, man. If he wants to nuke, just know there will be nukes flying back. Good luck. If he wants
Ain't gonna be no nukes. Remember, remember your country, what they did to your country 50 years ago? Do you remember?
I remember.
Just remember that. East and West Berlin, my friend. Put that in your memory.
Do you remember what happened to Moscow?
Yeah.
Without America, the fucking Soviets would be eating dirt and speaking German if they would even be speaking any language.
Crying back to your country, and now they're gonna do the same thing to you. Just remember my words. Yeah, breathe heavy, bro. Because
this is delusion.
You're messing with the bear, my friend. Yeah.
There is a whole nation in between called Poland, right? If they even manage to get through Ukraine in the 200 next years, I wish them good luck in Poland, because Poland will be a much stronger bite than fucking Ukraine. Once they get through Poland, or even into Poland, maybe I'm gonna start thinking that they will eventually reach Germany. Maybe I'm not gonna be like, maybe I should do something. Until then, bro, I'm chilling, man. They have said fucking 2 days into the conflict it will take only 2 weeks. Then it was 2 months. Now it's 2 years. Now it's 2 decades. Good luck, man. See you in 200 years.
Yeah, you keep thinking like that, my friend. You keep thinking like that. Just remember,
care,
20 years ago in your country, they were speaking German, my friend. The Germans were telling you where to go and what to do. Just remember that. Just remember that.
All of Europe should speak German.
Seems like SE really wants Russia to win. You really want the
No, I'm
Russians to
telling
win?
you the facts. I'm warning you not to mess,
obviously you
with
want
them
to win,
because
right?
they're
But it
gonna
doesn't
hand
look
you
like
your
what's
ass,
happening.
bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Should we wait, Montreal? Should we not give Ukraine weapons to defend themselves?
Yes, correct. That's exactly what you should do, because every weapon you give them, you're killing more Ukrainians. That's exactly what I'm saying. You should stop the nonsense.
Okay, I have a question to you.
Calm down. Let me finish my sentence. Take a deep breath. Everything will be fine. What you
don't have to fucking do this to me, man. You're the one who's like fucking.
You're doing it to me, so just keep chill and we can have an adult conversation. You think we can do an adult conversation?
I don't think so, because you're not an adult.
You see? That's you, bro. So just calm your titties, right? Calm down and let me finish my sentence, okay? I know it hurts you, right? But listen, you stand no chance of defeating Russia. That's number one. Every military person in the world knows Ukraine stands no chance in defeating Russia. So yes, you should stop.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Let him finish his dreams. Go on.
You see? Very triggered. So yes, you should stop giving arms to Ukraine, because every dollar and every arm you give to Ukraine, you're just killing more Ukrainian young men, destroying their country. Ukraine stands no chance
And how many
of
Russians have died?
defeating Russia.
Okay,
And how many
okay, sure,
Russians
sure.
have been
No,
killed?
wait. I have a question to him. I have a question to him. Do you think we should give weapons to the Palestinians?
Negative.
Do you think we shouldn't give them weapons?
Yeah, you should stop supplying, and that's another thing. That's the wrong questions. What you should
Uh-huh.
ask me is, do you think we should stop supplying arms to Israel? And the same goes to them. Yes.
Okay,
you should
sure.
Stop supplying arms to Israel.
Okay, sure. We stopped selling them weapons. They still are the third largest army in the Middle East. Do you think
You're not
that we
selling
should?
them. You're giving
Sure.
it to them.
I just said we should stop giving, selling. It doesn't matter. Let's say we stop giving them. They still are the third largest army within the Middle East. So do you believe that therefore we shouldn't give the Palestinians weapons to resist?
No. You're not understanding. If you
Yeah,
stop,
I am. I'm quite well.
you want me to
understanding.
answer, or you're gonna get triggered?
I mean, I hope you will answer this time and not just like pivot again.
Okay, so listen up now. Giving Palestinians weapons is not an option.
Why not?
That's not gonna help. So the answer is no. Listen carefully. No, we should not give Palestinian weapons. Is that clear enough for you?
You're stupid.
So now I'm gonna continue. And
I would just
also
disagree.
in the same vein, we should stop giving Israel weapons. Do you understand that?
That's cool, but Israel has their own production of weaponry. You understand this, right? They produce their own tanks, they produce their own ammunition, they produce their own guns. We give them money for like some sophisticated weaponry and so on. But for the most part, the weapons that they domestically produce are substantially enough to completely dominate the Palestinians.
Yeah, of course, that the Palestinians are in a jail. We're talking about, you think they could face Iran, for example, without American help?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, do you think we should not give
Also the
weapons
public
to the Palestinians to resist?
I've already answered that question. Are you dense, bro? I've already answered it 3 times.
And how did it lead them? Where did it lead the Palestinians to now that, like in the West Bank, for example, that they're not resisting? What did it lead them to in the last 70 years? What's going on? You said it yourself. Repeat it again. What are they in?
Bro, calm down. Take a deep breath. What are you
Man,
exactly
stop just
asking?
telling me to calm down, man. I am calm. I'm asking you a question. You said it yourself. They are in a
They are in an open air prison. The Palestinians
Correct.
Okay, so what's your question?
My question is, the West Bank didn't fight back. They dropped the weapons. Where did it bring them to? What did it give them?
They're in a jail, bro. I don't understand your
Yeah,
question.
but
The
I'm
West Bank
asking
is
you
in
what-
a jail as well.
What did it give them by dropping the weapons? What did they receive?
Nothing. They receive apartheid. Nothing. They're in a
They got
controlled
fucked even
environment.
harder. Now let me tell you what happened. They got fucked even harder. Do you understand? In the last 20 years, the illegal settlements that Israel is making have been fucking put on steroids, and the land grabs that they are doing have been also going on steroids.
Yeah,
so
we
no,
agree on
I
this.
believe.
We
Well, no,
agree
we
on this.
don't agree. We don't, because clearly you're under the impression that that is good. You think, yeah, the Palestinians should get their fucking rights revoked.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Are
Well,
you
you
in
are
La La
saying-
Land?
No, I'm not in La La Land. You are in La La Land because you are saying we shouldn't give the Palestinians weapons to resist. So they have no option to resist, and that they should enforce and endure a continuous genocide. That's what you believe.
No, that's not what I believe. You're
Well,
not
then
listening
let's
to
give
what
the
I said.
Palestinians
Can you
weapons
stop
so they
talking
can-
and I'll tell you what I
So
believe?
let's
Or
give
you're
the
gonna just
Palestinians
gonna
weapons.
ramble on? You're just gonna ramble on, or you're gonna calm down and let me speak?
Well, will you eventually like engage with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you're not
Listen
trying good
carefully to the
enough.
solution. Can you stop talking like for 30 seconds?
Sure, man. Repeat the solution again with not giving weapons to Israel and not giving weapons to Palestine. Go ahead, say it again.
Okay, try not to put words in my mouth and try not to gaslight me. Listen to the solution, right?
You're
The
listening.
solution is not to give Palestinians weapons.
I just said that.
Okay? The solution is to stop supporting and
Yeah.
supplying Israel
Yeah.
with weapons and protecting it when we have, when they do meetings at The Hague and that.
Yeah,
The only
yeah.
country, bro, you're not just yeah. Like, is it hurtful what I'm
Because I
saying,
said
or
it
what?
prior
Can
to
you
you
not
speaking.
hear?
You have said it
Okay.
5 times in a row, sir. 5 times. I heard you. We should turn Israel into a pariah state. We should not give them weapons. I heard you. I understood you the first time.
Next person to complain about the other person loses. Okay, you guys can continue.
Yeah, it's like I don't get it, man. I'm giving you the solution, right? The solution is not to arm the Palestinians. It's to stop supporting the apartheid state of Israel and to make a two-state solution. Now, how much clearer can I be than that?
Okay, so Israel doesn't want a two-state solution. Okay, the whole world does not
never
support.
happening.
Yeah, the whole world is not supporting Russia either, with a few exceptions of Iran and North Korea. Do you understand that
Stay
Russia
on
didn't
Israel.
Okay,
Stay on
stop
Israel.
interrupting me,
Stay
man.
on
Stop
Israel.
interrupting me, man. The same is true for Israel. Majority of the world does not want to support Israel, man. They don't. The only nations that do are like a handful of nations within the West. Israel doesn't give a fuck if the ICC puts a fucking arrest warrant on them, just like Russia doesn't give a fuck. Do you understand? They have nukes. You touch them, they blow your ass into oblivion. Number one. Number two, they have domestic productions of weapons, sophisticated ones. They don't need specifically the weapons from the West to dominate over the Palestinians.
Yeah, but they're not making F-35s. F-35s
Yeah, I know.
are bought from.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The weapons that they buy from the West and get given from the West are for like large enemies such as Iran and so on and so on. They don't need them for the Palestinians. Palestinians are just like fucking ants for them, you know, like an ant colony. That's how they see them. Now, third again, your solution was not giving weapons to the Palestinians and not selling or giving weapons to Israel. Within that equation, Israel still has the ability to produce their Merkaba tanks. They still have the ability to produce their APCs, their guns, their missiles, everything. Shells, everything. They produce it domestically. They even sell it. Now, with that being said, the Palestinians don't have any production, none whatsoever. So, what did in the West Bank happen since they dropped like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, since they dropped the weapons and they resigned from terrorism? What did it lead them into? Let's look at it because we have it in front of us. They were turned into Bantustans. So your solution is, if you get fucked over, just lean forward.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're putting words in my mouth. I was very clear. This is very clear. And by the way, you're wrong, right? The whole world supports Palestine. Everybody except the US and a few countries, they support Palestine. The only country that is prolonging this misery is the United States of America. That is the problem. If the United States of America pulls out of Israel, Israel stands no chance against Iran. They won't even have stand a chance against the Palestinians.
Let him finish, man. Are you done? Is that it? Because
you could believe whatever you want.
Bro, you are not listening. I don't know what's wrong with you. I said to you, the whole world is against Russia. The whole world is against Israel, with a few exceptions. America, Germany, UK, and France. Okay?
You're wrong about that. You're wrong. The whole world is not against Russia. You're wrong, bro. You're just simply wrong.
Okay, let's check.
Really? Yes.
The most relevant nations upon the world, with a few exceptions of, such as Iran, North Korea, and China, are against Russia. And they should all be against Russia, unless you want to sit here and tell me that what they're doing is righteous. So, again, the point that I'm trying to give to you is, if a nation is strong enough to be able to domestically produce what they require to fulfill their mission, they will not accept. They don't care. Israel, Iran, do you understand Iran? Israel will never, ever be touched by Iran. Ever. They have nukes. Do you comprehend? Just like we all hate Russia right now. If we could, we would annihilate Russia. We would fucking flatten Russia into a parking lot. But we cannot because they have nukes. So we don't even bother. The same with North Korea. North Korea, the only reason why they are still standing is because they have nukes. So with that being said again, back to the topic, Israel can domestically produce The tanks, APCs, guns, missiles, artillery, all of the things they need to continue on oppressing the Palestinians without problems. So when you sit here and tell me, do not give weapons to the Palestinians. Why? Why not? They got only fucked over. They dropped their weapons 20, 30 years ago. And what did it lead into? The regions that they control became smaller, smaller, and smaller. The land that they owned, smaller, smaller, smaller. The people displaced, more and more. The illegal settlers growing day by day. So, no, I disagree with you. I think that what you are stating is, hey, if you get fucked over, please just bend over and let him fuck you harder.
You're completely misunderstanding what I said. I don't know. You're on some sort of power trip. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Listen, it's very, very simple, right? It's very, very simple. It's not just the arms that they're giving them. The reason why they're being able to dominate the Palestinians and apartheid them, right? And humiliate them and not give them food, medicine, water, like doing these unhumane acts is not because of just military American support. It's because of political support. Do you understand that?
No, I don't. Because
military means politics. What do you mean, Nessie? There's the same things.
This is what I'm saying to you. North Korea is also completely despised by the whole world, including Russia. They're slowly opening relations because they need the North Koreans to become cannon fodder because they're running out of Siberians and shit within Russia. The only nation that is kinda nice to North Korea is China and Russia. That's it. And yet, why? Why don't we invade them when they clearly are a fucking obstacle in our path? Because they have nukes. Same goes for Israel. No one will fuck with Israel internally. No one. Not even Iran.
Well, there's about 180 warheads that can be switched to Jericho for cruise missiles, right? So if you want to see a bunch of fireworks in the northern hemisphere, do attack Israel, yeah.
So, with that being said, I'm gonna bring this back to you, because what you are saying is, hey, we shouldn't give the Palestinians weapons so they can do asymmetrical warfare. What you are saying is, we should just, if you get fucked, or if you get invaded by Russia, let's stop the suffering, let's stop the killing, and just bend over, man. Hey, Europe, don't give them weapons, man. They should be invaded. Just let them get taken over by Russia, and then nobody has to die anymore. Same for Palestine, right? Hey, let's just stop giving them weapons. These people are dying, man. Just let them get fucked over slowly. Instead of in one go, do it slowly. No, man, I have models.
You're completely misrepresenting what I'm saying, bro. You're on some sort of power trip. I don't know what your problem is.
That's not a response. That's not any reasoning or logic. You want to try again?
Listen, bro. No one asked for your opinion.
I'm tired of hearing you say the same shit.
I don't give a fuck what you're tired of hearing, bro. I don't give a damn rat.
You should. You should, though.
I'm telling you the facts. The facts are this. Israel is an apartheid state. The only reason why it's standing is because of the United States of America. If you don't fucking understand that, that's your fucking problem. Period. End of story, man. Learn history. Learn what's going on in the world.
Okay.
That's a reason, not the only reason.
I have a question to you. Are you under the impression, Montreal, that when America says, hey, we're going to break relations with you if you don't allow the Palestinians to come back into Israel, do you think Israel will sit there and be like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. We will actually give them now that right? Do you really believe that?
Israel is playing the Americans like a bitch. Everybody knows that. The whole world knows this, bro. What I'm saying now, I don't give a fuck what you ask, bro. The
so you're not,
Israelis are playing the Americans like a little bitch,
you're not an adult.
And that's what's happening, bro. You can try to sugarcoat it this way, that way. The Zionists are running America like a little bitch, bro. That's just the fact.
You are mentally ill, man. You're mentally ill. Nobody's sugarcoating anything. I never said that they don't.
You're fucking mentally ill, bro.
You're mentally ill. No, you. Literally, the
if you
perfect
think we should supply the Palestinians arms as the solution, you're a complete moron, bro. You're a fucking moron.
Even Barack Obama said this. The reason why this problem is occurring is that there's such a power imbalance within Palestinians and fucking Israelis. If there would be a greater power balance, This wouldn't be the case. Look at Pakistan and India. Like they are not fucking on each other's throat every single second, even though they hate each other. The only reason for why like Israel can fucking just do with the Palestinians whatever the fuck they want is because there's a massive power imbalance. Massive. If the Palestinians had also a fucking navy, an air force, and on and on and on, Israel would not fucking go in there and destroy 92% of the buildings. They wouldn't. But they know that Palestinians have no chance of retaliating other than throwing a couple firecrackers over the border. Yeah, they know that the Palestinians only can throw some fucking bottle rockets back, and that's it.
Okay, let me give you the reality, right? Israel's army has been humiliated by a bunch of ragtag Palestinians, bro. They are humiliated. They are a joke of the world, bro. If the state stops backing Israel, Israel will crumble like a little bitch, bro.
But they're not, though.
That's it.
Did North Korea crumble? Did Iran crumble?
Hold on. The IDF currently has taken over 75% of Gaza. 75%. And they're going to give 25% to Palestinian refugees right now. And in the future, they're just going to push them into Jordan or Egypt. That's going to be the situation.
That's never going to happen, bro. What's going to happen is Israel is going to become more and more a pariah state in the world. And the whole world is going to back Palestine. Mark my words. You see, you can't even let me finish this
because nobody disagrees with you, man.
I don't know why it hurts you so much, bro, to hear that the Palestinians are going to be free, bro. They're going to have their own country. Yes.
You're mentally ill, man. You really are mentally ill.
If you go against the freedom of people, you are mentally ill.
You are the one who goes against the freedom of Ukrainians, you fucking monkey, man.
Sir.
You are the one who goes against the freedom of Ukrainians.
Why don't you hold the same opinion for the Ukrainians who are fighting for their country and their freedom?
Yeah. Why should they not be free?
Yeah, Ukrainians say we want to be free. We elected Zelensky. We want to be free. We want to be part of the EU. We want to be free. We want to be free to choose what to do with our own nation, speaking our own language, propagating our own culture, having our own religion.
Yeah, why don't they have the right to be free, Mr. I don't support Russia?
They do have the right to be free. They absolutely
do. We shouldn't support them.
He's not going to let me finish the sentence.
Interesting.
Ready? You're going to trigger? You're going to trigger now.
Interesting.
Go ahead. Tell me when you're stopped triggered so I can answer you the question.
Arjen, let him answer because I'm interested about the answer.
Okay. The reason why this happened was, if you look back in 2015, right? The people, you see, he's going to get triggered.
Arjen,
this is his time. You're going to interrupt me?
We had this conversation already, Zybek, with him. Like, why rehatch it all? He believes it was a coup from the West. Like, we don't need to do this all.
He knows the answer, the little bitch. He knows the answer.
Just say, hold on.
But even if it's even if it's a coup d'etat from the West, the Ukrainian people are going with it. They say, yeah, hell yeah. We appreciate the coup d'etat from the West for taking our freedom in our own hands, right? Thank you for the push. Thank you for the help, West. Now we're gonna get our own freedom, right?
Yeah.
Why can we not respect that? Why don't we just disarm Russia and let the Ukrainians have their freedom? Like you said, disarm Israel.
Yep. Tell China to stop selling weapons to
comical, yeah. Like you guys are in like comedy.
No, man, I think you.
Bro, I don't understand. Like, so
You just said a coup was done by the West. You just said it, man.
Yeah, and
with
that
your
gives the
own
right. Wait. If Poland receives a coup from Russia, does that give me the right as a German to invade Poland?
My God, you just don't know what you're talking about.
I'm asking you a question. Like, stop just avoiding questions.
You know what? I'm not
going
to waste my time anymore.
Obviously, you are a waste of oxygen, bro. Just go back to
you are a waste of time, bro. Yeah, you have no clue about military. You have no clue about politics. You just don't know shit.
Yeah, cool, man. Go back into your cave.
Yeah, go back into your cage, bro. Go back because obviously you don't know about world politics. You don't know about war, and you want to arm the Palestinians. That's your solution. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, bro. You are a moron. Moron.
Are you against the arming of the Afghani Taliban by the Soviets and the Russians during the invasions of Americas? Huh?
Well, are you against the arming of the Taliban when the USSR invaded Afghanistan when the
Yeah, of
Americans
course.
were arming the
Of course,
Taliban?
100%. 100%.
No, not you. SC, Montreal.
You guys are just not worth it, man. Think what you want.
Yeah,
No,
because
you
you
don't
don't
have
like
to do
to
this. You
tell
don't have to
you.
do this.
You are
You don't have to do
completely
this.
ignorant of
You don't have to do this.
We
You
have him
don't
in
have
a
to do this
corner, man.
theatrics.
You
You
just
don't
think
have.
what you want, man. Think what you want.
You in a
Sure,
corner,
SC,
man.
the problem
Ukraine
is
is
that
going to win the war, bro, and let's
You're in
arm
a
the
corner, bro.
Palestinians.
I never said.
He's
I never
preaching,
said that's the
bro.
case.
Yeah. What a bunch of idiots.
Let me tell you
SC.
something. I hope Palestinians will be free. I don't know if that will happen or not, if they will get genocided or not. I wish them the best. I think the odds are looking better than ever before. And I'm gonna tell you something like very, very real. Kyiv will remain Ukrainian forever. Like, you can sit here and do backflips for fucking Putin and suck his dick on your knees. I don't give a shit. The Ukraine is gonna remain free. We are gonna give them Taurus rockets, and we're gonna blow fucking as deep into Russia as we can. Alhamdulillah. Now cry about it.
Sure, bro. Think what you want. Good talk.
There was no talk, as I said from the beginning.
Yeah, because SC assumes that we're in bad faith at all times.
He doesn't just assume, he just doesn't bother listening, right? He told multiple times that I'm like trying to sugarcoat Zionism. Like, is this guy mentally ill? Fucking dog, man.
That's ironic.
When I didn't even mention Zionism and I'm yet somehow sugarcoating it. That's crazy. When I said Israel's a pariah state, he said, what you don't know is that nobody supports Israel. Like, bro, what?
In any case,
I hate these. I can't say
what is the with Z words? That's what you mean?
Yeah, I wanted the hard R to say was that.
No, don't say that.
I hate them, bro. Like, they're like,
Just
oh, Palestine.
begging to say the hard R. I love it.
No, it's not what you think, Silent. It's not.
It's replace the N with Z. It's for people who worship Putin.
Okay.
In any case, it astounds me that like people would, from one side of their mouth, promote freedom and liberty and democracy for oppressed people, but from the other, as soon as you go against their perceived traditional values or religion, they immediately assume the position of the oppressor, as long as they're traditional Christian, trad values, white, all that bullshit. Because SC on numerous occasions has criticized me as a European that our world, our continent is overrun by immigrants, right? And I know why he does this for obvious reasons. But as soon as you like to propose the same thing to happen to the people they do not support but fit exactly that bill that they should support, if they're in a position to their like trad king Vladi, then no, baby, no, it's possible.
He sits here and celebrates Hamas. What is the word called? Embarrassing Israel, he said, I think. Embarrassing Israeli military. But then turns around and is like, yeah, we shouldn't give them weapons though. But yet he's like proud about how like they are still pushing back and resisting. It's like, choose, man. Like, which one do you want?
Yeah, I read an article about how Russia currently is in current French Africa and recruiting from there, because the French never really let go of their colonial properties. They switched it to be more subversive in terms of controlling their colonies in Africa via finance. And the Africans are tired of them, and they perceive the Russians as the great liberators, right? But Wagner was currently in Sudan and Niger and most of French Africa, like sparring revolutions. Is basically recruiting for the Russian government for a bunch of black people to go to Ukraine and be used as meat shields, essentially.
Okay. You know what they call them in Russia, the one that was made for the Africans?
Snezhinka.
No, not what they call Africans. I'm saying what they call the battalion for them.
No.
The same one that the Nazis had for the black people.
Oh, that's great.
Look, man, I don't trust the East a single bit. That's why I always say the West has to be the dominant force. We are the only one that actually critique our own regimes and stand with
I
humanitarian
don't
rights.
see it like that.
I do. China will not
I
give a
s-
single. Listen, Zoidberger, if my throat gets slit, China doesn't give a shit as long as I benefit from it. Just accept it. Just do.
Well, that's not going to be the case when the great Canaanite Confederation rises up and takes over.
Okay, cool. Nice dreams.
That'll be part of it, goddammit.
I hate these people who like worship the East as if like they will do like everything right. No, they don't. They will do it even worse. They don't give a fuck. These anti-imperialist quote unquote nations are like they are all imperialist. They just can't be as imperialist as the West. That's it.
I mean, they have to, right? Because it's either delusional leftists or just fascists. Delusional leftists because China and Russia related to communism, right? They may have like good ideals for freedom, equality, all that shit, right? But they still support the most abhorrent regimes that are antithesis of their ideology. And the other one is because China is like a terrible country. It bullies all of its neighbors. It bullies the Philippines for no good reason, takes their land because it discovers oil, like just aggressive, arrogant, greedy, grabbing everything, right? And Russia is the same, just in Europe. But somehow they're absolutely convinced that the communism would emerge from this and destroy the oppressive regime right now. So we need to keep Russia strong. So communism, when it emerges, it's strong as well, right? That's one part. The other one is just people who
like all mentally ill though. Like that's the issue with MLs.
If Israel,
you may not like my answer, but I don't think that's the case. But like, just real quick, I want to finish this. This thought. On the other hand, you have the fascists who just absolutely immensely enjoy. It's so delicious to them. It's mouth-watering. The fact that like there's these big, strong countries controlled by big, strong men with big, strong armies that they have to bully everybody around and impose their like ethnic and racist, racist like ideology.
Big burly men for sure.
I agree.
I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. You like contemplating ideologies all the time, but it doesn't matter really. If Israel would be an Eastern ally, none of the regimes would bother even like critiquing it for 2 seconds. Just saying.
And given the fact that, I mean, I'm talking as a conversational partner here, not as part of the mod team, SE very much aggrandizes these kinds of strongman regimes. And he thinks that, well, see, these people, their greatness is enshrined, it's God-given, it's divine, right? It's literally mandated.
Why does he not like Israel then?
For sure on the server.
So why does he not like Israel then?
Because he's an anti-Semite.
But
and it's very convenient for him that currently Israel is the bad guy, is the Nazi, so he can openly.
No, but the point is, I thought he liked strong men and like God-given and so on. That's what the Jews are.
Yes, but because he doesn't like the Jews.
Interesting.
Well, I would assume that's the case. Otherwise, I cannot explain it. Like, I reserve the right to say AC is not an anti-Semite and apologize if that's not the case. But
it could also be
all else given, it seems to be the case because he was talking about Muslim hordes invading Europe. So it has to be by definition that he is an
anti-Semite. It could also be that he's just a like Eastern shill. Like this happens very often.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't talk about Brazil or India or any other big like BRICS country the same way like an Eastern shill like AK used to be talk about.
Well, he's a Russian shill, man. Come on.
I mean, maybe, but the Russians are full of oligarchs who are also Jewish. So,
I mean, you heard him, man. He's like continuously yapping about how Russia is winning, bro. It's been 4 years, man. They took like 3 threes in the last 3 years. Like, give me a break.
No, it's a stalemate. Like nobody's winning. Everybody's losing, nobody's winning, essentially.
Well, not really, because
you're losing resources and manpower to maintain status quo. That's losing.
Well, the issue is that one is losing far more than the other because Russia's GDP.
You can say that. Yeah.
Russia's GDP is like the equivalent of like less than Italy, right? And I mean, we can fucking run this.
I think it's on par now because the war economy is like kind of gave them a really healthy boost. Like
maybe
internally, they seem to be far better now than they were at the start of the war. Internally.
Not really. They are crashing out everywhere because they have taken out money from almost every.
But I read reports, man. Like the global financial sector, community says that they're doing well.
Yeah, I understand, but you have to look at how. If I pump you full of steroids right before you're fucking going out, you're gonna look well. But that doesn't mean that, like, in a bit, the fucking steroids will stop fucking functioning, and you're just gonna hit rock bottom. And that's what's happening with Russia. They have put their like economy in a coma for some time. Then they've taken it out of it. Then they've pumped it full with federal reserves. They are running out of them. They don't have them forever. They're running out. They have like already taken 60% or some shit. Then on top of that, they have reallocated money from education and other areas into the military. They have expanded. Like, yeah, there is right now a lot of jobs and everything, right? Because it's artificially being kept up. The second the war's over. The second the war's over and the second they have no more federal reserves, Russia is going to look very bad.
Maybe. I mean, if they keep land, it's going to be really bad for them because they have to like restore that land.
All the intelligent Russians have left.
They'll be risking. Yeah, they have a huge brain drain. I know about this for sure. But if they keep land, it's going to hurt them a lot. So I don't know if it's wise to keep land. And if they do keep land and they don't improve that land that they destroyed, that's just fertile grounds for rebellion, essentially. So it has to be like, why is the emote muted again?
I think Putin knows that he's going to go soon, right? So he doesn't care that after he's dead, the Russians will face absolute horrendous fucking economical conditions.
No, there's already another prep coming. It would be stupid to think that there's already another person prepped to take over after Putin.
That's not what I'm saying. You don't understand. I'm saying
what did
that
you say?
Putin is currently doing like big things, because he wants to be a big man, He's doing big man things, big man things on the block. And so he is trying to gain as much land as possible. He wants to go down into the history as the one who like was trying to restore the Soviet Union and shit like that, And when he dies, he doesn't have to face the crying and so on from the people that the economy is doing shit. He doesn't. It will be passed to the next one.
I mean, yeah, sure, but like, they don't care. They run the Russian Federation as it was the Tsardom of Russia. They literally don't care. It's just the Russian Empire under a new flag, essentially.
I know. He wants to go down with a title. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he is going down.
And how do you do it without doing some more?
Sure. The point is like,
if we're talking about his motivations, he's been openly stating his motivations for decades. I don't think that's
restore the Russian Empire.
Surprise or shocking in any meaningful way.
Do you know what I learned actually? This is just a bit of trivia. But apparently, according to the Russian constitution, if you hold an ID card from another nation, meaning that you were born in another nation, you cannot be president of Russia. And Putin was born in Eastern Germany. He holds an Eastern German ID card. But yeah, fuck the constitution, I suppose.
Yeah, rules for me and not for me.
Yeah.
But I'm not just asking for the motives of Putin. I'm saying that obviously he wants to restore, but there's different reasons. Some people might want to do that because they want to make Russia stronger, or like they want to have economical gain. I don't believe these are the reasons. I believe he genuinely just wants to go down in history with like a name,
Well, he's openly stated he wants to bring back the glory of the USSR when all the satellite states were under its control. I mean,
no, not the USSR, the Russian Empire. He's like a Russian Empire.
He considers the USSR and the Russian Empire basically the same. I don't think he views them as like some like.
No,
No
Silence,
way. How the
that's
fuck
not
are
true.
they the same? What are you talking about?
He
You make
didn't
a
say.
conflict.
Silence say according to Putin, not the
He's
silent
talking
princess.
according to Putin. He's not talking by his opinion.
No way is Putin this dumb.
I don't think
He
Putin
is-
believes that they were literally the same. I just think that it's still Russia. It's still the Russian people. Like so.
Well,
for him,
there's
I
an
don't-
easier way
I
to
don't
like
think he fucking
characterize
matters.
this. Right, he wants the Tsarist, the Russian Tsarist Empire back.
Yeah,
Not
But
the Soviet
Russia
one.
grew. The USSR
Not the
was
Soviet
bigger than the
one.
Russian Empire, by the way.
Well, but I mean, then we're just talking about in terms of like territory, right? Which has to be
It was bigger.
clarified, because they're definitely ideologically opposed, like Soviet Union and.
It's not about.
and
It's not about the
Putin's Russia.
ideology. It's about
But
power.
it is as well.
It's okay. It's not about the ideology. He's never been
But
a communist.
it is though partial.
Or simping for
Guys, let's not
communism.
start splitting here. Come on, man.
So stupid.
This is like we are talking about the
Sure,
motives
never
of
mind.
Putin.
Yeah.
It's like very difficult to prove.
You guys
anyway.
can baffle me sometimes because when I'm in here, you guys are like, "Oh, I don't understand. Why would they lie? No manipulation, no control. They're not really much
Stace, are
control
you
going
using
on
your
up there." But
boyfriend's
then there's
account?
constant control. Constant. You guys are talking about.
What does that have anything to do with this
I
conversation?
have no idea what she just said. Like genuinely no idea.
Oh, you guys been here
Stacey-
talking about manipulation of our governments and everything in different countries and whatnot, but you guys can't even focus on the fact that you can be manipulated by any other subject in the world, conspiracies or anything. The politics you agree on.
I'm sorry, we're talking about a serious conversation right now.
Yeah, and I'm just saying politics. Yeah, you agree on politics.
The need to like.
Well, where's the
insert yourself
Stace?
into
Where's the first of all, Stace? I don't know if you're aware, but you're using your boyfriend's account. And two,
Honey, we're driving
this
to
is
the
not
United
about.
States of America. Yeah, I'm in a car.
Okay.
He's driving.
Okay.
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 Yeah, is that a
Okay.
problem for
Just
you, Elizabeth?
saying. Maybe
Americans
maybe it's a
don't
mistake.
believe
Maybe
that.
it's a mistake, and they don't want to like. Okay.
Can we go one at a time, guys, please? Let Stacy get it out, and then you guys could go. Come on.
I mean, I don't have a problem you guys talking about politics and countries and everything, but we come in here with
Thank you.
conspiracies and conversations about the world of manipulation and control. And I'm sitting back and hearing you guys talk about the control, talk about the manipulation, and then we have other conversations outside of this. You guys act like it doesn't exist. Like, oh no, there's no problems with any of this stuff happening in the
No.
world.
No, I'm
Right,
sorry.
nobody
No,
says
no,
that.
no,
Sorry.
we don't
I'm
act
sorry.
like it doesn't
Another
exist.
woman.
But
I'm sorry. I'm
but
sorry.
the
You,
level
you,
that you're talking about is literally insane.
yeah, like no, the fact that you're telling us that we are aware it exists is proving that we are aware that it can exist. But the problem is
Also,
you see in one corner manipulation or propaganda or whatever the fuck, and then you just extrapolate it wherever the fuck you desire.
but hold on. When are we denying that conspiracies in the world exist in politics
Every day.
and in science and whatever the fuck? No, that's not true. Like conspiracies
Most of the
exist in all of these areas. Like I don't Stacey, this is just completely redundant. Like nobody
What is
disagrees
the
with you.
conspiracy? Wait. What is the conspiracy to you then? Right? Something is
7th
conspiring.
October. 7th October was a false flag. Well, not a false flag, not a false flag by like the technical definition that they did it
Yeah.
themselves, but
Yes.
they allowed it to happen.
Correct. Another one. Right. Red flag. Right. Any of those things that cause a red flag to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll tell you one, Stace. My favorite conspiracy is a 9/11 conspiracy where all the intelligence
go.
agencies of the West plus Mossad warned the United States that something's going to happen. And the United States did not do anything more than whatever they decided to do at the time of 9/11. Instead of like being more tight, having more, diverting more planes or to other places, having F-16s or F-15s patrolling and potentially have to shooting down commercial planes because they're going to kill way more people, right?
Right.
Did not happen. I mean, it was given that this did not happen. Just shows to me that there's something sus there, right?
Why is there
That's
so
my
much stuff
conspiracy.
with our politics, with our right things like
But
this,
that's
red
related to
flag,
politics,
9/11,
Stace.
and everything all over the entire world of corruption and manipulation? And you guys can understand the manipulation goes farther, way far deeper than that. You understand what I'm saying, though?
Stace, that's related to
What
politics.
does that have anything to do with like Russia or Putin or?
I didn't even say anything
discussions
that
about
has
the
anything to do. Did I
Ukraine-Russian
mention
war?
flat Earth?
Like, what does that have to do with fucking anything that we're talking
Did
about?
I mention flat Earth or anything? I said how you guys actually talk about, even when we talk about 9/11. I appreciate you saying something about 9/11, but any of these
So you
other
don't
things
believe
outside of what you're talking about.
Well, so
So
I'm
you
gonna
told
tell
me
you.
You mentioned flat Earth at all? You're the one who brought up flat Earth. We're talking about Russia in Ukraine and Putin's
That's what I'm saying. Why are you guys saying it's wrong to
what
say
is your
it?
need for attention so deep? Holy fuck.
Look, I'm gonna say this again to you.
But this wasn't about flat Earth. This was about me coming in saying the conversations that we have in here when we talk outside of what you guys want to say in your paradigm. You guys say we're wrong and this conspiracies. You guys are crazy. But we're actually talking about corruption in the world. This is not about flat Earth. I'm not coming with that.
Okay, look, I'll tell you again. The reason why Zoidberger believes what he believes about 9/11, the reason why I believe what I said about 7th October is because there's clear motives. There's like a clear motive why to do it. It benefits the nation in question. There is a driving factor. When it comes to hollow earth theory or flat earth theory, it is involving so many nations, it is involving so many people, and there is just no clear motive to why. Why would all of the space agencies around the world do this thing where they lie to us that the earth is flat? For what? Like what changes about our lives? If I would live right now on a plane, or if I would live in the universe, what the fuck is changing? Nothing.
The way you perceive life, the way you perceive everything around you. That's what
will
would
change? Tell me, give me an example. What would change? Is my mother no longer my mother? Is my father no longer my father? Will my job change? Like, what will happen?
Well, your job's not going to change. More than likely, your view on life, your job might change. I mean, it did for me. I'm not even working here anymore. I mean, it might change, but it's not going to change. Like you have to go to work every day.
Well,
right?
okay, so tell me what will change.
Or if the ball, or if it's a diamond, or what it is, you still have to live this life that it is. But it changes your view on how this place is. Like, is it created? Was it a purpose? Do I have a purpose beyond just everything just happened magically, randomly?
But I don't need a dome over my head to believe the world was created. I believe in a creator. Like, what changes? So again, like, I don't see a difference.
I never mentioned dome, but there might be one. I'm pretty sure some type of containment, but I can't tell you it's a dome.
Okay, so I believe. Okay, so let's settle this again. You said that what will change is I will believe in a creator. I already do.
Well, that's amazing. But do you believe this place is created for you, and it's for you in your home?
Can we go back to politics,
What do you?
please?
Sure, we can. My bad. I bited it.
Okay, this is the situation as it stands right now. At least the way I said, just restart the conversation, is that if you have these like inclinations, these values, these moral like truths that you hold about freedom and democracy and all that nice like hippie shit, right? Then you by necessity must support Ukraine and Palestine at the same time with the same veracity, by necessity. If you don't, then you're either like you have some ideological like blockage that's happening.
You have Putin's cock in your mouth. That's what's up.
Well, I mean, you can just say you have BB's cock. Same
Okay.
shit. The weirdest thing is that I've seen people who support Hamas but also support like Russia.
Yeah, of course, because it benefits the East. They don't care about any of the values they talk about. They just want to see the West crumble. It's evident. Name me.
And then they're confused.
Look, man. The West. It's clearly within the interest, or at least sold to the West, that Israel is in the interest of the West, right? And yet, even though Israel is one of our greatest allies, where have been one of the largest like fucking demonstrations for Palestine? Within the West. They constantly were going on non-stop. Name me please a fucking demonstration in the Middle East for Ukrainians. Please, name me one in, I don't know, China or any other place of the East. It doesn't exist. They don't exist. These people don't give a fuck if Westerners die, get genocided, get slit apart. They don't give a fuck. Just accept it. If you and me tomorrow have to fight and the East becomes stronger, we will get killed and these people will not shed a single tear for us. We are the only ones who actually care to uphold our regimes, to not fucking shed blood for no reason. We are the only people on earth, white people.
Oh my god,
Wait a minute, are you like Mediterranean? You're not fucking.
Holy shit. I'd shed a tear. Why do people keep thinking that people die, people are going to shed a tear? I'm sorry. I know so many people met people on here that I'd shed a tear for people on here.
Why did you bring race into it, man? Like, why did you bring it?
Because all he
Oh, dude, I'm just gonna mute this lady. She's
You brought right back to racism yesterday.
Do you
That's
realize
true.
how backwards that statement was? Because it's us, the West, that's been terrorizing the world for the past 100 years. Do you realize how backwards that statement was?
Fucking facts. Hell yeah. Wait.
Are
who's
you a
that?
lefty SC? That's crazy.
Is he dude base? Yeah, true.
I mean, the
Try
West
not to get
has in
triggered,
fact
guys.
done that.
Try
Yeah.
not to get
Hold on.
facts.
Yeah,
Let's just
the
talk
West
facts.
has
How
in fact
many
done
how
that, I
many
agree.
people of color did the Russian Empire, the USSR kill AC? Would you like me to bring you statistics on this?
Just literally whataboutism, dude. The fuck? No, I see done with
That was that. Well, what do you
literally
mean?
whataboutism.
He
absolutely
raised
whataboutism.
whataboutism, Spartacus. The whole point
No,
was
he didn't.
whataboutism. He said, "Do you know how
No.
many people the West has killed?" After we
No,
said how many,
you're the
bro,
one.
bro,
You're the
bro.
one who, bro. No, you're the one who's promoting the West and saying like, "Oh, we're the most moral white
No.
people." Right?
No.
You made it about race,
Listen,
and
listen
even
very carefully.
and even Zoidberg was like, "Man, we have to make it racial,
Listen
right?"
very carefully.
And
Listen
then
very
it's
carefully.
quite valid for somebody to point out. Then, well, wait, you claimed they did like this, all of these good things, right? Right? They're like so awesome, but what about the bad things that they did? Right?
Yeah. So
Look,
when the
all
war in
empires,
Vietnam was
guys,
occurring,
all empires have blood on their hands, bro. Us,
Yeah, but
them,
that's
the
a
other guys,
lukewarm
we
statement.
all do the same things to each
yeah,
other.
but I
You
don't
have to
promote
understand that.
blood. But that's
We're
the
all
difference
about
between
blood.
you
It's-
and me. I don't promote blood. You do.
Yes, you do. Why are you
Dude,
taking?
what the
Why are you
fuck are you
taking this
talking
more?
about?
Wait,
You're
Ardian.
like promoting the
Wait,
white
yeah.
race, right, and its institutions.
No,
right,
Ardian,
which
why
is
are
not
you?
Am I
Why
not
are
allowed
you?
to fucking
Why
promote
are
my
you?
own
Why?
race? What?
Why are
That
you
means I
acting
want to kill
like?
others.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Pussy. You had me muted.
I don't have you muted, you
Oh,
fucking
okay,
idiot.
then why are you acting like you're not okay with certain people's getting genocided?
What?
I've
When have I
literally.
stated that?
Are you okay?
I am. How are you?
I'm sorry. Who genocided your people again?
The Serbians, prior to
Oh,
that,
Slavs. That's right,
Turkish.
Slavs. You don't like Slavs.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. How do you
Wait a
feel
minute,
about
wait
them
a minute.
again?
This guy's
I'm curious.
Slavic and he
No,
says he's white?
let's just like.
So
Wait a
listen
minute,
to this.
wait a minute, you're not
Oh
fucking
wait,
white.
So
you wouldn't by
Easy,
chance think
dude.
they're subhuman, would you, Ardian?
I
You
can
wouldn't.
think of them.
You
I
haven't by
can.
chance said such things, have you?
Yeah, I can think of them whatever I want to think. But listen here.
Ah, okay. You can think about
Yeah.
them however you want to, but you would never be okay with their blood being spilled.
Obviously, I support Ukraine.
You
for
are
exactly-
you are so full of shit.
Why do I
I've
support
liter-
Ukraine then?
I've literally heard you talk about
So
how
why
you
do I
think
support
Slavic people.
Ukraine?
Yeah, I've
Because
heard
they're
you
killing
talk
other
about.
Slavs, man.
So
Yeah,
why
that's
do I
it.
why do I support Ukraine, Nestin? You tell me. Why do
Again,
you think
I
they
have
should be supported?
again, Ardian, I have heard you multiple times
Yeah.
talk about how you think Slavs are subhuman. You
Yeah.
wouldn't care if they all disappeared off the face of the earth. How
wouldn't
you
go that far.
how
I mean,
yeah,
if they
you
just
have
That was
you
on Red
have.
server when he was surrounded by Nazis. Though, so that's
If
Oh
I
yeah, because that's yeah.
I
It's
I
not
have
him.
never said these things. You
I
just
mean,
lied.
yeah, already in my
Yeah, I'm just
memory,
lying.
I mean, in my
No.
memory,
That's
from
interesting.
Okay,
yeah,
is this the?
Canada.
Okay,
I have
is it possible? Is it?
It was in the context of, I think, to be
Hold on.
fair, but it also, well, to be fair, in
No.
like the Ukraine-Russia war,
Hold on, let's.
but also, I don't
I
know, my vibes
I
like about you, man, is like that.
bro, I
too,
don't
right?
I don't lie, man. I can tell you what I think of them. I obviously think of them as lesser. You can see this. They're the only ones who cause.
They're lesser, but you won't kill
Yeah.
them.
Wait, they're not
That's
white? Wait, are
No,
Slavs
they
a
are.
white?
wonderful
They are.
logic.
It's
Ah.
ridiculous.
Wait, they're white or not?
Slavs
They
are
are,
obviously white.
They are
I have
white.
stated this. I've stated this time and time again.
But still, you're like
Despite
racial supremacist. You're like a Nazi, bro.
no, I disagree, man. They are the ones who cause genocides all the time in Europe. They are the ones who cause continuous suffering upon the people. I don't
just
like them.
find
Why
it
would I?
funny. You sit here and say, I would never advocate for the spilling of blood. Yet you
I
think
don't.
Slavic people are
I do not.
subhuman.
I do not.
You,
Yeah,
but you never would, huh?
I do believe one without
And you
believing the other.
don't.
Like, do you believe just because I see like an animal, I therefore want to harm the animal? Are you under that impression?
That's not the best analogy you could have used.
Well, I'm gonna go
I
even
think
further than
comparing
Slavs.
human beings to animals is a little cringe and shows your.
Well, tell me what it
Kind
does.
of
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, man.
It's
You
kind
guys
of the
sit,
first
you guys sit in
to-
America. You're like fucking life has been beautiful. You don't have to deal with them. You
what do you
don't.
mean? What do you mean?
Ask the
Aryan?
Georgians. Go ask the Chechens. Go ask
Yeah.
the fucking Stanis. Go ask the fucking Polish. Why do you think Polish? Why do you think Ukrainians? Wait, one question. If you guys are so like fucking like smart and everything, why did the Ukrainians like literally worship the Nazis? Why is that?
Oh,
What Ukrainians?
Well, because
The
they've been
Ukrainians, Stefan
because they've
Bandera
been-
and so on. Why
Yeah.
do today? Why is there so many? Why is there Azov battalion? Why do these people
All-
exist?
Yo, wait. Did you know that there's
No
like
analysis,
Nazis in
no
America? Do you know
nothing,
there's
that's
like
crazy.
Nazis in Israel?
No, but
Did you know
the
there's
point is-
Nazis
Wow, the
in
existence of
Germany?
some Nazis
Yeah,
within a
but the point is
population means that
Americans are
all
not
of the group of
Slavic, you
people are fucking
monkey,
Nazis.
you idiot.
Did you know there's Slavic Nazis in America?
Listen, fat balding
crazy,
guy,
bro.
one moment. Like, I don't need you guys'
But did
like
you know
accumulated soil.
Did you know there's there's fat Slavic Nazis in America?
No, there's not.
Not
there's
a single
not,
one, guys.
not as that's
The only ones that
interesting.
are in your imagination, bro. Like, why do you tell me this?
No,
Of
they
course
are-
I know,
they
man.
are-
Like,
okay.
what the fuck, man?
So you do know, okay.
Obviously. So, can you now explain to me why there is so much Nazism going on in Ukraine? Can you explain? Can
Why
you
is there
elaborate?
so much Nazism
What is
going
this so
on in
much
America?
Nazism? So
Oh my
much
god, man.
Nazism.
Do you comprehend that Slavs are deemed by Nazi ideology to be literally subhuman? Why would Slavs turn around and start praising it? Why?
because you brainwashed them.
No,
Guys,
absolutely
how
not.
is
I
it
think
possible that there could be a
the
black
reason
white supremacist? That seems
when
impossible.
when did the Nazis
How
have
could that
when
even
did the
ever
Nazis have
occur?
any
Wow,
control
that's
over
crazy.
Ukraine? When
Artie,
did the
you know
Nazis
that
have any
argument
control
can
over
be
Ukraine?
Let's not
created
over talk
in-
each other, guys. Please, one at a time.
Well, it's 2-on-1 and they just keep on talking, not answering anything,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't feel good, does it? Yeah, I know
such
how
a
that
victim.
feels like. Let him finish, and then you guys could go.
So again, the Nazis did not control anything in Ukraine, so they couldn't propagandize them as you are proclaiming. It's very evident why the Ukrainians joined the Nazis, because there's a fucking bigger threat right at your border. The fucking Russians and
But they're
the
not.
Germans. And the Germans, they fucking, in fact, generalized upon the Slavs and said all Slavs are subhuman and so on and so on. I still believe, and I still hold this opinion, the only people in Europe that are causing destruction for the past decades are the Slavs. They are the only ones, and mostly it's targeted against their own, against other Slavs. So, do I believe that what they are doing is subhuman? Fuck yes. If you are trying to genocide other people, you are a subhuman. Number one. Number two, do I support the Ukrainians to have their own rights? Do I support the Bosnians? Do I support even Vojvodina? They places you don't even know because you guys are fucking monkeys and uneducated on politics, right? But wanna fucking tell me what I believe? I do. I do believe these people to have humanitarian rights, international law should be applied to everyone equal, no matter of your skin color. Just because I don't want to have them in my nation doesn't mean I wish them dead.
Look,
Okay,
Just
so
because I think
wait.
they're animals, and just
look,
because I think that they shouldn't exist in my nation, doesn't
Yeah,
mean
they
I
should
would
not.
want anything
They should
bad
not,
to
and they don't. That's the difference. They will never. They
I'm
don't.
curious. How would
Artie,
you
what
kick
you're
out?
saying is like what white supremacists are saying is like,
Bro, I
oh
don't
look,
give a fuck.
Wait, no, Artie, and I'm curious.
I've been like
I-
beat,
I-
look,
I
I've
don't-
been I've been beaten up by a bunch of black guys, right? So no surprise,
one
I'm
at a
a,
time.
no surprise, I'm a KKK member now.
I'm gonna tell you
Wait,
this.
Ardian,
I-
how would you get them out of your country? Would it be
They are
by,
not in
would
my
it be
nation.
under they aren't at all.
That's the whole point. They're not. Yeah, they're not.
No,
And they
okay,
will
let's
not.
say a group of them came to your nation.
Well, there you
right?
go.
How would you
I
get
don't need
them
to
out?
engage in your hypotheticals.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I wonder why you won't engage in it. I wonder if it's because
Because
you
I
would
don't
force them out
have
with
to.
lethal force.
Yeah, they shouldn't be part of it. Yeah,
So you are okay with genociding them.
that's not genocide, idiot.
What do you do if they refuse to leave?
Fight.
You kill them. Let's say
No.
they don't want to fight.
Commit
But let's say
violence
they don't
against-
want to
Arrest them.
fight. Yeah.
Arrest them.
Yeah, exactly.
Arrest
Commit
them.
violence against
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
What happens if they don't comply with the
Are you
arrest?
genociding the illegals right now in fucking America? Is that the implication here?
What does that have anything to do with this? Nice.
Because they are also migrants, man. I don't
Nice
want
red
migrants in my nation. End of the story. There you go. Problem solved.
What, you don't want any migrants, like not even like legal migrants?
Yeah, I mean white ones. I don't mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Even the good kind of Slavic, they can come to like Croatians and shit.
Ugh,
So
you
you
wonder
want
why I
some
kept you on
migrants.
mute.
Bro, you can cry about it, man, but you like just misrepresenting me. I support the
No
Ukrainians.
one's
to have the-
misrepresenting anything. You are perfectly
You are.
perfectly comfortable with genociding these individuals.
No, I'm not.
Right.
That's a
You
lie.
are.
That's a
You
lie.
are. What you
That's
are.
a lie. That's a
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah, okay. It's
That's
not
just
a
flat
lie.
out a lie.
I don't know. If it's a lie, then I don't know why it's getting under your skin so much. You should just disregard it then and move on with your day.
It is a lie. That's what I'm
Animals,
doing.
If it's such
you're
a big
pro-arrest
obvious
and
lie,
violence
then
against
disregard
them.
it.
I mean, like, okay.
As I
so,
said,
like,
it's just a
this
lie.
is
I
the
don't
literal
care.
SpongeBob meme, right? Like, this is the literal SpongeBob
I
meme.
know.
You
Bro,
think of
you
them
are
as
the soy
subhuman,
milk
as
meme.
animals. You are pro-arresting and deporting them, but
Yeah.
you wouldn't kill them.
Yeah, they can stay at their own homes.
Yeah, but they would be being deported, and they
Yeah,
would be
to their-
being
back to
arrested
their homes.
violently, and you would fight them.
Back to their homes,
So-
yeah.
So while all of this was happening, I looked into something interesting. I looked into Serb ethnic minorities living in Kosovo.
Yeah.
Right? And apparently, they are Serb ethnic minorities who live in Kosovo and are not genocided.
Correct.
They are granted civil rights as any Kosovo or Albanian. They're not facing
No one said
violence. No, I know. But apparently, they themselves cause a lot of violence. They
do, which is why I
harbor
don't want
terrorists from Serbia, like paramilitary groups from Serbia, who go and kill Albanian police officers in Kosovo. Kosovar people, right? Given the Kosovo consider an independent state.
Yep.
So it seems that
They shoot the police. They do everything, even though they have the most minority rights
it seems
than
that
any
like,
other nation.
whatever the position is, the Kosovo Albanians are tolerating all of this bullshit, even though these same Serbians that live in their territory used to genocide them. Right?
And
so
who
we can
supports it?
we can
And who-
find
and
we
who-
can find like examples in real life where you can hate somebody but also allow them to live in your territory, give them equal rights, and
I don't
Okay, you realize, Zoid, that we were talking about Ardian as a person and the downshoot of his beliefs, and right now what you're talking about is the functionality of a country.
I was gonna get there.
These are two
I was-
totally separate things.
I was gonna tie it there. Ardian,
Who
do you
just
approve
burped?
of-
Who's the guy that just hold on? Who
I don't
just
know.
burped right now?
That was me.
I have no idea.
Please don't do that, bro. It's like the fourth, fifth time. Mute yourself.
I apologize.
Okay.
I was gonna tie it in nice bow. Ardian, do you disapprove of these Serb ethnic minority groups living in Kosovo, your country, because you're a Kosovar?
So the ones that were put in by the Yugoslav regime, no. The ones that have been living there before the Yugoslav regime, sure, I don't mind. As long as they behave. If I catch them a single bit do anything with Serbia, they are being yeeted.
Okay, but they are doing things with Serbia.
And they are getting yeeted for that, one by one.
So what is the what would be like a more concrete opinion then? Would you be okay with like these people, given that they're not causing any problems and they're participating in civil society, like Kosovo Albanians, are there?
Yeah,
or no?
I don't mind the ones.
No
who have-
conditions. No conditions.
I don't mind
I'm
the ones
asking-
that have. I don't mind the ones that have been living there prior to Yugoslavia. I don't mind. They can stay. They usually speak Albanian. They are assimilated. The ones who have been migrated during Yugoslavia are all just fucking thieves and terrorists and scum.
No, way to paint with a broad brush. The entire.
Well, they are illegal settlers, so I don't give a shit. Under international law, I have the right to kick them out. Cry me a river.
I have the right to get rid of them.
Yeah, I have.
Your little
Yeah,
ethnic-
under international law, they do not have the right to be there. What is your solution to the Israelis putting illegal settlers into West Bank? What is your solution,
Kick out-
Mr. I know?
kick out the
No,
illegal-
let him
illegal
answer. I really want to know. What is your solution, Silent? When there is 1 million Israelis within the West Bank put there illegally to disrupt a flow and a continuous state of the Palestinians. What's your solution?
I think the only solution to any part of this is a long-term solution where you have two states. And
how do you have a state when you have 1 million illegal settlers that literally will rebel the second you claim independence? How?
But Kosovo is
No,
a
let him please let him answer. Please let him answer. I mean, obviously, I'm speaking to you. Like, do you represent someone?
No, represent like.
But
Yeah,
these
are
are
you
different
talking
things,
in-
though.
Well,
Kosovo is different than West Bank.
I agree.
Kosovo
But let him answer.
is a recognized nation under European Union, while West Bank is not a recognized nation under UN.
Kosovo and Palestine are pretty comparable, actually. Number one. Number two, I'm trying to figure out what's his solution. What's your solution to the illegal settlements?
I just provided you with the solution.
You said a two-state solution. Again, the people that are there have been systematically put in this region, so they make up the majority of Israel, right? So if you try to divide them to a two-state solution where you go by the territories that is inhabited by Palestinians and by Jews, you end up with the Palestinians not having any territory. Now, if you go with, I know, and I'm giving you the other option which you can go with. If you want to go with the option of giving them the borders from 1967, well, you end up with the problem that there is 1.2 million Israelis that are armed to the teeth, and the Palestinians have no guns. So the second they were put there for a reason, right? This is, every single nation on earth has done this. They are there to then continue the fucking guerrilla warfare for the nation host.
Anything that is going to actually, if you want some type of solution that is not entirely temporary and going to just allow for a short-term, quote-unquote, solution that then starts an additional conflict in the Israel-Palestine entire area, then you need some type of settlement and agreement. And I don't mean settlement as in settlers. I mean settlement as in some type of agreement between both sides where they agree to split land and split people and split items and split territory. And if you don't do that, then there isn't a fucking solution. I don't know why you would like ask me some random gotcha where you think I'm going to be able to find a solution to the one of the longest running ethnic conflicts that we've had on Earth.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing, to be honest.
Quarter of a millennia. Like, what the fuck?
I don't think it's a fair. I don't think it's a fair question towards Island because Kosovo is not the same as.
I know it's not the same. I'm just curious when he will hit the fucking button of kick them out. So the point, obviously, Palestine is in a way worse condition than Kosovo. Nobody's denying that, bro. You don't have to convince me. So if you look into SideChat, you can see the territories that are inhabited by the Jews in orange, and you see the territories that are inhabited by the Palestinians, right? So when you check, they don't have a continuous state, and the way it's going, they are taking more and more and more land. How will you split this up? What is your desire here?
I don't think that there's any particular way. Like, I don't think it really matters. It's ultimately going to be arbitrary. But the problem is like twofold, right? Israel continues to engage in aggression by adding more and more settlers to the West Bank and doing a bunch of fuckery. And at the same time, the Palestinians demand things like full territory, full right of return, a single state and not a two-state solution. So both
they
sides
do,
have
in fact, want a two-state solution.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
But you're lying.
What? Arjen, let him speak.
Let him finish, guys. Let him finish.
You cried about other people interrupting you, so I don't appreciate that. Both parties have purposely put themselves into a lose-lose scenario where neither one of them is going to move forward, and they purposely done this because it advantages the Israeli state and the Israeli government to continue to have the same thing, to continue to have a status quo, and it benefits the Hamas and other leadership within Palestine to continue to accelerate the conflict and increase their numbers of people in their terrorist organization by continuing the conflict and creating more and more radicalized youth. So I don't know. I don't know how you expect me to on the spot propose a quote unquote perfect solution that's going to resolve all of the conflict that's been going on for 200 fucking years. And fuck you.
It's not been going on for 200 years. Number one. Number two.
Absolute. 18 something.
The first wave of migration of Jews was like in the late 1800s, early 19. Like by the 1930, no, it's not 200 years. In 19, I said, well, that's when the fucking first migrants went in. That's not 200 years. In like 1912. Can you stop talking, man? You've interrupted me now 5 times. I don't get the sentence out.
Yeah, let's show the same respect.
Silent.
Go ahead.
So in 1912, the Jewish population within Israel was like, or Palestine, was like round about 6 to 7%, and it was mostly by the natives. So no, this does not go 200 years back. Regardless, though, I don't want to split hairs, because if you say it goes 200 years back, you might as well say it goes 2,000 years back, as the other people do. The point that I'm giving to you is that it's not arbitrary the way it's going to be separated. There's territories controlled and owned by certain states. One is Palestinian, one is Israeli. The Israelis are putting in illegal settlers within the West Bank, as you recognized, but your premise is wrong. Arafat has accepted Israel as a state. The PLO recognizes Israel as a state. Hamas does not exist within the West Bank. It's not. It's in Gaza. So your whole both sides, like liberal bullshit, doesn't really work. West Bank, not a continuous state, deliberately done so by Israel. They do this on purpose so they can never ever form a continuous state. And even if they ever manage to receive the territories that belong to them, there will be almost half of the population be Jewish there, who have weapons and are fucking ultra-Zionists. These are not like your ordinary Zionists from New York. No, these are like the most bloodthirsty Zionists that you can think of. They go around, they massacre people, they burn houses down, they cut olive trees, they kick people out of the houses, they do all kinds of heinous acts. These people are ready for war.
By the way, I just want to say something real quick.
No, I want him to answer because he just had the complete wrong premise. Your premise was wrong. Will you admit that you were wrong?
I did. Oh, okay. Sorry, I should have said 125 years. Or
no,
actually,
they accept each other.
It's actually more than that. It's actually like what 135 years. But otherwise, like, what do you want me to fucking respond to?
You said. Don't really understand okay, I'll tell you again.
What basis is you want me to respond to? I mean, all you do is just like spew like fake propaganda that you don't really believe because you're a fucking Nazi.
Fake propaganda.
I just want to say
I'm a
this.
Nazi. How cute. Listen, soy boy. Listen here. You said that the Palestinians believe in a one-state solution, and that's why it's going where it's going. The PLO, the Authority of Palestine, recognized one that is within the West Bank, does recognize a two-state solution. Two-state solution. They have recognized Israel as a state. You are lying. So when you sit here and do your both-side bullshit, you are lying.
So I just want to say some things real quick to contextualize.
And he's not going to answer to that. He's not.
He's gonna speak after.
Zoidberg wanted to talk, and you freak out every time multiple people talk.
So Silent will speak after. 2 things. One, Arjan, I don't think it's fair to mesh those 2 things, since Kosovo is already having a path carved out to for statehood, right? Which is not, we're not even in the beginnings of the process for Palestine. 2, Silent. Palestinians up until 2019, before the Nation State Act and the right to return protest that happened, march that happened, and the subsequent 56 people killed, overwhelmingly were pro two-state solution with separation for Gaza and West Bank as they are, and Israeli settlers to leave obviously peacefully, as well as 60% of Israel's pro two-state solution. That needs to be mentioned because a lot of people, in their eyes at the time, before all of this shit happened, before 2019, were absolutely okay with the current with the separation. They were willing to cede 1967 borders for this. So Gaza as it stands right now, and for West Bank, fully like belonging to Palestinians with some conditions for freedom of travel between Gaza and West Bank. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
So what's your solution to the illegal settlers? Tell us.
I think we should just get rid of the Jews, right, man? That seems like the most based
So now we're
like
just gonna
all
give
the
a
Jews are
sarcastic answer because you
evil,
can't answer.
and we should just get rid of them all, right? I mean,
Artie, and you realize the biggest issue here.
Oh, and
isn't-
he's now gonna call his black boyfriend in. Gotcha.
Oh my god, Aryan, what the fuck, man?
Bro, that was so cringe. I didn't even mention Destiny.
That was so
or
cringe.
Destiny
How
or
about
anything.
you
He
don't
spoke
just
on his
fucking
own, bro.
like
He can't have his own
yeah
fucking
yeah.
opinions.
How about you don't do
That's very
That's crazy
sarcasm?
racism right
How
there.
how about you don't do sarcasm and you instead answer the question?
Sarcasm. Sarcasm. Yes.
What will you do, Silent, with the
just a
illegal? What will you do? No, I said you being sarcastic. I wasn't. How about you tell me why and how you solve the issue with the illegal settlers? Because all you did was just say, "Oh, all Jews are bad. Let's just Holocaust them." That's not what I said, and I don't think that's a position you
I've already
hold.
given
So
you.
tell me.
I've
So
already
tell me
given
what you
a
believe. No,
completely
you haven't.
sufficient answer and have no further obligation to repeat.
Your
myself over and
answer
over
is
again.
inapplicable because your premises were wrong, and I already told you what was wrong in your premises.
Every premise was 100.
So you want a guerrilla warfare within the West Bank?
Not what I said. And
Okay,
now you're
so-
just gonna put words in my mouth, right? Isn't
Well,
that
what will
crazy?
happen to these ultra-Zionist Jews within the West Bank? What will you do to them? Most of them are like literal, like theological, intertwined into their ideology.
Oh, so they should be
they
genocided
believe.
or something. They should be deported.
I'm
or
asking
something?
you
No, I'm
instead
asking
of
you.
you
I'm
asking. I told you they should be deported. Yeah. So I'm asking you, what should happen to them? They are illegal settlers. They do not have a right to be in these lands. What should happen to them? Now it's your turn to answer. I gave you my answer.
Yeah, I think that there needs to be some. I don't know why I need to repeat myself, and it's actually a little bit irritating that a Nazi would ask me to continue to repeat myself about the Israel.
You are the Nazi, not me.
But again,
You want the Palestinians to
again,
suffer.
But again, there needs to be
You
some
hate brown
type of
people.
larger agreement between the parties, and then a clear distinction between the states and a creation of separate states. Now, I understand that Israel has purposely prevented this from occurring, and I'm opposed to Israel preventing this from occurring. But I don't know why you think we should just start like randomly deporting people or randomly genociding people without some type of agreement in place that's going to solve the problem long term instead of just creating more violence. But again, you're a Nazi, so you like violence.
Hey, Debs, Mr. Lebanese guy, because you live right next to the border. Can you tell this white boy from America what the fuck is happening within Israel if Israel accepts quote unquote the West Bank to belong to Palestine? What will these illegal settlers that are there do? What are they known for? Tell us, man.
Sorry, can you ask me a question in a different way? Like what
will happen if the West Bank is no longer under Israeli occupation? What will the illegal settlers do there?
Depending on the context, does the West Bank become a Palestinian state or no?
Yeah, like West Bank no longer governed by Israel. What will the illegal ultra-Zionist settlers do? Tell us.
They're either going to fight or leave.
Okay, beautiful. Which one do you think is more plausible, since they are
Both,
fucking weaponized
both
to the teeth?
simultaneously.
All right. Well, I believe it's more likely that they will fight due to the
They're
fact
all
that
gonna
they.
do the exact same thing, guys.
Well, they already are. I can literally count. You cannot, but I can literally start counting to you the amount of massacres that they have committed within only the last year, right? And I can go even further back than that. They have burned children in cars. Literally looked at the children burn.
Thank you.
They open fire upon Palestinians regularly.
What does that have to do with?
It has to do with the fact that these people are not just any liberal Jews. These are handpicked by the Israeli government, the most lunatic Jews that you can find, who say that the land belongs to the fucking Jews, and they say that the land is not supposed to belong to any Arab. They have been done pollings on them, so we can, if you want to, just pull up the empirics and not just like go in the back and be like, you. We can look at them. Majority of the West Bank Zionists believe that Arabs, aka Palestinians, should be kicked out of the West Bank.
Yeah, but I don't think it matters because there's never going to be a Palestinian state there.
Sadly, I wish it will. And the reason for
Unlike Kosovo, which is heading for a state.
The reason for that is because people like Silent exist, right? Who are like just fucking avoiding the difficult path that you have to take. That sometimes resistance has to exist.
The difficult path is.
I don't think it's desirable either.
Is one of
You-
supporting violence and genocide. Yeah, of course.
The difficult part is dumping 50,000 American bodies there, and they're holding their guns to the proverbial temple of everyone there. And if anyone from any side chimps out, they just blow their brains on the pavement. And
Oh,
that's
I
it.
I
That's
agree.
how
I
it's
agree.
done.
But you
There's
should
no other
give,
way. There's no other way. But Americans don't want to do it because that's politically very
because
expensive.
silent is
I
both
don't.
citing the issue. That's right.
I
Why
don't
do you
know
want
if
a two-state
silent holds that.
anyway?
I don't know if
am the one
silent holds that.
preventing the American
Guys, can I
military
finish my statement?
industrial
Can I
from
finish my
intervening
statement?
in this conflict.
He's
Yes,
he's the
absolutely.
classic both sides.
It's irrelevant. Silent spinning is irrelevant, right? It's just Americans in general are not okay with this. That's the point.
The whole point is that, hey, both sides are wrong. Just stop looking into it. Don't do anything Palestinian. Just get fucked over.
No,
allow
who said
the
that?
allow
You're
the
just like spamming propaganda words in my mouth. It's
absolutely nobody is, because you, again, I stated to you, I gave you the difficult context that exists and that Israel has carefully planned, right? And you're just saying, Israel hasn't achieved the thing that they have tried to achieve, which is literally to create an impenetrable wall for a Palestinian state to ever exist. That's what they have achieved. And you just want to sit here, stick your fingers in your ears and be like, do you understand that they have put like literally around about 800,000 rifles into the West Bank? Israelis own 800,000 rifles, and there's over 1 million people there. That's like fucking like insane percentages.
So
You don't comprehend.
Conversation is going to go right. You put.
You don't comprehend at all, man.
You lie about what I said. You have a habit of putting people all under one type of monolith and viewing people all having the same.
Says the one who called me a Nazi.
Exactly.
Let him finish. Erdian, let him finish.
For example, how you literally just put all fucking settlers in the West Bank into the same monolith and said that
because
they
all
are do the exact same thing and treat things in the exact same way. So you have a habit of viewing things like that because you view your own people like that. So
to be charitable,
this entire conversation is going to go exactly like this. You lie about the things I say. You put words in my mouth and pretend I've taken positions that I have not taken, and then you are trying to extrapolate that into straw man arguments and repeat the same like propaganda talking points over and over again. And there's like no point in like doing some type of like back and forth because you're not interested in having a good faith conversation about this complicated issue.
Okay.
Let's make it more productive.
Let me respond.
We can make it more productive.
Let me respond.
Oh my god.
Silent, you're the one who called me a Nazi. Have I at any point stated myself to be one?
I've had many conversations with you. You are not new to me. You are not new to the server.
So have I at any point stated any Nazi position?
Your ideology.
Cool.
I've debated you many times.
Okay, cool.
I don't know why people like you pretend like we have no idea who the fuck you are.
Yeah, cool. But the problem is you're projecting when you sit here and say that, I'm putting you into a category. That's what you did. And then you say that I'm putting words into your mouth when I'm deliberately asking you time and time again. I cannot be dishonest in a question. I'm asking you. These people that are in fact ultra-Zionist and they are very, very ultra-Orthodox as well, these are people that are lunatics. They commit massacres on a regular, right? These people have been polled and they show time and time again that these people are ready for blood for the land because they believe it was given to them by God. They don't even believe that Palestinians are a thing. And you want to sit here and tell me that when I ask you, I'm being dishonest, when you're continuously telling me that my solution is to genocide Jews. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? I said to kick out the illegal settlers. That is not a fucking genocide.
The government of Israel is a monument. Sorry. Is a monolith. Monument. Jesus Christ. When it comes to unequivocal support, at least the current iteration, right? And it's been like this since the right wing took over firmly power for the last like almost 20 years, right? That's been the case. It is a monolith in regards of supporting the settlers and West Bank, and it's been abhorrent for the Palestinians. But that's not the conversation. So if we have to be charitable, we can interpret Ardian's words in this way, so we can progress with the conversation. It is
we know
something
what
that
he means. Are we gonna pretend that like
Sure.
Aryan
Tell us
doesn't
tell us
view
what
thi-
I know.
Yeah,
Tell us.
are we gonna pretend that you don't view this through a racialized lens? That this isn't about illegal settlers. This isn't like for example, in America, right?
Yeah.
If you had a magic wand and you could wave it and you could you could do whatever the fuck you wanted, you would get rid of the Slavs out of your country, you get rid of the blacks out of America, you get rid of the Jews out of Palestine. You don't really care about if they're legally, they're illegally. What you care about is getting rid of the undesirables. Like, you realize that's the biggest issue here, and that's what I was going to say earlier, that like, yes, through a political lens you could probably justify the removal of certain groups of people from many places in the world. Yeah, sure, but that isn't the lens that you view it through, and that's what people took umbrage originally. You weren't originally saying I don't like these illegal settlers in my country, you're saying I don't like these Slavs in my country, and then you use the illegal settlers point of view to justify that initial stance, when it should be, you know, the initial point of view should be I don't like the illegal settlers.
Well, that's an interesting point. Aryan, are you okay with like incorporation, melting pots, all that shit, right? Like if for some reason Palestine has been given statehood, right? And do the Jews in West Bank, should they be incorporated? Should they be chased away? Like that's a good question.
Okay, let him answer.
Well,
Let him answer.
I believe that one-state solution would be preferable due to the fact that it would give the right of return to the Palestinians, right? But these monkeys over here, they will never comprehend any of the things that they spelled out. No, well, they are monkeys. They are.
He didn't
Yeah,
actually.
you guys are monkeys. Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. Like, come on, like both of you. So the point again is, yeah, you both are monkeys. Cry
That's
about
really gonna help, like addressing them like that. Like after I clear
give
the
me a
floor
break,
for you,
man.
that's
The whole
gonna-
point
that's
is
gonna
that,
help.
well, they addressed me as a fucking Nazi for like the fucking 50th
Okay, let's stop
time.
calling each other names, especially.
Okay,
Nazi.
well, I think
Come
if
on.
they call me a
Yeah.
Nazi, I can call them a monkey, man. Give me a
Yeah,
break.
but let's stop doing that, because really calling
Okay,
somebody
sure,
a Nazi,
sure.
that's
Next
really
time,
bad, right?
Montreal, next time somebody does it to me and you like tell them, then I'll take you serious, okay?
You're
If
right.
not,
You're
I
right.
will
I'm
do it again.
addressing it now. You're right.
Okay, beautiful,
Ardian,
beautiful. Well,
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. You're right. Please stop addressing Ardian as a Nazi. I mean, that's not cool, and it's probably
Anyways.
against the TOS. Yeah.
So, again, to go back on point, I would support a one-state solution because it would give equal rights to all of them, and it would allow the Palestinians to get the right of return, because under two-state solution, which Silent earlier stated as something negative, that the Palestinians seek the right to return because he's a liberal fucking retard from America, they should in fact receive these rights. I fully support every single humanitarian right for Jews and for Palestinians. So cry me a river, you
re-ask
fucking
your question so he can actually answer it this time.
I just answered. I
You did
said
not
I
give
believe.
us a necessary
Of course I
question.
did. I said I believe in a
What
one-state
was
solution
Nestle's
ideally.
question? What was
Yeah,
Nestle?
I don't see why anybody would want a two-state solution. What do you think that's going to end
Zoidberg
up
asked me
good?
a question. Wait, this guy is so fucking idiotic. Zoidberg asked me the question, you absolute
Destiny
brainless.
asked the question.
No,
Destiny
it was
raised, Destiny
Zoidberg.
raised the point. Destiny raised the point, and I used his point to ask you the question.
No,
There you
that,
go,
wa-
you
that
fucking
question had nothing to do with what I said.
Well, I don't
But
care. I answered the question that was posed to me.
It does have something to do with what you said, because essentially
doesn't.
what you're saying is, Ardian, why are you like so hyper focused on removing people that you perceive that do not belong there, when instead maybe we should talk about how about incorporating
That
them,
isn't what I
melting
said at
them.
all. That isn't what I said at all, Zoid. This is why I get
This is
frustrated
how I
when you do
understood it.
this.
Okay, sure. Then clarify. Then I misunderstood you. I apologize.
To repeat
Let's
myself
let
almost.
Nestany repeat what he said. Nestany,
To repeat myself almost verbatim, Ardian, the problem here, or I didn't even raise a question, I pointed out the fundamental problem here, is your logic. It doesn't, with what you're saying, it doesn't make sense. So this entire conversation didn't start by you saying, I want to get rid of the illegal settlers out of my country. It started because Can I finish what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yes, you can. Let him finish.
Okay. It started because I brought up the point that I know you want to get rid of the Slavs out of your country. You don't care about the illegal settlers. You bring that up as post hoc justification. Your original point is, and forever will always be, since the day I met you, is you want to get rid of the Slavs out of your country. So, for example, if you had a magic wand, you wouldn't get rid of the criminals out of America. You get rid of the black people, right?
I support
You're using the
them.
criminality as a post hoc justification.
No, I don't. I don't. I
But
do
you
not.
already did. You just
No,
did. This is the issue.
no.
You say you
Can I not
don't.
answer, man? What the fuck, man? Okay.
Yeah, let
No.
him answer. Go ahead. Answer
No,
his specific point, though. The specific point.
Yeah. No, I don't. You can give me like other minorities which behave proportionally better than white people, like, for example, I don't know, Indians or Japanese or
Don't need
whatever
to
the
go
fuck.
racial. It just pollutes the conversation.
No, I'm giving him examples of other races which are
You're
not
dodging
criminal.
my point.
No,
You're
I'm
dodging my
not.
point.
Let me answer for fuck's sake, man. Goddamn fucking
You
children.
would still get rid of Japanese people.
Child, calm down.
Okay,
That's the point.
let him finish.
Let him
God
finish, man.
fucking damn
I
it,
mean,
man.
what's wrong with you guys?
I don't know, man.
It's a very contentious conversation.
It shouldn't be, man. It's my nation. It's my land, inherited by my people, not yours. But why do you cry so much? So you no need to be so emotional over it, really. Like, I'm not being this
That's
emotional over it. Why are you?
crazy.
So the point is very simple. It's not about them being criminals. I agree with you. It's about them being black. The same is true with any other race. I don't care if they do better than white people or worse. I want Europe to belong to Europeans. I don't want it to turn into America.
So you are racist. So okay. So
I
you
have
do
never
agree
denied
with
that,
me.
man.
So you do agree with me that you want
I
to
have
get
never denied that.
You want to get the Slavs out of your country, right? And you don't really care about the illegal settler part.
I consider Slavs white, as Spartacus earlier already asked me.
Right, but they're the bad type of white.
Yeah, typically they are.
Yeah, so you want to get them out of your country.
No. There's also good Slavs, like for example Polish and Croatians.
Then why
Bulgarians.
did this conversation not start? With
Well, I
you
said this already long ago, but you just don't like to listen.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this to clear it, right? Are you against African immigration, black Africans?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. He's just clear cut. He's telling you straight out.
So
so you agree with me? Like that is the fundamental
He's
issue.
conflating two different issues, right? Him not wanting non-white immigration to Europe is not necessarily related to him not wanting illegal settlements in the West Bank, because he's viewing that issue, the settlement issue, through his hatred of imperialism, right? Rather than it being a racial thing.
He's not. He's viewing it through his.
He literally is,
He's literally viewing it through his lens of race when he speaks about it. You noticed earlier. You noticed earlier when he brought up the chart he posted in side chat. He did not bring up Israelis. He did not say illegal settlers. He said, and I'm quoting him here, Jews. He views
because
this
the
through a
illegal settlers
racialized
are
lens,
Jews.
and that's the issue.
Well, the illegal settlers are not Israelis. They are Jews. They are living within Palestine. If they would be anything, you racist, they would be Palestinians. You racist bigot. They are not Israelis.
Our love already is no you defense. I like that.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So no, they are not Israelis. They are under international law considered Palestinians. And the problem with them is they are illegal settlers. Now, what's their ethnicity? 100% of them?
Your problem with them.
Jewish.
Your problem with them is that they're Jewish.
Okay, well then let's if that's what you want to believe, like this is what I mean. Like Silent earlier said, why do you put words in my mouth? We can go back to let's go to India, Kashmir, and Pakistan. These are the same people in my eyes. They are no, I'm not changing topic. It's about illegal settlements again, but you just don't know that there's illegal settlements within these areas because you're uneducated. So the point again, shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of speaking, man. Close your mouth. So the point again is within the Kashmir region, what the Indians are doing. By the way, they are all the same people. Nestany, because you are an uneducated black person from America, I have to tell you this.
Okay,
These are all
are
the
you
same
going to
black. They're all the same
continuously
people.
let him be
They
racist
are
towards
all.
me, or are you
They
going
are
to
all
do
the
something
same
about
people.
it,
All of
George?
them.
I'm being dead ass.
enough with the race baiting. Enough
Yeah,
with the
that's
race
not
baiting.
that's
Enough
not
with the
racist,
race
If
baiting.
bro.
they
Yeah,
are
like
allowed
come
to
on.
continuously fucking interrupt and everything, I'm
Ardian,
also allowed to
I'm
be
modding now.
disrespectful.
No,
Nobody
hold
would
on.
race bait
Okay,
from
then
this
I'm
point
done with the
forward.
Hold on,
But
everybody. I'm
Okay.
modding.
Arjan, you need to.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Okay.
start muting everybody. I'm modding. Ardian, you crossed the line there, right? When you said black American, this and that. Don't do that, bro. Because that's kind of racist. Seriously, don't do that.
No, that is
Sorry.
racist. That's not kind of racist. This is racist. No race
Yeah,
baiting.
it's
Sorry.
racist.
I
Don't do
forgot
that,
racism
okay?
equals bad.
Because
I
then you
forgot.
won't be able to participate in this conversation, bro. I'm not gonna allow that.
Arjan,
Okay,
for everybody here should know, this is streamed on YouTube, right? So the YouTube channel could be struck, and we don't want that. And as moderators, we try to ensure that nothing breaks TOS when it comes to this
Sure.
specific
YouTube
situation.
gods, racism equals bad. Got it.
Yes, no race baiting, whatever.
Okay, well then don't. Oh, sorry for the burp. No interrupting. Okay, that I also want. So, Nestor.
No, hold on. Did you understand what I said? Did you understand what I said?
Yeah. I will not be racist.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Go on.
The point, but I also want them not to interrupt me and continuously just fucking like put words.
Yes, don't interrupt them as well. Correct. Go on.
So, the point is, we can look at Kashmir, which has a very similar situation right now as West Bank, where the Indians are putting in Indians into Kashmir, illegal settlers, right? These people are the same people. The only thing that divides them is religion. They are the same exact people.
You mean ethnically, right?
Ethnically, correct. So my point is, I still am against the illegal settlements over there as well. They are clearly done out of intent to imperialize upon the region without having to use illegal means, extremely illegal means, such as using your army. Your army can be, in fact, targeted under international law and nobody will bother. But if you put in illegal settlers, civilians, then they can cry about them being terrorized. Remember this attack recently that caused the spike between Pakistan and India? This was because these people targeted and attacked these illegal settlers. How did they spun it? They spun it into, oh, they are killing Indians, they're killing our civilians, I guess we have to go to war. That's the exact reason why these 1,200,000 Jews exist within the West Bank.
I'm curious, what is an illegal settler?
A person that has not been authorized to be put into your region, but because you are being currently occupied by a different nation, they can take them and put them in because they are the authority. So if Mexico will take over Southern America through whatever means, like just hypothetically, and then they take in millions of people and toss them into Texas, these would be considered illegal settlements because the state of America has not authorized them.
Despite the fact that, okay, so I'm curious, what's illegal about it?
Well, it wasn't done through legal means because the territory belongs to the Palestinians, right? They are the one who should be the authority over these regions, but they got their authority revoked by the Israelis. So the Israelis do what they want over there. They settle people in there, they build whatever they want, they do whatever they want, and whenever they settle people in there, these are deemed as illegal settlements, just like how the occupation is deemed illegal.
Okay. Yeah, again, we can sit here and talk about you can talk about how, well, I don't support this illegal settlement, I don't support this illegal settlement, I don't support this illegal settlement, etc. With your view, with you blatantly being a racist, your view on race kind of taints your view on a lot of other different things, right? And when you talk about these issues, such as illegal settlers, you tend to talk about it in a racialized lens, and that's where everybody takes umbrage. You realize that, right?
No, I think that you are
But
just
you do.
like, no, I think that you are the one who has a problem with it. 100% of these illegal settlers are Jews. So when I say that they are Jews and you have a problem with that, that's just you having a problem with the word, not me.
No, that's you saying you don't have a problem with them being illegal settlers. You have a problem with them being Jewish.
Again, when I'm referring to the illegal settlers there, and I say this, like I literally said this time and time again. There was a conversation about, and I say that 100% of them are Jewish. So I like synonymously occasionally refer to them as ultra-Orthodox Jews. That's a correct statement. These
But to be
illegal
fair, there
settlers.
are a lot of Jews who are not religious at all, who are secular Jews, but they're there for political reasons, or because it's
Very
cheap.
rarely.
It's extremely cheap to buy houses and land in the West Bank, while it's very expensive to buy houses and land in Israel proper. Very expensive.
Very
From
rarely,
personal
because-
experience, I know this.
Yeah, but rarely, because the liberal Zionists within the Israeli state, they deem this as something immoral, right? They don't like it that much, these illegal settlements and so on. Like the average, like more
The
left.
Supreme Court does not like them. The Supreme Court of Israel has ruled against illegal settlements. The government doesn't care.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I'm saying, like, they are not deemed that nice by the Jews in Israel, especially like the
No.
non-religious ones. The
It
ones who
depends.
do.
If you're a right winger, you'd absolutely approve of these settlements.
Yeah, I
A
understand.
left winger might not approve, but
That's what I said. That's what I said. That's why, like, it's a magnet for far right wingers. Like, it literally is.
I mean, the people who live in those settlements treat Palestinians like they're human garbage. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, it takes a certain kind of Jew to put him into West Bank and literally look over the border, like the fence being built around Palestinians. Like, there is a specific type of that. They are the ultra-Orthodox Jews who believe the land was given to them by God, whatever. Like in some.
I think the problem is semantical here. I think the people object the fact you emphasize that they're Jews and not just emphasize they're illegal settlers in general.
I did do that.
That's
I was
the
talking the
basis
whole
of
time
his
about illegal
position.
settlers.
Well, I mean, that's another issue probably.
So again, like this Soylent over here was just telling me
Oh
that
my-
I shouldn't like export illegal settlers. Yes, you should, unless you want a one-state solution. If you want a one-state solution, then enforce that, and the illegal settlers can stay there because then they are legal. Because now there's one government for both. But if there is two governments and we're making separation, well then illegal settlers have to go.
You know, he's kind of right on that, right? Like the illegal settlement part. I mean, that's world recognized, right?
Everybody here
Just
agrees
taking
that illegal
over,
settlements
just
is
taking
illegal.
over. Let me
Problem.
finish. Can I finish? You got Brooklyn Jews, because that's what they are, coming over and taking over homes of Palestinians. I mean, he's correct about that. The whole world knows about that.
I see.
I like
As
the
somebody
Brooklyn
from as somebody from that country, multiple people from that country, born in that country, never setting foot in Brooklyn, New York, the United States, do the same thing. They go to West Bank because it's cheap, and then the right wing will protect them. That's why they do that, and the right wing absolutely loves this because it fits with their colonialist intentions, appetites.
Yeah, but you realize they're taking over homes of Palestinians. that have
I'm
been
sure
there
it's
for hundreds
cringe
of
to
years,
see
right?
a white, blonde, blue-eyed, rosy cheeks Jewish boy from New York kicking out a bunch of brown people, brown Palestinians. I'm sure that's cringe. That's really bad optics, but that's not the case in most
That
of
is
the times.
exactly the case.
Most of the
If you don't
times
think that's the case,
most of the times
you are
is a bunch of
misinformed.
is a bunch of people who are either sheep or actual right wingers who go there and take land so they can like accelerate what we believe is the death of the Palestinians.
By the way, Zoidberg is right here. Like what you're talking about, Montreal is like Jerusalem. Within Jerusalem, most of the evictions are actually followed up by people taking over the homes. In the West Bank in general, most of the illegal settlements are just like settlements being built. Like they just built like in the middle of nowhere. Like they just built like villages and so on and so on.
Well, I can show you a video of exactly what I'm talking about right now. Maybe I
Yeah, I
have the
know.
location wrong. Maybe it's not in the West Bank.
No,
but
it
I can
is. It
show
is.
you.
No, you're right. You're right. It is. But it's a very
It is in the West Bank?
specific.
Okay.
It is. It is. But it's a very specific part of the West Bank. Jerusalem is where the thing that you're referring to occurs.
Okay, so yeah, so it is occurring. So I mean, it's unjust.
It is.
Right? We can all agree.
Zoidberg's point was not disagreeing with you. Zoidberg is agreeing with you, but he's saying the vast majority of the illegal settlements are not kicking out like Palestinians. What they do is they just build these like blocks for Jews in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I guess where did they get that land though? Think about that. The middle of nowhere. That middle of nowhere.
Sometimes expulsion. Most of the time, it's just like they green light just some parts of the desert to be given to Israel.
We got big toy.
The settlements are a problem, but the settlements are only going to be fixed, or that issue is only going to be resolved with government influence, right? Like, that's the only way you're going to get to some type of thing, which is why I said earlier, the only way that you're going to resolve a lot of these issues in the region is with some type of like settlement agreement between, I mean settlement agreement generally, not literally about the settlements, but including about the settlements, if you understand what I mean.
So
between like the West Bank leadership and between Hamas leadership, who is not in the West Bank but is still essential to the Palestinians, and between the Israeli government, and neither side wants to do that. So here we fucking are.
I vehemently disagree with you. You keep on doing this where you're conflating both sides. It is Israel that is not desiring to have any negotiations with
to be fair,
the
I agree with Arden
Palestinians.
on this one.
You are fucking disgusting, man. You just continuously like blaming
I don't
both
think he's
sides
disgusting.
here.
I don't think he's disgusting.
Yes, this is
but
exactly.
I agree with you, Arden.
But this is exactly the kind of rhetoric that allowed 7th October to fucking
we're
occur
just
in
poisoning the conversation when we do these ad
It is. No matter how
hominems.
you twist it.
Let's
it is.
relax. Let's
I
relax.
wonder if a
Let it
moderator is
fun.
going to do anything.
Well, I was speaking, right? So
This insulting is allowed on the server.
Let Arden finish, and then somebody could go next.
This disgusting rhetoric is what allows the dehumanization of the Palestinians to occur, because either they hand wave it and say, well, it's just complicated, both sides wrong.
Arden Savage is the last person to dehumanize the Palestinians. That's not.
I do believe that liberals in America dehumanize. I do believe so. Yes, they do dehumanize.
That's so ironic coming from you, bro.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I still don't care. I still don't care. This is still not your time to speak, man. I still don't care.
We can salvage this. We can salvage this. We can salvage this.
I don't care. I'm speaking.
I agree with Arden.
Can I finish speaking?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So again, this kind of rhetoric allows Westerners, like specifically Americans, because they are the least educated, to just like shrug their shoulders and be like, look at that bombardment again, man, both sides, and then move on and channel next channel, right? The whole point that both sides are equally involved in disrupting the flow is not true. The Palestinians are the ones who recognize Israel. Israel does not recognize Palestine. The Palestinians have, in fact, many times agreed upon allowing some illegal settlements to be built and so on, even agreed upon during the time to allow all in certain times, and yet they got fucked over every single time. So the point that you're trying to make, in which the PLO is out here, which is by the way fully corrupt by the Israeli regime, to sit here and say that these people are a hindrance upon who is hot micing, that this is a hindrance within the Palestinians, that they are the ones causing this problem, or like are pushing back, completely untrue. The Israelis have, since, I don't know, how long is it? Since 10 years, completely stopped negotiating. So yeah, there you go.
How many failed negotiations were there back to back in a row?
Can I say something
on this issue?
Oh, it was both sides silent?
Can I say something?
I absolutely think that both sides of the aisle in both areas that we've been talking about, Gaza and the West Bank, have both contributed to this issue. We can talk and we can create some type of calculation about who did it more in the last XYZ years and who did it more in this time. But none of that means that, like, oh wow, we should just entirely view this as a one-sided conflict, because that's fucking.
You would also say this, but I'm kind of upset this. So silent. I agree with you that seeing this as a one-sided conflict is problematic, but the fact of the matter is that since the Oslo Accord, Camp David, up until now, for the majority of situations, right, where there's negotiations between Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin or Ehud Barak, all of these people, right, all of these negotiations with the United States, Bill Clinton specifically, during his presidency, right, that failed was due to the resistance, even leftist government in Israel, which would be Yitzhak Rabin. Resistance? No, actually, Yitzhak Rabin, that's a special case. Ehud Barak, for example. Resistance of like discussing the return of
Palestinians.
Of Palestinian refugees to Palestine proper once they're truly separated, right? That's a huge problem. The status of Jerusalem, another huge problem, where Israel has shown no desire to any concession, where it does not hurt Israel to grant special status to Jerusalem, to allow Palestinians to return to their own territory, which will not be in Israel proper, which will be in Palestine. And in the only time where we actually had an agreement, a truly peaceful agreement, and a preparation for a two-state solution separation was during Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat, where Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a Likud member directly under the command of Benjamin Netanyahu. Directly under the command, right? So I would agree with Ardian that the majority of the fault for the failing and degradation of relationships, especially up to 2019, where the Palestinians were overwhelmingly pro two-state solution, Israelis were overwhelmingly, like 60-something% for pro two-state solution. The resistance of the Israel government under Benjamin Netanyahu has been entirely like tipping the scale towards the state of Israel being the guilty party in the process, right? Yeah, the Palestinians have done a lot of uncharitable things. When I say Palestinians, I mean Hamas and the PLA, right? Probably done really disgusting, shady shit, right? And that's fine. But the majority falls on the Israel, who has been consistently uncooperative. And even when it was cooperative, the right wing just assassinated the Labor prime minister.
The most
Just killed him.
productive one.
If I may, I'll start by agreeing with Ardian a little bit on the West not being on the topic. So totally agree with that. I think consistently what's left out of the conversation is what you just mentioned, and that's Hamas. So without delineating between Hamas and Palestinians, like that is one of the things that kind of creates the contention on the Israeli side. And I'm speaking from experience. So I've spent 2.5 decades in the Middle East, right, as part of my profession in the military. Hamas is something that should not be left out of the conversation, because if you're talking about your average Palestinian, or if you're talking about Hamas, those are two different things. So
When Arafat won 93% of the people, he ran on the premise of a two-state solution. 93% of the Palestinians voted for him. He ran on the premise to drop weapons. Hamas didn't even exist at the time. They were far away from existing. They were at the time under the Muslim Brotherhood, and they were irrelevant. So again, when I tell Silent, I want to make it short because I don't want to stack up on him. I just want to know, Silent, what did the Palestinians bargain for that you deem was their fault, as you say?
What did they bargain for? What does that even mean?
Yeah. What did they want that was making them at fault?
What Israel? No, he's talking about what Israel did not want to concede. And I already mentioned the return.
Yeah, I want Silent to say what the Palestinians did wrong.
Of the people who were evicted during the Nakba, the return to Palestine,
Let him answer.
Jerusalem. He probably doesn't know, Aryan, because he's not.
I want him to answer. If he doesn't know, then I want him to say he doesn't know, and I'll move on.
I feel like I've already addressed a lot of these questions and a lot of these little gotchas, but both sides fought over land. Arafat did not agree with the land distribution that was discussed. Israel is a part of that. Israel is blameworthy, just as Arafat is on these failed disagreements. And we can try to argue about who's the more blameworthy, but that doesn't solve any fucking problems, and that doesn't allow us to move forward. but instead we want to talk about blameworthiness and point the fingers because we don't want to make any type of progress because your desire is to continue the conflict and name calling about liberalism and uneducatedness and blah 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 doesn't move anything forward. All it does is it allows Israel and particularly right wingers in the Israeli government to continue to cause problems for Palestinians and continue to fight in an unfair way where they have more of a military advantage. And you don't want to change that. And just like Hamas doesn't want to change that, just like Arafat doesn't really want to change that. Because if you change that, that means that you're no longer going to have young men
Arafat is
who are
dead, by
going
the
to be
way.
highly radicalized
He
and
doesn't
part
know.
and joining your terrorist organization.
You terrorist organization? Yeah, now I'm a terrorist too. Like mods, can this guy like ever stop
I
fucking?
didn't say you. I didn't mean you, Artie, you fucking ass.
You said your terrorist organization.
Okay.
Obviously,
by
I did
the
not
way,
mean you, the person.
Can we agree on the
I
fact,
don't
please?
know
Because
what
this
you
is
mean then when you
extremely
said your
frustrating.
one moment.
And I'm saying this is somebody who holds a Israeli passport. Can we agree on the fact that the right-wing Israeli government is predominantly guilty for the colonization of West Bank? This is
No,
just ridiculous.
that's exactly where the crux is. Again, Silent. No, I don't want this war to continue. You went on half of your fucking speech to yap about how I support the war. Nonsense. What you do is you blame the Palestinians for wanting what belongs to them. You sat here and say because of land problems with Arafat. Are you aware that Palestine was not fully given to the Palestinians when he was bargaining? They were still wanting to have full control over the air, full control over borders, and including partial control over territory C. Do you know these things? These are all illegal under international law.
What does that make any difference to what I said?
Because these are all illegal under international law.
Who fucking cares?
This is my point. This is why I said you are disgusting. You support the suffering of these people. You want them. Okay, shut the fuck up. I listened to your fucking like yap where you just tried to tell me that I want the war to continue on when you are the one who is doing that. Because you don't want them to have the equal rights that every other nation has on this goddamn earth. You want them to be on fucking continuous oppression and chains by the Israelis. That will always run into resistance. You are the one who wants to cause war, not me. Give them the fucking rights that every fucking goddamn nation has, and give the Palestinians every single right that every single human has on earth. Okay? No fucking like benefits just because they are an ally of the West, and no benefits because they went through the Holocaust. Nobody cares.
You don't give a shit about the Palestinians. You don't care.
Is this your whole rebuttal?
Just like you don't care about illegal settlements, you don't care about any of these things.
Is this your whole rebuttal?
My entire rebuttal. Nothing else.
Okay, so I mean,
once again,
you guys have like irreconcilable like personal problems. I don't want to talk about that.
Since he's just slandering me again, I will use this moment to say again to the whole room, this person over here supports illegal acts under international law to be committed against the Palestinians, and then says, well, why didn't they accept these illegal conditions? It's within their fault. No. It is within their fault that they didn't want to be subjugated. Man, this is like the fucking the equivalent of what Montreal was doing. Shut the fuck up. You took your turn. Your turn was just to fucking slander me. Then you went silent. So this is no longer your turn. It's my turn. This is the exact equivalent that Montreal was doing earlier with Russia. You are the equivalent, just the other way around. You want them to get fucked over, and instead of fighting back, you then want them to do, you know what? How deep do you want to fuck me? I will bend over for you. That's what you want them to do. No, that will not happen. I hope they grab guns until people like you turn around and say, hey, you know what? They deserve equal rights. End of the story.
By the way, I think this is an untenable position to hold in general, because during the Oslo Accords in the 90s, peace was agreed, a path to a two-state solution was agreed. What Ehud Barak did during Camp David was unreasonable. His requirements were unreasonable. Like, it's not... If we had an agreement in the 90s and then in the 2000s we had like a bunch of unreasonable expectations, anybody would feel like, yeah, the Palestinians are right to have like a sour taste in their mouth, right? By the way, and Yasser Arafat is long dead. He died of old age.
He doesn't
Or
know that.
was it assassination? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Arafat was killed, if I recall correctly.
Was he killed?
Well, there were some theories that he was poisoned.
Yeah, there are. I think what's left out of the context though is the history itself. I mean, to be honest, the only reason Jerusalem is important to the Muslim world is because Muhammad, who claimed to have visited there, never went there, right? So most Muslims don't even know that.
I just want to say this:
if you actually go back in history, there is no legitimate claim to Jerusalem except for Muhammad writing in his book a fiction story. So, like, if you want to talk about if you want to talk about the source of the problem, and if you want to not count history, right, which the Jewish people were there centuries before there even wasn't it wasn't even a thing. But
I'm not interested
don't
in
leave that out of the
who
context.
got there first or what the
Neither am I.
international law is. Blah 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 blah.
What
I'm
I do.
interested in solutions.
But that's important because the international law provided.
Let him finish.
It's really not important because it doesn't. Okay, what is international law? Well, you know what? Fuck it. What's international laws, Woodward?
It is an attempt to civilize nations.
A bunch of agreements between countries that we should do things in this specific way, and we agree in good faith that this should be followed. Right? That's
Who enforces international law?
Nobody.
Irrelevant.
Exactly. International
I
law
mean,
is fucking
the international
garbage.
community. No, the international community enforces it to some degree, unless you think that
to
foreign
some
powers.
degree,
Yes, to some degree. Unless you think that there would be no repercussion by any foreign power should you do things that the entire globe would consider to be abhorrent.
The point is during Oslo Accords, right? We established an interim period and carved a path to statehood. We literally agreed. Yes, Palestine, Zone A, B, and C will be guarded under Israel full Israel civil control and social control, full Palestinian civil and social, establishment of Palestinian police, right? Establishment of authority, borders, and taxation, integration of economy between Israel and Palestine for later separation. All of these were established. All of these were agreed upon. And we were using international law. Again, I fully believe that, unlike, sorry, Dabs, I disagree with you. I don't think you can really enforce international law. I think it's under the whim of the people who have the power. Might makes right in this situation, right? But under those pretenses, which is international law, we had a framework for a future country. Yes, it was going to take some time, and the Palestinians would probably have to tolerate a bunch of settlers for a period of time and maybe forever, these Jews would live there, right? But they will also have their own country, right? And we agreed upon it. And then Yitzhak Rabin gets assassinated by the right wing, by the way, and Benjamin Netanyahu bragging that he hired the assassin, right? And then effectively after that, we have Camp David, which is complete failure, which absolutely unrealistic expectations about.
Netanyahu even admitted that he derailed it.
Yeah. Absolutely unrealistic expectations. So the burden falls on the Israeli government, not all Israelis, not all Jews, obviously, but under the right wing, actually, I would say, because the left wing was never okay with that. The left wing was okay with the Oslo Accords, right? That falls under right wing Israeli government, and the current right wing Israeli government is still in power in some form or another, some iteration of the right wing government for the last 20 years, and they're absolutely to be blamed for the lion's share of interceptions and distortions that have caused to prevent any of this process to fully realize from the Oslo Accords, and therefore degrading the will of Palestinians or Israelis to have any amicable solutions for the situation, which is the right wing government. I disagree with the majority of people probably here. Absolutely, the right wing government Israel is at fault here. Palestinians may have some fault, but if I have to quantify, it's 90 versus 10%.
I agree.
So do you blame Israel for?
Well, look.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask. Okay. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you blame Israel? Let me just ask that.
Do I blame Israel?
Of your question.
Yeah, your mic
You
is bad,
blame
Burdick.
me-
Your mic is bad, bro.
All right, hold on one.
I'll talk between while he gets his mic fixed. One of the issues I have with Americans saying, "Oh, who cares about international law?" The U.S. after the Second World War, together with the Allies, made up laws that pertain particularly of how war should be made on international soil, and those laws were enforced by executing Nazis for breaking those international laws and how those laws should be pertained during war. We use those very same laws to hang people, justifiably using those laws. So as an American, to sit there and say that, oh, we don't care about international law, who gives a shit? We hung Nazis by using those laws. You can't sit there as an American and say that, oh, we shouldn't care about those laws.
No, I
It's
want to be very clear.
hypocritical.
We did not hang Nazis with international law. We hang Nazis with military might and force. We won
I gotta
a
go,
world
guys.
war, and we did whatever the fuck we wanted. That is the point. When you talk about
No,
international law,
that's not
there
that's
is no
not
such.
what,
There is.
why,
There
what
is
were
no.
the point of the
Okay,
Hague
excuse
tribunals
me.
for? What were the point
Sorry,
of the Hague tribunals for?
The point was to provide evidence in a public space to prove the horrific things that the Nazis had done and to show everyone how fucking evil they were and base we were for punishing them. But it wasn't about the international law of it. And I have to be clear. When you commit a crime in, let's say, like the Netherlands, right? Who punishes you? Who enforces that rule? The government and state of the Netherlands. There is no international government or international state with any military might to force any nation to do anything, right? This is why we have shit like in the UN, we have a Security Council where all the great powers, as established by the outcome of World War II, get to have absolute veto power over one another and get to do whatever the fuck they want. So when we say shit like, well, who cares about international law? What we really mean is you can cry about international law all the fucking day, but ultimately what matters is the enforcement mechanism. And unfortunately for the Palestinians, I have to say, I do feel bad about this. The American government isn't willing to punish Israel for what they are doing in the West Bank or punish Israel for like not having a proportional response to Hamas from October 7th because we militarily and internationally need Israel as an ally, and therefore we're going to continue to do that as a fucking state. And because we're the most powerful nation on earth, we don't give a fuck. That's the reality of the situation. So we can cry about what the law is or blah, 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 but the importance of a law is the enforcement of the law.
The point that is problematic with you is I referred to you during the negotiations that they wanted to bargain what they deserve under international law. I was not quoting international law because I'm saying, therefore, international law is like some ultimatum that has to be upheld. I'm aware that it doesn't matter if the force who is not wanting to follow is strong enough. I'm aware of that. My point why I was referring to that is because I don't believe it is immoral and I don't believe it is unjust or unfair for what they were asking for. So when you sat here earlier and said that both sides were wrong within the peace negotiations, I don't understand that. Are you trying to say it is wrong for the Palestinians to ask what they deserve under international law from a moral perspective?
Is it possible I can ask a quick question?
Apparently he fell asleep, so go ahead.
I just had a question for you. I was listening to this whole time, and you had mentioned earlier you didn't want Europe to become the United States. I just want clarification of exactly what that meant.
We were talking about non-whites.
So you'd prefer Europe to be only white?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't agree with that, but it sort of makes it hard to take everything else you say seriously. With all due respect, when you have that type of view, it's kind of a very racist view, in my opinion. Just want to get that out there.
That is correct. What you call racism is, I don't see it as racism. I believe in the German romantic nationalism. You can say that you don't like it, that's fine with me. I believe in every people should have their own nation and they should have the right to govern it. And if they don't want other people to come in it, that's their decision. Do you like Do you think I cry when like I hear that Japanese people don't want me to go to their nation, us white people? Do you think I start like crying in my chair and be like, man, that's so racist, Japanese people. You want Japan to remain Japanese? No, I don't care. That's perfectly within their right.
Oh, I don't think it's that blatant, that cut and dry, but we can agree to disagree. But so you're like a white nationalist, basically.
Yeah, close.
Okay. That's all.
I support black nationalism as well. It follows under the same line of logic. But regardless, I was kind of like a complete.
And you're from Germany? Are you from Germany?
No, I live in Germany.
Oh, you live in Germany, okay. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch.
Das ist sehr schön. Well, as I was saying, when it comes to the negotiation silent that you referred to as both participating on or like engaging in wrong acts, right? Bargaining for something that they shouldn't. I really don't see what the Palestinians were arguing for that you deem as wrong. They didn't want a one-state solution. They didn't want the 1954 borders. They agreed to the borders after the war that was fought, which was just a genocide to begin with. And the war was perfectly legal under international law. And all the land that was obtained by Israel should have not been allowed by the UN, but it was. Regardless, though, they didn't ask for them. They asked for the 1967 borders, right? The smallest borders that they had. On top of that, they are now like doing what wrong? Like, what is the thing you want to tell me that they were doing wrong? Asking that the 6 million refugees that Israel has displaced should be allowed to go home to their own fucking goddamn properties. That is a mistake, by your opinion. And this is why you're disgusting. I take the silence as submission.
You shouldn't take it as submission. You should take.
You should change your name
to engage.
Well, Zoidberg told you already that it is in fact problematic what you said. I'm telling you, it's straight up disgusting. You should change your name from. You should change your name from silent to silent.
I disagree with it. I don't problematic.
I think it's disgusting when you tell that 6 million people.
I mean, from a geopolitical standpoint, I think it's incorrect. From a moral standpoint, I guess I have to have a prolonged conversation with Silent to understand where he comes from.
It is disgusting to tell 6 million people who have been violently raped out of their houses, brutally fucking annihilated, their families massacred, grenades thrown into living rooms where they would accumulate people. People who have been accumulated into living rooms. Shut the fuck up! Stop talking over me. You said you want to be silent, so be silent.
Let him finish.
Be silent if you want to be silent, man. You cannot just fucking start speaking when I'm like in the starting of speaking. These people were displaced through fucking violence, rape. They put the child into an oven and forced the father to fucking put him in the oven. When the father denied it, they fucking tossed him in front of him in the oven, and then the father right after. These people have fucking made people jump off the cliffs. They have raped women. They have fucking poisoned fucking rivers. They have done everything under the fucking sun imaginable and displaced these people in the most violent means, right? And this is what you probably would call a quote-unquote war. When these people then ask, after the quote-unquote war is over, to go back home to their homes, right? You know what the Israelis did? They destroyed the homes. You know what they did with the people that remained in Israel that are Palestinian? They denied them the right to go back to their homes inside of Israel. Even though they are inside of Israel, they still don't allow them to go back to their properties. And that is what you support. You're disgusting.
I don't. Anyways.
You
don't
realize
think that's...
that the Arabs are even in the Israeli government. I'm not sure where.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Like to say that. Okay, so if you're meaning by the fact that Hadesh is a political party and it's usually on the left with like Meretz and other political parties, yeah, sure. If that's the case, they are in government in that way, but they're not, in no way in control of any government institution whatsoever.
They travel and work in Israel every day.
Bro, I'm from that country. Stop lying to me.
Well, I talk to my friend in Israel every day. In the
Yeah,
south,
your friend in Israel is probably lying to you or not contextualizing things. Muslim Israelis live in segregated zones, and they're not allowed to purchase
I'm not
land
talking
in
about where
specific
they
areas.
live. I'm talking about how they come to Israel.
Oh,
and they
so
work
you are allowed to be a wage slave for somebody else, but you're not allowed to also like. What do you mean? Come on, this is my country. Fuck off.
What's your country? What is your country?
Israel.
You're an Israeli.
Yes.
What part of Israel you live in?
Yafo.
Okay. Well, I have friends in Israel as well, and I'm telling you right now that I'm not saying anything about.
Who did they vote for? Who did they vote for? Out of curiosity.
I'm just saying that Arabs travel and work in Israel. They're in the Israeli government.
This is the standard issue propaganda that Americans are fed by Israel. Who did your friends vote for?
He didn't vote for Netanyahu.
What?
He didn't vote for Netanyahu. I'll tell you that.
Oh, they voted for a coalition party that supports Netanyahu, or in a coalition with Likud. Right?
They're very anti-Netanyahu in Israel.
Yeah, they're probably ultra
They are
religious,
not
right?
anti-Likud though, man. They are anti-Netanyahu because he's corrupt, man. He's not.
Yeah.
They're not anti-Likud at all.
Is weak and he's horrible.
Yeah, they need a stronger man. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's usually
I don't have anything against it, but where do you guys think that actually Palestine is?
You don't have
where
anything
is
against
Palestine?
him. Wait, if you don't wait. Let me ask him a question. You don't have anything against Netanyahu? Well, let me read a quote.
No,
here
I have
because
a lot against Netanyahu.
Oh, you said you
I don't
don't
like
have anything. Okay, my bad then. Go on.
I don't think.
No, I am against Netanyahu. I don't support Netanyahu.
I thought I heard you say you don't have anything against it, but okay. Move on.
No, I said I don't have anything against Palestinians.
Oh, okay, I see. Go on.
Yeah, but I'm just listen. I don't live in the Middle East. I live in the United States, so I'm not in a bad neighborhood, so to speak. I know it's a very tough area over there, but I'm just saying that from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there are Arabs in the Israeli government, and they come and work in Israel every day.
Why are they called Arabs and not Palestinian?
Well, they are Arabs, aren't they?
No, they're not. They're Canaanite people. They have nothing to do in terms of genetics when it comes to the people from the peninsula.
Well, I wasn't saying it in a genetic thing. I just thought
they're Arabized, maybe culturally and maybe like by religion, but they're not Arabs. They're Palestinians.
They don't
genetically
identify as
Palestinians.
Arabs. They don't identify as Arabs. They identify as Palestinians. So why are they not called Palestinians?
Okay, well, you want me to say, okay, Palestinians are in the Israeli government. Okay, you want me to say it like that?
But like, no, it's not about you.
No, you
It's
mean
not
Muslims. You mean Israeli Muslims, not Palestinians.
I'm not
because they're not
referring-
Palestinians, they're in Israel, citizens of Israel.
I'm not referring to what you did just now. I'm saying what is the reason why you refer to them as Arabs? Because the Israeli state does not classify them as Palestinians. They are merely Arabs, trying to deconstruct their ability to identify as Palestinians and then ask for sovereignty.
But it's in your opinion, where is Palestine? What land mass is Palestine?
Who cares, man?
I'm just curious.
Like, it depends on the time frame.
Now, today.
Now, it depends. Are you asking what is recognized as Palestine under international law? 1967 borders.
That's what you think.
No, that's not what I think. That's what international law dictates.
And are you anti-Hamas?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay. Seems pretty cut and dry to me.
I'll tell you a very simple answer. Anyone who is fighting for freedom should have the right to fight for freedom. And just because another nation calls you a terrorist one day and the next day not anymore, doesn't change my opinion.
I'm against any military force that kills civilians. If Hamas engages in civilian deaths, then
give them guided bombs.
Rabid dogs that need to be put down. If IDF does this, the same thing.
Okay, well then give them guided bombs. Give them guided bombs. Well, Zeitberg, I'll help you out. Give Hamas guided bombs. Give them 4,000-pound JDAMs with GPS guidance, and if they don't target military facilities, I will condemn them.
So, but the fact is that Hamas is using their civilians as cover.
So is Israel.
We're talking about Gaza, yes.
So is Israel. Israel's main center of defense is right in the center of the city. right in the center. It is surrounded by civilian infrastructure, the fucking main military buildings. Why? Oh, because they also understand that putting
Yeah, but like
civilians.
to be fair, like all of this right now is just posturing because we know that both sides in this situation, I'm gonna do the both sides thing, act incredibly morally abhorrent. Like, let's not pretend that the IDF gives even the slightest bit of damn about like civilian casualties. They don't. They engage in war rape. They engage in all kinds of bullshit. Then let's not pretend that Hamas cares even the slightest about civilian casualties, especially like other Palestinians who have they pissed away the lives of 2 million people without any backup plans, just chimping out and creating the situation. Let's not pretend that this does not happen.
All I will say is
they're all dogs.
I saw. All I will say is every single hostage that was released by Israel, right, by Hamas, I watched the fucking ceremony. They all looked healthy to me. Every single hostage that was released from, if they even managed to survive the capture of Israel. I'm just saying the reality of
you're
the fact.
Smart. You know that you're smart. You know this is optics.
Let me finish. The point is that I'm saying that every single hostage that was released by the Israelis, right, if they even managed to not die due to them raping them, was kind of like malnourished and beaten up. So I don't know, man. It seems to me that if you want to go by the metric of treating civilians, it really seems that Hamas is the more humane.
I mean, Hamas is smarter. Hamas is definitely smarter.
7th October when it was committed. When 7th October, 7th October, can you stop interrupting me, man? Can you stop? 7th October, there was roundabout 400 to 500 civilians that were killed by Hamas, and there was roundabout 500 to 600 military personnel that was killed by Hamas. So the odds of civilians dying, right, from the people that you proclaim are targeting civilians, is round about 40 to 50%. Yet somehow the nation who is not targeting civilians manages to get numbers like 90% civilian targets. So I don't know, man. You tell me.
Ardian, did you watch the videos of the attack? I'm just curious.
I watched them all, literally all. And I can tell you even the amount of hours of footage there is, because I went through it all to see if there's any sign of systematical rape. There's none. So no,
Do you remember them burning? Do you remember them burning women?
Burning women? Tell me, please show me the video of them burning women.
Come on, dude.
Did you also watch the execution?
Please show me the video of them burning women.
Come on.
Show me.
I will. I'm gonna pull it up. Did you also did you watch the executions of the civilians at the festival?
Yeah, I did. I saw that.
And that's humane.
This is the shit I've been seeing the IDF do for ages.
That's the case.
Every single day for the past like 10 years of my life that I have been slightly political from the beginning to them becoming more and more. Every single day I've seen children just plump over in the middle of the street because they got shot in the head in the West Bank. This is for literally ages, time and time again. Every few weeks I saw videos like that. Eventually, you stop caring. You see a child getting a bullet straight through the head and you just don't care. So I am at the point where I just don't care. Like the same goes for the other way. Yeah, this is what happened. They gave bullets into heads of civilians. Now what?
But you don't like black.
They need to be put down because they're rabid dogs, all of them.
Sure, man. I believe that's
why we need like 50,000 American bodies there to put down the chimps when they chimp out.
Can you get Likud out of Israel? No. Can you get Hamas out of Gaza? No. This is just a fact. Neither will drop their weapons. The only way you can fucking move forward is by either Israel accepting every single Palestinian as a citizen, right? Then Hamas has no legitimacy to exist anymore politically. Or you, in fact, say to them, here, look, we will give you liberation. You will get what you want. These people will have to step out of boundary, so you have no reason to fight anymore. And then if you fight again, well, then again, fight.
But do you denounce what Hamas did on October 7th?
I don't really care, man. I don't really. I have stopped to care about Palestine. I have stopped caring not just about Palestinians dying. I had stopped caring about Palestinians ever receiving a nation. Like much further than that. I have stopped caring that they are losing their possessions, their land, everything day by day. I stopped caring about that. So if you want to like, this is what I mean, man. This is like so fucking like emotional woman talk that you're doing, man. You're like, oh my god, did you see 40 babies were beheaded?
I didn't say that.
Oh, did you see that? Ladies and gentlemen, me, Joe Biden, I saw pictures of 40 babies beheaded. Bro, I've seen hundreds of pictures of beheaded babies. Hundreds. Before 7th October.
I just asked if you
This
did
is
not.
the weirdest flex ever, Audion. I'm gonna lie to you.
Spare me with this like fucking like civilian dying. I don't care. Civilians dying. If 5,000 civilians died or only one, it's not gonna change the war, the solution, or any of the conflict at all. None.
But you didn't want black people in Germany.
What the fuck is this non sequitur?
But that's what you said. You're a white nationalist.
Yeah, I don't want black people in fucking Germany, but I don't want black people to receive bullets into the head.
Well, I didn't say that. I said you don't want them in your country.
Yeah, correct. Obviously, I don't know.
How
does this have to do with fucking geopolitics?
It has a lot to do with everything because it's hard to take something seriously when you're against black people.
It's crazy, man, how soy boy you are. You are the one who is promoting the only fucking fraction of a people that have been systematically genocided in 70 years, right? They have lost countless of people. You can cry about it, man. I don't give a shit. You don't care. You're the one who tells them. You are the one who tells them that they should accept all the suffering that they suffer from. You are the one who tells them that they are wrong when they ask for no suffering. You're the one who tells them that they shouldn't have a continuation silent. So I don't want to hear any of your fucking like virtue signal and lip service that you have for them. Shut your dirty mouth. So I was talking to the other guy, so don't interrupt me. Dirty mouth. Anyways, so the point again is, Robert, very simply, that I have stopped caring long ago about the Palestinians. This whole terrorist narrative is so boring. The Houthis were not a terrorist up until last year, and now they again are. Up until last year, they initially were, then they were not, now they are again. So I was allowed to not support them, then support them, and then again not support them. This is just brain rot, man. If you see the world through this lens, man.
I listen. It just sounds to me like you care a lot based on what you've been saying here.
I do want these people to not suffer, but I have, unlike you, seen pictures for years of them suffering, for years. And I have been forced to just swallow it down time and time and time again to the point where you just become absolutely ignoring this issue, right? You just throw it away because you accept that you can ask any pro-Palestinian. Go back in time 4 years ago and ask them if they expected that in 4 years Palestine will be this fucking politically strong for a statehood. Nobody would agree with you. Everybody would say they are just continuously going to get fucked over and they will never see statehood. That's what it looked like.
Can we mute
That's what it looked like. They were getting fucked over year after year, day after day, and nobody gave a shit. Everybody was like saying, Israel has a right to do this. This was the common narrative. You would see children with bullets in the head. Israel has a right to do this. The American journalist was killed in 2019. She got the fucking bullet straight through her chest. She got shot straight through her chest by the IDF, and America said, well, I guess they just have a right to do it. Every single time these people have killed people, it's a right, they have a right. So eventually, I'm just going to sit here and be like, why do you now cry rivers about when the other side does the exact same shit?
The journalist you're talking about was 2022, so it was even more recent than 2019.
No, in 2019 they killed another one. No.
Wait, really?
Yeah, in the March of Return. No, they killed they killed regularly fucking journalists. This is what I mean. You're talking about that woman that was in the West Bank. Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm talking about. This is another case. I'm talking about the Gaza Strip. You're talking about the West Bank.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
See, like this shit happens time and time again. American citizens get killed by them, and you're just forced to like not care. Our fucking aid workers got bombed by them, and they fucking literally provided fucking evidence that they lied to us, that they deliberately targeted them, and I'm supposed to just accept that Europeans are dying because of them. And yet you turn around when some fucking like literal children that were born into a fucking like camp where they cannot go outside, not even to their own nation over the border. You want me to like turn around and be like, why are they chimping out? No, I don't care. Chimp out. I don't give a shit.
What should happen to all the Jewish people?
Most Jewish people don't even live in Israel.
In Israel.
What should happen to them? Hold on.
What should happen?
What should happen to them? They're like outside of the scope of issue.
Well, because if Hamas comes and kills people in Israel, and the Jewish people respond, but their response, and according to you, is too much, is more than what Hamas did. So what should they do? They should
I find this interesting. I find this interesting because you're sitting here and saying like, oh, what if they come into your nation? Well, Israel is in the nation of Palestine, not the other way around. Number one. Number two, in the same year.
That's my point.
In the same year, right? Palestinians got raided continuously by Israel, and it was named by the UN the most bloody year for the Palestinians. They lost 200 people in the West Bank. From that, round about 40% children. They were shot in the West Bank. Why? One moment. There is no Hamas in the West Bank. No Hamas. Yet the 200 people died before 7th October in the same year. So now you tell me, Robert, what are the Palestinians supposed to do when 200 of your people get killed?
But I'm not talking about this, but I'm just saying, you just said what I was asking you, is that you feel that the Israel should not exist and it should just be all Palestine. That's what I was asking you, and you just said that.
If they want to agree to that, sure. I don't think they will.
No, but that's what you just said.
When did I say that? What?
Just a second ago.
What did I say?
You said that the whole area should be Palestine. It should not be Israel.
When did I say that? The second ago?
No, he said that. No, that's not true. Okay, that's not true. He said that Israel is in Palestinian territory.
I said Israel is occupying Palestine.
So what you're saying is that Israel is occupying Palestine. So basically, you're saying the whole area there is Palestine.
Are you stupid? I already told you that 1967 borders is what I'm referring to, man. Turn your brain on. Yeah, Google it.
I just like I said, I just heard something different. So.
No, man, you just don't know what I'm referring to when I say the internationally recognized Palestinian territories.
No, but are you Jewish?
100%, yes.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh my God, man! Why don't you start off with that, man? Listen here,
Look at my last name; it's pretty obvious.
Silver, man.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
I don't know, man. I'm not like a fucking Jew smeller.
No, that's a very famous American.
I don't care, man. I don't know and I don't care. Look, man.
Well, you just asked, so I'm telling you.
I didn't ask you.
Zoidberg asked me. I'm responding.
Okay, well then there you go. I'm saying I don't care. I
don't
care. The point is very simple, that you are not even understanding what I'm referring to, the Palestinian territories. Okay? Israel has cannibalized and eaten most of Palestine to the point where the only thing that remains is internationally is the 1967 borders. But even those borders.
What about the British mandate?
What is this, man? That I don't understand what this question is
supposed
to do.
What I feel, and maybe I'm trying to get you to say it, is that you feel that the Jewish people should not exist in Israel.
No.
Not you.
Not saying that.
Ideally, in the times when the Jews... Ideally, at the time when the Jews did mass migration to Israel, no, that should not have existed. The Jews that remained there, they should have been there, and then there should have been an agreement by the state of Palestine how many Jews can come in and how many not. What should not have been done is allowing Israeli Zionists to run havoc, cause terror attacks upon Palestinians, so on and so on. I don't think that's productive. What would have been productive is to just ask if they can migrate into the region and then exist there, co-eternally, like they existed prior to Zionism. The Jews who existed in Israel prior to Zionism, they could have continuously existed there. They were not causing any problems, so they're fine. The problem starts with Zionism.
So there you go, see? You don't want the Jews there.
That's what you just said. I disagree with that statement. I said I want Jews to be there. The Jews that
but they shouldn't have it's not their state, though. It should be Palestine.
I don't care about the name of it. It was called Palestine, so it would make more sense to go with that. But I don't give a fuck.
Okay. I don't know. It's just it's very
what
hard.
you want. What you
I'm
want is because you want them to go there violently, expose people, and then fucking cause terror attacks upon the British and fucking white people and so on and so on. That's what you want.
There's
I don't want any violence.
Of course you do. Because the Jews that were brought there against the will of the native people there, right? Like this was mass migration.
Well, all due respect, the Jews were there first. All due respect, the Jews were
With
there.
all due
before.
respect, that is, again, as I said, you want that to be the case.
To the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of we're gonna devolve to the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah who existed 4,000 years ago. This is not how we resolve current day conflict.
But it's true. They were there first.
I don't care about.
Okay, well then by that logic, Silverman, I also. Well, Silverman,
Why do you care who were there first? I mean, the Jews are essentially a Canaanite tribe. That this entire region belongs to Canaanites.
Yeah. The Jews also took it over, right? Like
historically, the first people that lived in that region, in the Fertile Crescent, were Canaanites.
Correct. Silverman likes to go about taking it violently.
If we do PCA charting or autosomal DNA or paternal lineage, we'll establish people with Canaanite DNA have priority to that region because they live there, right? They lived there for 10,000, 20,000 years ago. And that's just silly way to like.
I mean, how did the Jews take the land?
Israel just needs to be a better state, where just a state for everybody.
Silverman, how did the Jews get to that territory? How was it through conquest?
Look,
answer the question. Just don't tell me with friends. Answer because you trialed me right now. I want to have a trial.
No. I just asked your opinion if there should be Jewish people there.
Okay, sure.
At all.
And I'm asking for your opinion. How did the Jews obtain the land?
What do you mean, how do they obtain? How does anyone obtain the land?
Well, I asked you.
They were there for thousands of years.
I'm just asking you, how did they obtain it? Like, shouldn't be that difficult. Through conquest, right?
I don't believe it was through conquest. They were just there.
Really? They were just there.
Well, that's not true because historically, Canaanite tribes used to war with each other. This is what I learned in my country's educational system. So
you're wrong. They were not.
Are you Jewish, Zoidberg?
I am, yes. Correct. Okay. I'm a Levite, actually, Robert.
Oh, look how he's checking if you're a Jew or not.
A Levite. I'm a Sephardim.
I thought you said a Yemenite. Sorry.
No, I'm a Sephardim.
Listen, I just find it hard to. It's very difficult for me to take a lot of the things you say at face value only because of your white nationalist views. So it automatically.
I don't give a fuck, man.
It puts me at odds with you.
You're a Jewish nationalist, man. You're even worse than me. Of course
I'm not.
Of course you are.
Judging by what he's saying, I don't think you can extrapolate he's a Jewish nationalist, though. I think he was set on his defensive foot because he heard you
told me
talk
that
about race.
I am. Listen. He critiqued me.
Thank you, Zoidberg.
No. He critiqued me when I said that the Jews should coexist with the Palestinians in Palestine and said so they should not have a nation. So, Silverman, do you believe that Jews should have a nation?
Yes.
Of course I do. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so you are a Jewish nationalist, as I just said, man.
But I don't have anything against the Arabs or whatever you want to call them.
This is the funny part. This is why I...
Guys, you were saying, guys, so you were doing the literal nationalism because you just want to have a nation, where Robert is understanding nationalism as in ultra-nationalism, fascism, that kind of a situation.
Well, that's his projection because
you guys having a misunderstanding.
This is the projection because no. This is the projection because white nationalism in Europe is a natural phenomena. Meanwhile, the Jewish nationalism within the Middle East is not a natural phenomena. You were synthetically creating the state of Israel, and you were displacing the people there, and it is built upon displacement and so on and so on. If you don't believe me, go read Theodor Herzl before he Please stop for a second. If you don't believe me, go read Theodor Herzl before there was any Jewish migration to Palestine. It quite literally said Zionism is built upon displacing the native population.
Okay, what's your current issue with that?
As I said,
so I would understand.
Well, if you don't have an issue with that, that's fine and all. But you guys come and whine to us white people all the goddamn time and tell us how bad the Muzzies are for taking your shit over. When you do the same thing and get called out for it, you are proud about it. So yeah, I do have a problem with people imperializing other people. I don't like that shit.
You have a problem with Israeli having a country that is called Israel. That is
ideally you should not have
recognized by most of the countries in the world and declared as Israel. While Palestine has nothing.
It's also recognized by most of the world. Why is Israel?
Yeah, because this is the thing. Jews love taking the UN as justification for Israel to exist, even though they only obtained the justification by lobbying heavily at the time when the UN was not, in fact, taking most of the nations into account. It was only the colonial states that were mainly in the UN, right? So that time you love taking that as justification. Wait, I'm not done. Wait, I'm still not done. You love taking the UN as justification for existence of Israel, but whenever the UN dictates you justifications for Palestine, all of a sudden the UN is irrelevant.
Sorry, how do countries today work in the overall scheme of things? How do you know if a place is a country?
If they are a member of, I guess you're referring to the UN nation states?
No.
Then what are you referring to? Because that's what most people would refer to when we talk about states.
The fact that other countries recognize that specific
that's what
countries'
I just said.
borders.
That's what I just
It's
said.
not just the UN.
It's like Turkey. Turkey's not a member.
When you say other countries, what are you referring to? What countries? Obviously, you're talking about nation members of the UN. Like what else recognition are you referring to? Like, I don't understand this. Anyways, yeah, you're referring to the UN, as I just said. So again, the same thing is also applied to the Palestinians. The vast majority of the world, 90-something%, accepts Palestine as independent, with a few exceptions.
Wait, who accept?
I will show you. I'll show you a map.
And agent, most of the world recognizes Palestine as a state.
Whoa. Let's take the obvious one. The Vatican City is a state that's not in the UN.
The Vatican City is a country.
It's a state not in the UN, right?
It's a
Here,
country.
I will go to the text chat and you can tell me if you see the vast majority of the world shining green. If yes, if you're aware of that, then you should also understand that this is the reference of accepting Palestine as a state. So yes, the vast majority of the world accepts Palestine as a state. The same tool that you
Excepting Gaza Strip.
sorry, not Gaza, Palestine. Did I say Gaza?
Well, that wouldn't matter because it's
did
not
I
about
say Gaza or did I say Palestine?
No. I think the M agent correct you as like West Bank is accepted as a state. Gaza is not accepted.
Both are. No, that's not correct.
I'm pretty sure West Bank is usually considered a legitimate authority, Palestinian authority.
Well, yes, but like
Gaza is not.
Gaza green is countries that recognize Palestine as a state.
Correct.
So
Palestine territories. The Palestinian
doesn't recognize them.
Portugal does not. But these are the Palestinian territories that they recognize. So this includes Gaza and West Bank.
Yeah, we don't disagree here. I was thinking you were talking about the whole area.
I was under the impression is that only like West Bank is
no. This talks about
also Gaza Strip is Palestine.
Is recognized. Okay, well, my mistake.
The 1967
not only that, not exactly.
You're right,
not only that, other lands that they stole. Exactly.
This is the 1967 borders that the world agrees upon belonging to Palestine. So to go back to the conversation, ideally, as you asked me, the Jews shouldn't have mass migrated into Palestine. They should have been going to New York. There was already 3 million people of them there. They would have had it way easy over there, and I think there would be less war, less fucking people dying. But again, the Zionist project was not with the intent to give Jewish people a safe. That was one moment. The Zionist project was not something to give Jews a safe heaven. No, it was supposed to be an imperial, nationalistic, very, very far right-wing goal of producing an own nationhood.
So, the area between the West Bank and Gaza, can that be Israel?
Under international law, it is.
No, for you. You're what you want.
Ideally, or what I want realistically?
Just whatever you want. Ideally.
Well, these are two. Ideally, I already stated there should have been one nation where Jews that have lived there should have continuously lived there, and there should have been no mass migration. Problem solved.
So what I'm saying is, between the West Bank and Gaza, ideally for you, there shouldn't be anything. It should just be all Palestine.
There should all be one nation with equal rights for all, and the Jews that lived there should have continuously lived there.
But the nation would be called what? Palestine?
Is that a problem for you?
I'm just asking.
I'm pretty sure, like you can tell, man.
Care.
You can call it Canaan.
I told you already 20 times.
It does not matter.
I have answered this question. We are looping. I told you already. I don't care the name of it. I don't care if they call it East Jordan, West Jordan.
Both parties agreed to.
Obviously silent. I agree. That's why I said I have a realistic answer and an ideal answer. My answer would require going back in time. It's a fucking ideal answer.
No, but the ideal answer is what you in your heart want. The realistic answer is that's not going to happen. That's what I'm getting at here.
No, the realistic answer will happen. Maybe not even that will happen, honestly. Like, there's like a hopeful, realistic answer, and then there's the ideal answer.
Guys, this is... We're getting nowhere.
So realistically, in your heart, you don't want African Americans in Germany.
100%.
So, in your heart, you don't want Israel to have. You don't want it to be Israel. You want it to be Palestine.
I don't want
bloodshed. What is this? Where the fuck are you getting at, Robert?
These
I'm just trying to make a point.
Team red tape.
These are complete non sequiturs. Look, man, it seems to me like can I ask you a question, Silverman?
Yes,
because
go ahead.
Because do you support a nation for the Jews, correct?
100%, yes.
Do you support the right of return to the 7 million Palestinians to Israel?
I do, if they want it.
You support them going to Israel, 7 million Palestinians.
A right of return, I mean, go there. Of course, I don't have a problem with that.
And them having a right to vote.
I do. I believe that they already have that right.
They don't.
Currently, the ones that live in Israel do, but that's like not even like 10% of all the Palestinians that should have the right to return.
Look, I think that what I'm trying to get at here is that I feel I understand what you're saying. I just think that it's hard to if there's a two-state solution, I'm for it. I just don't believe what your ideal thing of pushing the whole state of Israel out and having it Palestine.
Two-state or one state, it doesn't change the fact that these 7 million Palestinians have a right to return, and if they return there, the Jews become the minority. Do you understand this?
That's right, but I don't believe that 7 million want to return.
It doesn't matter. Like, hypothetically, if they would return, would you allow them?
They would be the minority, or 100%.
Would you support that?
I support it, but it's not gonna. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, so you wouldn't.
Where are you taking your numbers for? Because I don't understand.
You're talking about like refugees.
There is 6 to 7 million refugees in the diaspora.
He's talking about like Jordan, the surrounding states. He's talking about like Christian Palestinians in Chile. They're like 180,000.
Why the fuck? Like,
he's including all of those.
Because these people own property within Israel. That's the fuck.
No, they don't.
Yeah, but I think Robert is correct here. I don't think the Christian. Sorry, just real quick. I don't think the Christian Palestinians in Chile. They're like what 180,000 people who just returned to. They already settled there. They have their lives there. They're not going.
Well, as I said, realistically, it's a different question.
This is unrealistically even to go back and prove they have some claim. It's like saying someone that lived in France once used to live in Germany and therefore he owns some land there.
How the
It is
fuck?
not.
No, M agent. This is something that happens
How
all the
the
time.
fuck am I? How the fuck am I hearing
No.
someone? How the fuck am I hearing someone who said to me a second ago, we used to live there 2,000 years and uses that as justification to go back there, accepts that, doesn't even like bother like with it, and then someone who used to live there or his parents used to live there 70 to 80 years ago, you just can't wrap your mind around these people wanting to go home.
Here's the main
Not,
thing.
not my point. My point is, you have right now, no matter where, people living on a current plot
like
of land.
a bunch of fat Americans.
You don't. You don't start claiming backwards your generations and so on. You have reality, and
What?
in reality, you
Is the
have
Zionist
Israel.
right now saying this?
You can cry
Oh, he's a
whatever the
Zionist?
fuck you want.
Yeah, he's a Zionist.
You can-
Is the
Oh,
Zionist
you
telling
can-
me this? Really?
Oh wow,
You
Zionist.
are
you
giving...
can
M agent,
cry-
M agent. I don't think M agent has ever said they're Zionist, have they?
Oh, of course he is. Are you not listening to him?
Just because he
You
has the
don't know
accent
what
and
a
he's from Israel.
Zionist
Like, come on.
is.
I mean,
You
I'm
don't
just
know
like,
what a scientist is,
it's
and
very-
you don't let me. You don't even let me finish my point.
The creation
Okay,
of the creation of Israel was
Okay,
inherently a racist thing.
Guys.
Yup.
M agent. Stop. M agent, you're first. Then it's red tape. Then it's Arjun. Go.
Again, the point is, no matter where you take in the world, you simply cannot migrate because you want to a certain place and move people away because you have some imaginary background for it. It doesn't
Amen.
how it works right now. It doesn't. We are in
Isn't that exactly
other
what Israel
times.
did?
No.
Isn't that exactly what do you mean, amen, bro? That's exactly what the Zionists did. There was a fucking 4% Jewish population in fucking Israel, mandatory Palestine at the day. 4%. And then like people who have like 60% European DNA and like 40% Ashkenazi, right? Then turned around and were like, you know what? We are going to do exactly the thing that you just said, which is like trace that DNA back to a place and then say we are going to go there, even though we don't live there for like literally almost thousands of years. And you are the one who's telling it.
You had a special situation where over 2,000 years you needed to find a solution, and there the world decided to find this solution in this place, while Arab countries have 2/3 of the world to migrate to, and they will still cry over a plot of land that has been destroyed 5 times in a row for 1 month.
You understand that these are not the same people,
what's your
right?
point? What's your point?
You have 700 million Caucasians, right? When fucking someone turns around,
Where you have 7 million Caucasians?
700 million.
Okay.
Yes. There's 700 million Caucasians. There's if tomorrow like there's fucking I don't know like Ukraine is being actually ethnically cleansed, right? Which they kinda are. You could argue for that. Let's say Putin is like just straight up ethnically cleansing the Ukrainians. Are you just gonna turn around and be like, oh man, why do you care about only 10 million Caucasian? There is still 690,000 million people, places they can go to. They occupy 10% of world. Nobody cares, bro. You are people. You have the right to fucking be fucking wherever you are. There, you can stay there as long as you didn't take it through force. So give me a break with this. Oh, you should not care about this tiny ethnic cleansing that we are committing.
Again, you're strawmanning my point. You have a existing situation of a country, okay, and you are talking about mass migration to the country.
Which is what the Zionists did, which is what you support.
People that don't want to go to that country, don't want to go anywhere.
I'm sorry, but like when the Palestinians lived in Palestine...
I'm not talking around. I'm talking about Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
Gaza Strip, they don't want to go anywhere. They don't want to go anywhere.
When the Palestinians lived in Palestine, you mass migrated to it, yes or no?
Again, what is your claim for now?
I'm
Yes,
asking
yes.
you. Okay.
Of course, when the country was declared,
No, there
even
was no
before
country
that,
declared.
you had mass migration.
Okay,
It was
beautiful.
so first of all,
Go ahead.
I think historical claims are dumb, but there's thing that has to be accounted for, and that's functionality. After the Holocaust in Europe, Jews were no longer safe in Europe. Now,
That's not when the mass migration started, man.
I know.
That's just
I know.
fucking like guilt tripping, man.
I know. I'm not guilt tripping anybody, but I'm contextualizing. So I know the migration started in the early 19th century, 20th century. Yeah, early 20th century. But that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at, it seems to me that there was a situation where a lot of people were, for one, misled by the British government, who started to facilitate sales of lands owned by like big landowners in Damascus and Cairo to people who had political intentions. For sure, they had political intentions. It's undeniable. But land was sold from the British Empire to these people without accounting for the fact that the people who already lived on land that was being sold were British citizens, and they were about to face a very awkward situation where the land was being sold under their feet to other people, right, who didn't have any idea that people already
And what
lived on the
happened
land
when
they
they
bought.
did start carrying Zyberg? When the British started carrying and were like, "Hey, you Jews are kind of fucking over here. Can you stop?" What happened?
Well, there was a response with violence against the British.
The Jews started terrorizing the British.
Oh, yeah, but
yeah,
this
is what I mean.
It's undeniable. There was a political prime mover that happened there, but this like ill beginning, I would say, of the situation just facilitated later escalation of this situation, right? The fact of the matter, though, is what galvanized the diaspora to a huge degree, right? Including numerous Jews from North Africa, from the Mediterranean, to go to Israel, was the Holocaust, and subsequently Jews were not safe in Europe. You can argue that the Jews will be safe in America, and probably you can make a very convincing argument. I might be convinced, but you can argue that Jews would be safe in the Soviet Union. We can talk about the Evreisk Autonomny Oblast, right? We can talk about all this bullshit. But colonization was happening. I mean, and I'm not saying this in like a negative way. I'm just saying this is like a matter of fact, right? For good or worse, the whole situation would have been much better from the beginning if people were getting integrated. And in many cases, this was the case. There were kibbutz who communicate with local Bedouin villages, and they had very good relationships where they would defend each other, right? It wasn't always us against them. It was mostly political zealots.
You promised
versus everybody else. Not to mention that the Haganah or Irgun attacked Jews themselves, right, for various reasons.
Right.
So
you're
it was.
I want. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Zoidberg started a good point, which history isn't relevant for our understanding and solving the solution, the issue right now. Right now, you have a country, okay?
Yeah.
What you're doing with it and what the people around it want or don't want, this is what really happens in reality. And as far as we know, the people around it, okay, which you count as millions, don't want to go back. It is maybe the Gaza Strip within the millions, within the 2 millions, and even they don't want to cross the border and to join living in Israel. And they don't want to go to Egypt, and then they don't want to go to Jordan. So I don't know what you're even talking about, because
convenient, man, convenient.
What
Very
the
convenient.
fuck you mean convenient?
I think
Convenient that you stop.
I
Very
worked
convenient that you
with
stop.
Israeli Palestinian guys.
Yeah.
They don't want
very convenient
to go
when
anywhere.
Very convenient when we talk about the suffering of the Palestinians to end. You just let me finish for a moment. Very convenient that when I talk about the Palestinians having the right of return, right? Because you took away their land, you took away their everything less than a fucking 100 years ago. You forget history. Very conveniently, you just say, "La fuck history. Who cares? Let's not look at the past. Let's look at what is right now and move from right now as the golden standard." Very convenient. But wait, one moment. Very convenient. But when I ask you about the creation of your nation, right? You say, "Well, we had a special cause for 2,000 years XYZ," and you just like open the whole history fucking lexicon, man. It's very convenient. Like
the point is
this is also but one moment. This is what I hate about Zionist Jews. You guys are so hypocritical. First, you don't care about history when it benefits the Palestinians, but your whole like example of having a nation built up on that. Then you turn around and say, "Oh, they don't have because of just that genome a right to come here," but you built yours upon it. You say that you have a right to exist because the other United Nations members accept you, yet when the other accept Palestine, that doesn't matter to you. When the others tell you, "Hey, you cannot be in that territory, you need to pull out of it," every single year they tell you this. You don't care about that. You just cherry pick what you want to hear from them. When it comes to the British who told you, "Hey, you can have a right to migrate over there. Here, we will facilitate some migration for you." And then they turned around and told you, hey, can you stop expulsing the Palestinians and creating fucking apartheid, please? This is causing trouble. You started killing the British and terrorizing them. This is what I mean. Like, you guys are just the most hypocritical people that exist.
That's okay. That's not the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is
I was talking to you.
The justification based on historical record. We're kind of beyond that anymore. I don't think we can use it. We can do anything about it. The only thing we can do right now is to have some semblance of like separation for these people if they want to be separated, or if these people want to return, or if these people want to like whatever they want to do, because it's their right to decide whatever they want to do based on international law and the material conditions that we have right now. There's nothing else we can do. All of this, you guys started colonizing first and brutalizing, or you guys, you Palestinians, you came after the Kingdom of Judah, the Kingdom of Judah, Kingdom of Israel are there for like 6,000 years. But it's irrelevant to the conversation. Nothing can be done about it. The same thing can be addressed to both sides. And the only thing that we can do right now is use international law and like facilitators of peace in order for us to have some semblance of like either separation or unification, right? Like we either live in different countries or we live in a single country which is fair for all, right? But there's nothing else.
I will never understand how the Jews, when they support their nationalism, right? They say like, "Look, man, 20-30% of my genome comes from over there, so I should have the right to have this ethno-state, right? I should have to create this nation, right?" They, like, you guys just turn around and okay. Even this guy who was labeling me as a racist a moment ago, but when white people are the same way, they're like, "Hey man, this is my land, this is my fucking area, I want to fucking do whatever the fuck I want to do here." They don't even need to expose anyone. Polish people, for example, they just exist, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, you're so racist, Poland, you're so racist," including like you, right? And then like it's just like it's crazy to me how you would sit here. Not you, Zeitberg. I'm not talking to you. My point is, it's crazy to me how you are gonna like label people like in Europe that just have like homogeneous societies and want to remain homogeneous, that this is like something wrong and racist, yet you are the one who obtained a homogeneous society by expulsion.
With all due respect, I firmly believe that you do have a racist view, Ardian.
I already admitted that, and I told you that.
But he's
so
not
do
hiding
you.
it.
The point is so true.
How dare you call me racist? Also, I embrace being a racist.
No, that's not the point, man. The point is my racism does not include suffering of any people. Your racism is built upon suffering. Do you see the difference? My racism is victimless. Yours isn't.
My racism is based. Your racism.
But here's the main thing, everybody. Israel should have never existed. Israel should have never existed. It should
I
have never
agree.
been made.
That's my point.
Debatable, right, Dave?
The
Look,
nation.
I view Israel was literally created so Europeans could get rid of Jews in Europe and put them in Israel.
I mean, that is
Fuck no.
literally the
That's not
Balfour Declaration. What do you
That's not
mean?
true. That's
That is literally
that's
the
simply
Balfour.
not true. No,
the British hated the Jews so much they just signed a declaration to get them the fuck out of the United Kingdom.
That's not true. This is what they want you to believe. In fact, the Jews had gotten multiple places where they were promised the land, like Madagascar and so on and so on. But they didn't want these places because
So Madagascar has native populations.
I understand.
That would be the same problem.
Zoidberg, I understand. My point is not here to expose if that form of Zionism would have led to also victims or not. That's not my point. My point is that it's very specific that they didn't just want a safe haven. As I already stated multiple times, they could have went to New York, they could have taken Madagascar, or any of the other places that were promoted to them. Instead, they were lobbying and fucking heavily lobbying to get Palestine. Because this is not a desire for a safe haven. This is not a desire. This is not a desire for like some, I don't know, like a place of idyllic existence. No, this is a place exactly chosen because their irredentism to take back what they claim to belong to them. Just like Putin
correct.
wants to take
Historical claims. Yes, historical, and I don't like historical claims. I don't make my arguments out of history. I think it's wrong to make arguments out of historical claims in the 21st century. It's just bullshit.
Well,
now we either integrate and we live equally, or we live separately in the most like reasonable way possible, separated. Right? That's it.
I fully agree that. That's why I said to you earlier that if you have two options, either one state solution, everyone equal rights, but this Jewish guy will never accept that because he wants a Jewish nation for Jews only. But when I say that, hey, I don't want to have people in my nation that are not European, all of a sudden I'm doing something wrong. I didn't kick these people out. These black people coming to Europe, I didn't kick them out. I didn't do anything to them.
He has a problem with black people also?
I have a problem with every people that are not European. I didn't kick any of them out. I didn't burn their house down. I didn't fucking do anything to them. I didn't displace them. So I'm not revoking.
And you're a Muslim?
I'm not revoking their right to come back because they never had the right to come back. They don't have a right to come back because they cannot come back. They are coming. Do you understand? Meanwhile, on your end, you are the one who burns their buildings down, displaces them internally, externally, and then turns around and still points their finger at me and writes into the ADL, white nationalism is based on hatred and separatism, blah, 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 but fucking like Jewish. Then you look at the same fucking dictionary of the ADL about Jewish nationalism and it's like a love story.
Wait, but when the blacks come to Europe, do they throw rockets at you before that?
Worse.
I'm sorry, but the resistance of Palestinians towards Israel is completely and totally justified.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yes, it is. It is.
Of course it is.
Entirely justified.
Fuck you sideways.
By the way,
what's that? Is that a rocket heading towards Edmonton? Oh, whoa.
Rite, please.
It's not justified.
Real
There's no
quick.
justification to kill people.
Yeah, it's totally totally justified.
Guys, I truly apologize guys, please, truly apologize that I have to interrupt the conversation. Oh my god. Give me a second. I apologize that I have to... No, I'm not going to mute them. But I have to ask everybody here to refrain from making any definitive statements about the inferiority of one ethnic group over another, please.
I didn't do that. I didn't say
I'm just saying, this is on YouTube. We can talk about race. I know. I'm not saying.
It's totally justified.
Before you judge, try to live a day in Israel.
I
genuinely
don't care.
Do you know how many we hear the sirens? Do you know how many times we hear the sirens?
Exactly.
And then I have to go from my multi-million
you don't
house.
care, but you want to debate about it.
Do you know how many firecrackers these Hamas throw over the border?
Whoa, that child just threw a rock at a soldier. Better blast him.
Do you understand that these missiles that Hamas makes are Allah guided? They are made anti-Semitic. You don't understand.
I want to say that earlier you asked us to live a day in
You
Israel's
would
shoes.
be so accepted.
Let's not mock other people's accents, please.
M agent. Would you rather live one day in Gaza or one day in Israel?
I was about to say that.
Israel, 100%. This is the same people. This Fred Red
Crazy.
Tape. I guarantee you, if he went to Gaza, they'd throw him off of a fucking building.
Oh, consider consider doing that yourself, pal.
I guarantee you, they would throw him off of a building.
I don't care. Do you
See,
think?
this is the
Do you
thing.
think that when the Israelis bomb Gaza
They're
or
bombing
like
them why?
kill? No.
Hamas.
Silence, white boy.
Hamas.
White boy.
Robert. Do you think Israeli bombs care if they kill gay people?
Do
But
I
you
think
don't
Israeli
understand.
bombs care if they kill gay people? I think that
I'm just. If you're going to look at completely pragmatically, the Israelis kill far more people than like Hamas ever has.
Who killed more gay people, Hamas or Israel?
Are you sure about that?
No, it's Israel.
Okay, if you were gay in Hamas, you'd be dead.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
I would.
Israel,
But Israel is far more likely to kill me.
No, Israel is not killing gay people.
Israel is no. But if I was a Palestinian gay person, how would they treat me?
No.
You're
You're
wrong.
more likely to die in Gaza if you simply don't agree with anything said by
Thank
the
you.
Hamas.
Thank you.
Yeah. I could keep my mouth fucking shut, right? I could keep my mouth entirely fucking shut. No. Silence, you Zionist piece of shit.
Hey, take it
Oh my
easy.
God.
Fact.
Red tape.
Facts.
So you want to
Facts.
so
The
you want to
oxygen levels go
live
down,
in a
please?
prison without any freedom? to
Yeah.
express
Who
your
made the
opinion?
prison?
Oh my
Who
God,
made the
stop
conditions for
screaming into the
Hamas?
mic. Really?
Hamas the power.
Who gave
Red tape, stop
money?
eating and screeching
Look, I
into
will
the mic, please.
I will quote Netanyahu, 2016. He said, and I quote verbatim: "Anyone who wants to thwart the Palestinian nation should support them with money, with weapons, and with any form of aid." End quote. And then right after he said, "We had this as a policy of the Likud since we can think. You guys have been fucking completely duped by the fucking propagandists. You don't understand that Hamas is a full-on creation of Israel because it benefits Israel. And you guys sit here and whine and you can say what
How
as
does it
much as you
benefit
want.
Israel?
Because Israel receives a legitimacy to continue on expulsing the Palestinians. I can quote to you Netanyahu. I can quote to you Netanyahu. I can quote to
You're
you
cherry picking.
I can go all
an
the way to the 80s.
explanation.
Stop for a second, man. They have stated that the support in 81, I can give you from New York Times interviews, in which they stated that they are supporting Hamas because it's extremist, Islamist, fundamentalist ideology that they can, in fact, then put the black sheep onto and then use them as a scapegoat, and then just continues with their ethnic cleansing and so on and so on. They used it, and this is verbatim what they said, as a counterweight to the more left-leaning PLO. Right? This is, again, time and time strategy, where Israel manufactures the problem that is not really a problem for them and then sells the solution. The Hamas, if you're under the impression that Hamas is a genuine, legitimate, if you believe that Hamas is a genuine threat, if you believe, I will show you, no problem.
Talking about extreme ideology.
I will explain to you, and white nationalism is not extreme. The whole point why I'm telling it's not, it just isn't.
And if you think this is not an issue for your server, I don't really.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Nationalism is not extreme. It's super
It's
based
not.
on normal
It's not. European white nationalism, nothing changes. Listen, man. Japanese
so again, we can talk about political ideologies to a point. We do not encourage any of them. Please keep that in mind for everybody.
The point is, I believe that every people have a right to determination, including white people. If you guys want to be racist about it, go on. So the point is very simple. You're just telling me that I, as a white person, don't have the right. You are, because you are stating that from every nationalism, the only inherent toxic one is when white people say, we want a white nation. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You called it extreme.
Black
you called me
nationalism is
extreme.
base, but white nationalism is evil. Like nobody said that again.
Yes, that was done, in fact, because I asked the person about Jewish nationalism, and if you don't want to listen because you're incapable of actually doing so because you're low IQ, this person was asked by me if the Zionist creation, the Jewish nationalist Zionist movement, if it is something good. They have stated it as yes, both of them. So when you sit here and run your stupid mouth, don't bother with it. Just remain silent, please. So don't tell me nobody stated the inverse of it. It was. So that, just moving aside to go back to the conversation again, because silent, all you can do is just be background noise. So the point is very simple. You are stating continuously that Hamas is a problem because your propaganda has told you so. There is a $3 billion fence around Gaza. 3 billion. Israel is the largest fucking military, third largest in the Middle East. 25,000 soldiers on sandals with fucking like trucks are not a threat. They are not. There's this quote unquote fear of Hamas is fake, fully. Nobody buys it. We can look at the death rates of the Israelis prior to 7th October. They are non-existent.
Did you like forget about all the terrorist events that happened? Did you like forget about Palestine's so-called friendly people sending exploding balloons over the $1 million
Did you
fence
forget
and
the
so on?
Israeli soldiers who shot journalists, who shot children, who...
So what?
So what?
What?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
This is exactly what I mean, man. Like the hypocrisy never ends. Never.
Listen, I think.
Hold on, I gotta mute this Robert guy. He's old.
Jesus,
Why would you
Rete,
do that?
come on, don't do that.
Why do you have to act like
You have a country with a border. You would do the same when a Mexican crosses the border. So
Yeah,
what are
but you
talking
are the
about?
Mexican crossing the border, M agent. That's what you don't understand. You are the Mexican. You don't belong
All right,
there.
M agent.
But that's
is the way that they treat the people in the West Bank just when they like send settlers who seize land, who seize property, who prevent the Palestinians from setting up their own water infrastructure, who deny them the rights to even the water for their farms, who
Preventing them?
Yes, they do that.
How about supplying them water?
No. I'm not talking about Gaza. Open your fucking ears. I'm talking about the West Bank.
Also, the West Bank, we supply them electricity, we supply them internet
do you do that?
services
Because you have destroyed all of their
because we are
infrastructure.
moral.
No, M
You
agent.
have destroyed
When the
all of
Palestinians set up their own water infrastructure, it is a
You destroy
policy of Israel to destroy it.
Yeah. You are so nice to them that you take 92%
Again, you're talking about
of their
the
waters,
West
man.
Bank or
Listen,
Gaza
in the West
Strip?
Bank, I forgot
What?
what
The
river-
West Bank.
I forgot the lake that is in the West Bank.
Rete,
90,
I don't know. So just real quick,
92%.
Rete, your microphone gain is too high. Can you decrease it a little bit? Because like you may be
90
speaking normally, but it sounds like you're shouting. I'm not sure if it's
92
like a mic thing.
92% of
big
the water.
destroyed
No,
in the
listen,
West
M
Bank.
agent. One moment, please.
I don't know what you're talking about.
90,
You're
92.
inventing
I'll tell
shit
you.
right
I'll
now.
tell you. No, we're not. This is according to the United Nations, who have done investigations upon it. So you can sit here and call it anti-Semitic or Hamas as much as you want. This is
No,
what the
I don't
whole
call you
fucking-
anti-Semitic, but
No,
what's
you
your
can-
point? Can you
I have
stop
already given you my
rambling
points.
and
I'm
give
talking.
your claim?
I'm talking. You
What's
said
your
that you are
claim?
so. You said that you
What's
are
your
so
claim?
moral. You said you give them water. No, in fact, you steal water from them.
I have
90
posted an article
90
from Amnesty
90
International.
92% of the water that is within the lake.
What's your
in
claim?
West Bank. I'm literally telling you the claim. I'm in the process
hold
of
on.
it.
Let me.
92%
Stop
of
for
the
a
water.
second. Stop for a
92.
second.
I'm telling you the claim. 92% of the waters in West Bank, the lake, I
The
forgot the
fuck
name
do
of
I
it,
give about
is
the
in
water?
fact being taken by Israel, and you take almost 11 times the water that you give to the Palestinians. You cut their water. Not only that, you go destroy their wells. When they build a well, you go destroy it because it is against the fucking law. You enforce this. The morals.
Again, the question is
The
right
West
now
Bank.
you have a country, and you have people trying to get in that country and kill all the people inside that country.
So you go
and
steal
it
their
doesn't
water?
matter
I
if
never
it
heard
is
about that.
the Middle East or Germany or France or whatever.
Okay, let's go with it.
If a country crosses the other country's border and tries to kill their people, shouldn't they react? Shouldn't they should just wait for
Well, who's in
what?
whose country? Who's in whose country? Do you have,
Right now,
do you have,
you have a
inside of
country that is called Israel. Okay?
And who's in whose country?
What-
No, I call it isn't real. Okay.
Israel.
Again,
I call it you need to get your mind checked.
So,
No,
so
M
it's,
agent.
wait, no, no, please, please,
Adrian,
Norman.
hold on 1 second. I just have to do it.
Go ahead.
The West Bank, right? Illegally occupied territory. Recognized as a state internationally by the majority of the world, the vast majority of the world. Israel has a standing policy to destroy Palestinian water infrastructure.
Yeah.
So when even they
Yeah.
are providing,
Okay, this is called self-preservation. I think you
oh,
don't
okay,
understand.
okay. Oh Jesus, man, you don't know how you sound right now.
Can I just say one thing really quickly?
How do I sound right now?
You sound
As
like
a
a
stupid
freak.
American
You
that
sound
lives
just
in
like
a
the
la la
German
land.
twins.
and
No, my
doesn't
stupid
understand
American
our
government
stuff.
is the only thing that's keeping your country alive.
You sound
your
the
stupid
equivalent to
American
Nazi
ass
Germany, man.
Yes, my
lives-
fat American
lives
titties are the thing that
somewhere-
you supple from, man. You drink deeply from my bountiful tits.
Yeah.
I think what's happening here is that the bottom line, the brass tacks of this whole conversation is that there are people here who believe that Israel shouldn't exist and it should just be Palestine, and I disagree with that, and that's the bottom line.
You are a fucking brain dead retard if you just heard this guy fucking tell you, literally verbatim, that he doesn't believe they have a right to the land, and then you turn around and be like, well, the problem here is evidently that they are
killing people,
like they don't like
and
us
destroying
Jews,
them.
they don't want
Right.
us to have a nation, man.
Ardian, I think I'm just trying to say, based on the conversation before, Ardian, is that you said your ideal solution, ideal for you, would be that it would just be all Palestine and whoever's left there could be there.
All right, Rob, real quick. Hold on, Ardian.
And Fred,
Hey, real quick.
just one thing, friend Red
Hold
Tape.
on, Rob, give me a second, because I'm modding right now. No more of the retard and all this other
I
shit.
never said any derogatory
I
term.
know you didn't. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Ardian. I get it. We're getting emotional.
We cannot say retard.
I've sent some DMs to folks. Let's just keep the name calling down.
God bless.
We cannot say the R word, really. That's
no.
it's
I mean,
not
it's not about like it's like. Well, you're kind of being retarded, right? Like that's okay. But when you're like you're a fucking retard, no, I'm not tolerating that shit. So just
okay.
I don't think there should be any foul language. It's not productive.
Man, cool, man. Like you're talking about the fucking suffering of. We are talking about literally the suffering of millions,
Well,
and like,
Ardian,
and
this
words
man
are the fucking problem here. Words like fucking like letters combined in a sentence is what is causing you pain.
It's
like
just Ardian. Ardian. All it is about just being decent to each other. That's it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I don't.
Yeah, but
deem
these
it
guys
as
are justifying
decent.
genocide.
I don't deem it
They're
as
genuinely.
decent. I don't deem it as decent when you go to a people and then fucking destroy their wealth and fucking take 92% of their water and then say we are actually moral doing so. It's our right. I don't deem that as decent. I deem that as far more indecent as me saying the R word.
What was the actual topic of this whole debate to begin with?
The fact
initially we were talking about how support for Ukraine is moral and how support for Palestinians, not Hamas, Palestinians, is moral, and how both situations should be resolved in the favor of the people who want freedom and liberty, and
I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify.
I'm going to ask you one thing, Zoidberg. Is Israel an apartheid state? Is it an ethno state?
Oh God.
He thinks
it's by definition.
Yeah, he thinks it is.
The nation-state law of 2019 codifies it as an.
Okay, just making sure. Just for the group. I know you know that.
Sure. What are you making sure? What are you doing right now?
What a little
troll, man. And anyways,
I don't think that anyone should support any type of violence, be it from Israel or from the Palestinians.
What do you mean? Violence is like the great equal. Violence is completely necessary.
I don't think that Hamas should shoot rockets at Israel. I don't think there should be any type of conflict going on. I support a two-state solution, and that's my belief. I think Israel has a right to have their state, and the Palestinians can have the Palestinians.
Been there. All the stuff that you are bringing up, it was tested already.
I agree, and it
both
was
the support, both the two countries. there is no other solution right now besides to bulldoze.
Oh, a final
into the
solution. I
sea.
got it, man. I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, Zoidberg, did you hear that?
Anyways,
I did
look,
hear
man.
that. So please, official warning: do not promote violence against other people or groups, please.
And lastly, I think that Israel has a right to defend itself, just like any sovereign country has a right to defend itself.
But who is occupying who, man?
No, that's regardless of the point.
Yeah, but who? Okay, let me ask you now something. Who
That's
is
irrelevant.
occupying who? No, it's not, man. Let me ask you a question. You made the statement. The right to defend yourself is something you believe in.
Israel's
Who is
a state.
occupying who? Who is occupying who?
Is Israel a state?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
but it
so
is
Israel-
illegally occupying.
Okay,
Wait, Robert. You realize under the UN, it is completely
Look how he's
justified
talking like
and
this
legal.
mental gymnastics.
According to the UN, it's completely justified. And in fact, granted.
What's justified?
No.
What's justified?
He's gonna
Violent
elaborate, man.
resistance.
What?
It is
So,
completely
under-
justified. When you are
under-
being illegally occupied
Who's
by another
occupying
state.
who?
Israel is occupying the West
Palestine.
Bank.
I'm not talking about the West Bank. I'm talking about Israel.
Israel is occupying
My
Palestine.
my white friend. And I'm not saying white as in like a derogative, but like in the American sense where he's like
He's not white, man.
I am
No,
white.
No, you're not. You're Jewish.
Jewish is a
No.
religion. I'm white.
No, Jewish is an ethnicity.
Okay.
well, I would argue that a lot of Judaism is in fact like an ethno-religion.
You might be white passing. No, that could be the
But
case.
Robert,
Look,
Israel occupies illegally, according to the UN, territories where violent resistance is happening.
okay, but that's
According
not-
to the according to the UN, it's completely justified for the people being occupied to violently resist.
I just wonder, like,
okay, but if the people who are being quote occupied to
What do you mean?
resist-
It is internationally recognized as
Hold
an
on.
occupation.
To resist-
An
I say
illegal
that?
occupation.
Retip, you're right. They are justified to resist, and Israel is justified
Thank
to
you.
resist back.
Thank you.
No, it's not.
Squash
It's
them
not.
like
actually, it's
cans.
not. That's not how it works, man.
No.
You can.
Under
I
law,
cannot.
it's
No,
actually
it
not,
absolutely
guys.
isn't. I cannot come to you, man. You guys are so fucking like shackling around. It's crazy. Listen here, man. I cannot come to you, punch you in your face, and then you shove me to the ground, and I'm like, oh, how dare you use more force against me? I will now use even more force against you. Believe it or not, I will be charged.
Again,
You're the aggressor.
No, Robert.
Yes, beautiful. You
You're
grasped it because
confused
Israel
about
is
what
the
is
aggressor.
happening. You're
Israel's not the
very
aggressor.
confused.
How is it not?
I
Elaborate
recommend
to me.
you.
Damn
read
agent, you
some
already
more.
said that you already called for a final solution against Palestine, so you don't
How
really
is
have a
this?
moral ground to stand here.
Explain
Please go
to
back
me.
to your lane.
Explain to me,
Okay.
please, Silverman. How is Israel not the aggressor?
They're not. Israel does not kill people that are innocent. They
Okay, what was the
defend
Irgun?
themselves.
Okay, what was the Irgun?
Oh, hold
okay,
on.
so what? Okay, so what was the
Ardian.
Irgun?
I don't want to talk
No,
to
This
red
guy's
tape.
brain dead. Don't even bother.
No,
I don't want to
already,
speak to red tape. I want to speak to people that are normal. Okay.
I already told you. What is the Irgun?
Excuse me.
Do you know the Irgun?
Could you spell that for me?
You don't.
IRGUN.
Yes,
I-
that's my
I'm
point. You don't. You don't know anything
you
about
spell
the
it?
history. Yeah,
What
of
do you
course.
mean?
I-R-G-U-N. Irgun.
Okay,
What is-
what do you mean? What is
The
your
Irgun,
actual
the
claim?
Irgun, yeah, I know you want to instantly like hop in here and like do your Zionist like shackling. I don't care. Listen, man, the point is very simple.
What is
The
it?
Irgun was a terror organization formed to harass, kill, and maim Palestinians and also the
Right,
British.
so you're back to initial history of the foundation.
Exactly,
of,
because
Israel.
exactly.
Right,
Thank you
because
for-
you cannot
thank you-
face
thank you for-
reality.
Thank you for the Freudian slip and making my case. The as he just said, the creation
Okay,
of
so
Israel.
can we change the
when I'm referring
subject?
to
I don't see it
terrorism,
going
Jewish
anywhere.
terrorism, this guy is turning around and calling it the formation of Israel. Thank you for your Freudian slip. So again, Silverman, the Irgun, there was the David Stern, there was plenty of other organizations that were in fact
Yes,
Jewish
there were
terror organizations
organizations.
themselves. They self-admittedly called themselves terror organization, labeled by the British and the American as terror organizations. They have killed British citizens, they have killed British civilians, they have bombed hotels, they have bombed they have killed hostages, they have killed villages, so on and so on. This was way before Israel was a nation. So when you sit here and say to me, "Oh, actually, Israel is just defending itself. They are not the aggressor," you're wrong.
By the way,
yes, in history, you can find any people of any organization doing acts. Right, like
convenient.
The US isn't killing people every day.
Convenient.
Let's forget that China kills its own people all the time. Let's forget what happens in Europe.
Yes, forget what we have. Forget we did USS Liberty. Forget Lavon affair.
Yes.
Forget we burn Palestinians alive. Forget this happened in the past. But never forget Holocaust. Never forget Holocaust. Never forget. Never forget. Never forget 7th October.
I imagine you never met people in your life, therefore you don't understand how
7th October
conversation
is
works.
worst day in human history for every Jew alive. Give me a break, man. You just cherry pick whenever you want to use something in the past and when not. Like
you know how I know you have nothing? Because you need to emulate my voice in order to make a claim.
If you really believe that, you're just completely out of your fucking
truly
if you believe that, I'm sorry, man, the whole world.
If you actually talk about the claim, you would at least have some respect.
I'm agent. Majority of America doesn't side with you anymore. Your largest ally. Majority of America is not on your side anymore. This is like you.
Right.
It is true. I can give you the polls right now. Majority of America supports boycotting Israel. If you sit here and tell me that I need to mimic your voice to show the world that you are completely lunatic.
Right now you're mimicking my voice. Wasn't it true?
Because you're so fucking abundantly not engaging with anything I say. You just cherry pick when you care about history, man. It's history when you do terrorism, but it's not history when the Palestinians do it. Do you notice the fucking hypocrisy?
No, I was talking to you.
You cannot
make a claim.
You cannot move forward when they do terrorism. You use it against them for eternity. But when you do terrorism, everybody's supposed to look away, including Palestinians. Just like, it happened. Let's forget it.
Sure.
Oh, thanks, fuck.
You happy now, baby?
God, that was so long-winded. I forgot what you said.
It's fucking crazy, man. Like, you're the only one who can hold grudges. Everybody else should just, like, let go of it.
It's fucking crazy that you don't have a point. You don't know how to form a sentence to save your life.
I just made one. Me and Silverman were talking about the formation of Israel and who's the aggressor. And I'm referring to him to the terrorist organizations that were Jewish, who displaced, killed, massacred Palestinians and British.
We heard you already. We heard you, okay? You really don't have to repeat it. Please don't repeat it.
Well, the other guy's just continuously telling about that I'm wrong. So, like, I don't know.
But now we have a state of Israel.
Oh, so now all of a sudden you drop the fact that they are the aggressor? Now it's all of a sudden the goal is shifting, and all of a sudden it's not an issue anymore that they are not the aggressor?
I brought up the fact that the Israelis were in the area before the Palestinians, and that was not okay.
The Irgun was formed from European Jews.
No, I'm talking about thousands of years ago. You're saying who?
Oh, wow. So I also thousands of years ago.
I don't want to talk about...
Silverman, my people owned Israel 1,000 years ago. Do I now have the right to fucking go take it?
What people?
The Southern Europeans. The Byzantine Empire.
Look, it doesn't matter.
Do I have now the right? No, listen to me, you fucking idiot.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay, so how come when you Jews... Okay, how come when you Jews take it with force, it gives you the right to be there?
With force.
Of course you did. The Canaanites were expulsed.
Listen.
It's in your Torah.
Yes or no?
It's in your Torah. It literally says that you guys expulsed the people there. We have archaeological evidence of it. We have archaeological evidence of the battles. We have your own scripture. We have multiple records. You guys took it with violence. You were not the natives there. That's a lie.
It's because today is Shavuot, which was the giving of the Torah, so it's funny you brought that up. But listen, we do have a state of Israel now, yes?
See how convenient you flip-flop from let's use history and to let's
No,
not
no,
use
you
it
were
to
using history.
we are not. No, I didn't. In fact, I didn't. At no point. At no point.
You just were using history.
How?
But it doesn't
How?
matter.
When?
Just a second ago, you were talking about never forget the Holocaust, never forget this.
No, I am in fact critiquing the other guy who is sitting here and advocating to just forget all the wrongdoings from Israel. Like, for example, when they did psyops on white people, when they killed white people, when they killed Palestinians, when they killed for political reasons, terror attacks. I'm just supposed to forget all of that. But when the Palestinian does it to you, but when the Palestinian does a wrong to you, it gives you 70 years of legitimacy to just occupy these people. 70 years it gives you legitimacy to keep your fucking knee on their neck. But whenever you do something wrong, we are supposed to just look the other way.
But I think the problem is that you look at a much harsher view of the Jewish people.
Are you out of your goddamn mind? When's the last time a Palestinian killed fucking white people?
But what do you mean?
I am white. I care more about what happens to white people. Obviously.
No, what I'm saying is that your point of view is that you would prefer that the state of Israel not exist. And I'm saying that it does exist.
What is it supposed to mean?
No, because then you're anti-Israel.
Yeah, and you are anti-Palestinian.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because it is built upon the fucking Palestinian territories.
Well, listen. And I have friends that are Palestinian from Gaza that are here in the United States and California where I live.
Man and Jewish.
I have friends. I have friends from Lebanon. I have friends from all over the Middle East.
I don't care. Hitler's doctor was Jewish. I don't give a fuck if you have Jewish friends or not.
I'm not anti-Palestinian.
Hitler's doctor was Jewish.
But you said I'm anti-Palestinian. I'm not.
You are.
I'm pro the state of Israel. Pro-Israel. Okay, and if the Palestinians want a two-state solution, then if that could be agreed upon, then great. But I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Again, you are sitting here, and you are in fact stating that if you would go back in time, you would form an Israeli state, when I just showed you it was built upon expulsion, terrorism, and violence, and apartheid. And yet you sit here and say, well, yeah, I do support it. So, yeah, I do believe you are supporting immoral acts. I do not. If I could go back in time, I would reverse these people to get there in first place, unless they go there peacefully. You, on the other hand, will just turn back time and let the same thing happen again. That's the difference. So, when I sit here and say ideally Israel shouldn't exist, I'm referring to causing as little suffering as possible. This is for all included. You, on the other hand, don't care about the Palestinian suffering. You just want to get the Jews what they want.
I care about anyone suffering. I believe
you clearly don't.
And the Palestinians are suffering only because of Hamas.
No, really?
The suffering is because of Hamas, not because of the Palestinians.
Okay, so when did Hamas get into power? When did Hamas get into power?
Hamas, the only reason they're suffering is because of Hamas, and they let them.
When did they get into power? When did they get into power?
But they put them in power.
Finish. For fuck's sake, let him finish. You're really annoying now. Stop repeating yourself all the time. Let him fucking finish.
Shut the fuck up.
Ask him a question, then you interrupt him.
Shut the fuck up. So the point again is,
no, I'm not going to shut the fuck up because you are fucking
it's very convenient. It's very convenient when you turn around and claim that let me give you the 5D analysis of this whole conflict. It's Hamas that is causing all of the suffering. Yet you don't even know when they got into power. They got into power in 2004. They got into power in 2004.
Okay, I think it was 2007.
And when they got into power, Palestinians were suffering prior to that for already decades.
No.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. You're a fucking liar, man. Of course they were. The illegal settlements didn't start with Hamas.
You gonna let anyone else have a say?
When did Israel leave Gaza? When did Israel leave Gaza?
2005 or 6.
Okay, 2006. Okay, and then what happened? Hamas came in. That worked out.
What happened prior to Hamas being there? When Israel pulled out? What did they pull out?
What doesn't matter?
What did Israel put? No, it does matter. What did Israel put? No, of course it does. Of course it does.
We agree to disagree.
No. That's a fallacy. No, that's a fallacy. That's something a Jew would only tell me. Listen here very carefully, man. The point is very simple. What was prior to 2005 in Gaza that Israel pulled out of Gaza? What was it? What did they pull out? Weapons? Did they pull out maybe illegal settlers? Huh?
Yes.
Why was there
you-
illegal
are you gonna
settlers
let him
even though there was
answer?
no Hamas there?
Are you going to let him answer?
Don't you think that you radicalize people when you like continuously force people into their fucking villages and you disrupt the flow of their fucking existence? Don't you think they become anti-you? If you will take right now black people, if you will take black people and force them into, yes they are, yes they were,
Why-
they were
then why did
continuously
they-
fucking.
why do they-
Why are
why
you
do they-
lying? Do you want me to show you the massacres that the illegal settlers had fucking committed
Hold on
in
a second.
fucking Gaza? You
If-
just don't
why do
know.
they- if they're anti-Israel, why do they go there and work? And why are they part of the government? And why
Because
why
they need money to feed their fucking children. That doesn't take away from the fact that the fucking Palestinians were being burnt alive by the illegal settlers.
Okay.
Yeah, you just decide to ignore that. So you have a
I'm not
fucking people that
ignoring
are coming.
anything.
You have a people that are coming into your fucking places, displacing people from their houses, and then you are being held at gunpoint when you even dare to fucking speak towards them. These people then fucking turn around and fucking blow up your fucking cars, go around and burn buildings down, and so on and so on.
So now
and then you're surprised why there's a
Will you
fucking like
stop?
extremist organization who's saying, you know what, we cannot coexist with these people.
So let's hold on. Okay, just please. Let's talk to the president. So what should happen now? What is the point of the whole conversation?
I want you to not shift the goalpost for once in your life.
I'm not.
And admit. Okay, well then admit that Israel was the aggressor.
I don't believe that they were the aggressor.
Okay, well then let's debate that again.
But I don't want to debate it anymore. I
Well,
wanted
obviously
to say
because it ruins your whole
what's-
narrative.
what's the
Because it
solution
ruins
for-
your whole narrative. Your
what's
whole
the
narrative
solution
is built
now?
upon. Your whole narrative is built upon that the Palestinians
what about-
are the cause of every
Okay,
suffering.
but let's ask the room. Does someone want to debate him whether Israel is the aggressor?
Yeah, of course I do. So,
and can you specify the aggressor you mean by all the time or just in recent years?
I mean that the Zionist movement, in its core, the
Okay,
Zionist
so
movement,
not Israel.
Israel didn't exist at the time. The Zionist
Okay,
movement.
so you want to debate the Zionist movement and you don't know what you
Well-
want to debate, and nobody wants to talk about it.
Anyways, you
Because
don't.
you actually
Because you
need
know
to
that I-
hear an answer.
You
need to.
you know.
You didn't wait for an answer. Does someone want to debate with him on this topic?
Yeah, Silverman.
No.
I'm asking him a question.
No.
Silverman, I'm genuinely curious. So you are sitting here asserting continuously that Palestinians are the cause of every suffering, right? When they have went through multiple quote-unquote terror organizations that then ended up dropping the weapons, like the PLO used to be a terror organization, used to blow up fucking buses and shit, and then they stopped doing that, and yet they still get fucked over. So it really doesn't matter at what time
Are
you
you
go back into this.
confused?
No, I'm not.
Did you hear a yes from someone? Because I
Yeah,
sure
me
you
and
only
Silverman are
heard a
talking.
no.
Yeah,
You're
I
talking
know
to
your
yourself.
Zionist like tiny pee is hurting, man. I understand.
The Jewish people have been persecuted for thousands of years.
I don't care.
Thousands of years.
I don't care. Everybody has been prosecuted. There is not a single ethnicity. There is not a single ethnicity on this goddamn earth that has not been prosecuted at one point. Stop with
not
this. Stop with this fucking like whining, man. I don't give a shit.
Oh, for
Well,
fuck's
that's you're
sake.
whining about the Palestinians.
Again, you are using suffering from 1,000 years ago to then do what?
So are you.
You are using it to justify continuous suffering. I am not.
You are using the same
How
argument.
am I? How am I? What did I say that would extrapolate into suffering? What? What did I say?
I don't want to
What
debate
did
it
I
anymore.
say? Obviously,
I-
because
no one
you
wants-
got
Dude,
you got
we're sick of your
completely
voice.
wiped out this
No,
conversation.
we're sick of your whining, really. No one wants
Nobody
to
cares
talk to
about
you
you.
'cause you're
You
whining.
sound like when you
You're
speak normally, you
fucking
sound like you're
whining.
whining.
You're just
Shut
a
the fuck
whiny
up.
little
Nobody
fucking
cares.
bitch who won't shut the fuck
Shut
up
the
and
fuck
let
up.
anyone else ever say. How about let
You sound
someone
like
else
a
in?
dog, man.
Why is
How
this
about someone
Australian
else?
organ
How about
overdosing
just
on
letting
estrogen?
someone else
What's
say
going on?
something?
By the way, when you
Let
use
someone
when
just
you
say something or not?
when you
Or
use
is
foul
this-
language,
yeah,
it ruins everything. It just ruins the whole conversation. There's no reason to throw any vulgarities out there. It
I
doesn't. It just,
agree,
Can I
man.
just-
I agree.
can-
I agree.
can I
Vulgarities
just-
are in fact uncivil, but you know what? When you sit here and justify white people getting killed by Jews, I think you're doing far worse.
I
than
didn't justify that.
Of course you did. Of course you did. You didn't
I
even
think-
know. You didn't even know that the fucking
Hey,
Jews
take
have
back your
killed white
bullshit.
people.
How come no one else
I
can
don't
talk?
care.
You support terrorism, Silverman.
I don't support terrorism. I support
Yes, you
defending your sovereign country. That's what I support.
Israel wasn't even a nation at the time when they were terrorizing Europeans.
I want to talk about the future. I'm talking about now, today, 2025.
Convenient. Then why don't you
drop
drop 70?
convenient, Ardian. It's not convenient.
It is
Ardian.
very convenient because
No,
the
it's not. I don't care about the past.
Well, the past never ended, Robert.
It
Irgun
didn't.
became.
It's very simple.
Do you know what Haganah and Irgun became? No. Do you know what Irgun and Haganah became? The terrorist organizations. They became who? The IDF.
Okay. Listen.
For fuck's sake.
It doesn't matter.
Can we talk about the future instead of you whining on about what's fucking happened? Because you're not like.
Sorry, sir, but
not to mention that the guy who was leading them and who was orchestrating these bombings and terrorist attacks, Ben Gvir, became the first prime minister of Israel.
This guy, this one, oh my God, what are you going to bring? Golda Meir next? I mean, who cares?
Obviously, he doesn't care. His name is Silverman, so he has like a vested.
Yeah, you don't care, man. It's crazy, man. Convenient. You don't care to actually establish the right history, but you do care. But you do care to just say, hey, you know what? Hamas is wrong. Hey, you know what? Palestine is the aggressor.
Hamas is wrong.
Hey, guys, Hamas is the cause of everything, and Palestinians are the cause of everything. They're just victims. They are their own fault that they are victims.
If you can't admit that Hamas is wrong, then we have a serious problem. There's no point to debate anymore.
Sorry?
There's no reason to debate anymore if you think that Hamas there's nothing wrong with Hamas.
That's not the point. You extrapolate. No. You are extrapolating that they are the cause of the suffering.
They are.
Okay, so was there illegal settlements prior to the existence of Hamas?
Okay, who cares about that? I'm talking about.
Well, you see what I mean? Whenever I fucking tell you, like, man, I hate these people so much. Whenever I tell you, listen, man, you assert these things such as that they
I don't
are
even
the
hate
cause.
the Nazis.
Yeah, I don't care, man. I don't give a shit.
I don't hate anyone.
You sit here, and you state that they are the cause of the suffering.
They are.
When I give you suffering that existed prior
I'm not talking
to
about prior to
one moment, man. When I tell you suffering that existed a year, when I tell you, shut the fuck up, old man. When I tell you the suffering that has existed a moment before Hamas came into power, literally moments before, you just turn around and say like, I don't care about what Israel did wrong to these people. How is that fucking making any sense?
Listen,
Montreal,
I'm not talking about
a mentally ill person that's overdosing on estrogen.
Please make it stop.
Can we just?
Can we move on?
So,
Please move on.
Regardless of Boomha or whatever your name is, can you please? It's annoying. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but it's really annoying.
Silverman.
Yes.
Silverman.
Well, let me just finish
what
my
bothers
point.
me? What bothers me, Silverman, is you establish a narrative, and when I challenge the narrative, you turn around and say, I don't care. That's annoying.
I'm not challenging anything. I'm saying to you.
No, I'm challenging it.
I don't care about before Hamas. I'm talking only about Hamas now.
But how come you
It doesn't matter what happened before Hamas. That doesn't.
But then you cannot label them to be the cause.
But it doesn't make it right what Hamas did because something happened before.
That's cool and all. We can argue about what it was right and what was wrong, but that's a different conversation. Yeah, Silverman, that's not what you're trying to say, Silverman. Silverman. Do you believe that the bombing of Tokyo and the bombing of Hiroshima was correct?
100%.
Do you believe that it was still an act? So you believe that targeting civilians?
I believe that the bombing of Dresden was correct.
Listen to this. You believe that targeting civilians in World War II was righteous, but when Palestinians target civilians, all of a sudden you have discovered moral grounds.
Because they're targeting civilians for a different reason.
They are targeting the civilians.
They're targeting civilians.
You know what I will say? America had less of a justification to bomb Japan than Palestine has to bomb Israel. Palestinians are born into an open-air prison. 70% of the Palestinians in Gaza, children, have suicidal thoughts. 70%. In America, they didn't even know a war was going on around the world. They were chilling.
What about the bombing of Dresden?
There you go. Also, targeting of civilians that you probably support.
Was it justified?
Absolutely not.
Gaza is way more destructive and led to more loss of civilian lives.
Absolutely
than the bombing
not.
of
Why the
Boston did.
fuck would you target civilians? What? Are you fucking maniac?
I don't believe anyone's targeting civilians.
This is what I mean. You Jews, you love targeting white people, but whenever you get
No.
targeted, all of a sudden it's a problem.
It was a retaliatory strike.
Ah,
Japan.
like, do you even
Did
like
we attack
know?
Japan or did Japan attack us first?
This is so ironic.
Come on.
So this is again the point that I'm making. You love justifying these insane
Your
statements
point is that
by going into the past and saying who attacked first.
your point is that you're
But when I give
delusional
you
about
that the
history
fucking
and you don't
Palestinians are being
understand
attacked
who
first,
attacked who.
you just hand wave and say, it doesn't matter who
Right.
started it. We both agree that targeting civilians is bad, right?
The Nazis
Right.
targeting civilians intentionally, other than just to kill civilians. Yes, if you're targeting civilians just like October 7th, that's bad. There was
So
no
if they
reason.
would have, so if they would have targeted civilians, and that would have led to them gaining independence, you would be okay with that?
I think you're missing the point.
No, I think you are missing the point. If
whole
Hamas would have been in a similar situation like Japan in World War II, like Israel would be Japan and Hamas would be America, and they bombed the living fuck out of like civilian infrastructure until Israel capitulates and say, look, listen, Hamas, please don't target our civilian infrastructure, man. We accept you as independent. We can end the war. Do you think then it would be justified?
I don't. I totally lost your point. I don't know.
America targeted Japanese civilians and also German civilians with the intent of putting pressure. They did this with putting pressure upon the governments. They did this. They did this purposefully to create civilian pressure upon the governments to stop the war. So if Hamas,
exactly.
so listen one moment. So
No, but
listen one
exactly,
moment.
you're
So
right.
listen one moment. If Hamas would be able to cause so much destruction to civilian infrastructure that they can create pressure by the civilians to force the civilians, the government, to stop the war, in which the Israelis would then say to the government, say, hey, let's surrender, would you be in favor of Hamas targeting civilians?
What war are they trying to stop?
The genocide that is systematically being put against the. Or what war did the fucking Americans try to stop? Was there any Nazis in America? Was there any Japanese in America? Was there even a threat?
The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor.
Wow, they bombed a harbor, bro. That means we should nuke nations.
They bombed Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, and you have bombed the harbor of Gaza.
Then
you
we
have
retaliated.
You have bombed the harbor of Gaza. You have bombed the fucking.
No.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki, by the way. It was not because they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, it was to pressure them.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was to get an unconditional surrender.
It's crazy how the Jews will support this. Jews will support the suffering of civilians like all day long, as long as they're not Jewish, man.
So nothing should have been done about World War II. We should have just let the term.
Is that what anyone said?
Let
Is
the
that what
Germans keep
anyone
killing
said
all
to
the
you
Jews
just
and
now?
everyone else. Who is this
You're
person?
schizophrenic, man.
Did literally anyone say that, or are you just pulling shit out of your ass? Because you
So-
don't
I don't
have
even know
anything
who I'm
else to say?
speaking to now.
Silverman, I established to you that in the history is in fact the aggressor on the Israeli side. Then you shifted the goalpost to I don't care. Now
No,
you're
I-
sitting here. Now you're sitting here and stating to me that hey, we targeted civilians with the intent to make their regimes stop the war. Well, if that's the case, can Palestine target civilians to stop the war?
Arjun, you're getting off subject here. Okay, I'm not going
Absolutely
back to.
not. Absolutely
You
not.
are, because all I said-
the difference. No, absolutely not. Because the difference between America in World War II and Gaza today is that America
you
had a fucking
remember-
standing army. America had a standing army.
God,
they
the
had the
anti-Semitism
ability.
is
They had
unbelievable.
the ability. The anti-Semitism, man. You're shackling once again. The
Oh my God,
army.
I don't think
the
you should say
army.
that.
The army of America had a standing army,
You need to
conventional
stop
army
with
that they
the
could in
personal
fact
BS.
hold against the conventional army of Japan. Gaza does not have an army. They just have fucking kids
Yes,
with
okay,
AKs and
so you're not
self-made
debating the
rocket-propelled guns.
topic.
They cannot fight
so
as
can we
good as
end
the
this?
Americans could within World War II. So, when it comes to quote-unquote justifications for quote-unquote targeting civilians, I am demonstrably sure that the Palestinians can make a way better case because they are They are blocked aerial, naval, and also land-wise completely by
Are
Israel.
you having the Dunning-Kruger right now?
America was chilling. They got their fucking
I'm pretty
harbor
sure he's
bombed.
having
That
a
was it.
Dunning-Kruger about history.
So, when you sit here and you advocate for targeting civilians, I wonder, does this... No, man, don't Ardian me. You literally just justified targeting white people. You dirty...
I don't care if they're
I
white,
almost
black,
said
Japanese, or
it. I
whatever
almost
they
said
are.
it. I almost said it. Listen here, man. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Like, listen to what I'm saying and answer to it. You support the terror attacks against white people because it would put pressure upon the regime to capitulate. But you do not support when the Palestinians put terrorism as a fucking tool to make their regimes to be pressured into capitulating. Why?
One thing has nothing to do with another.
Why?
We're not talking about World War II.
Why is it not symmetrous?
I'm not talking about World War II. I'm talking about now.
You did justify World War II, so yeah, I am talking about World War II.
And there's a
So are
reason.
you.
Okay, well, World War II's got nothing to do with. I'm talking about Hamas.
Okay,
Hamas,
and I'm talking about
specifically Hamas.
America. Yeah, and I'm talking about America.
Okay, well then that's got one thing's got nothing to do with another. I support.
We are talking about targeting civilians. Sir.
I support the bombing of Dresden.
Why, you dirty Jew? Why?
What is that?
Why do you support terrorism against white people? Why?
Because it was stopping a war. It was stopping the.
So again, I will ask you the same question again
no
for the
war
fifth
going on.
time. I will ask you the fucking same question again.
Okay, listen.
If terrorism would stop the war, if the Palestinians could flatten Israel to the point where 90% of Israeli buildings get destroyed, would you then support them doing so?
No.
Well, Iran has nukes. Will you support once Iran has the ability to nuke Israel? Will you then support them nuking
Why would
Israel?
I support them? Why?
Because you're Jewish, you obviously are not going to support
Israel's done nothing to them. That's the difference. Hamas. Why would I support somebody obliterating Israel? Why?
Because
for what
you
reason?
support.
Are they entitled to do it?
Because Israel, you support means of warfare which are targeting civilians when it is white people that are being targeted. You are the one who supports means of targeting people when it's another group of goyims being targeted, which are the Japanese. You
we didn't
support
obliterate Japan.
You support nuking twice.
We didn't obliterate. We didn't obliterate Japan.
You support nuking twice a people. Is Iran when they have nukes? Is Iran when they have nukes? Is Iran when they have nukes justified in targeting Israel when you guys start a war?
Do you want to know the difference?
What?
Okay.
One is a Jew and one is not? I already know the difference.
It's nothing to do with Jew. The United States does not want to obliterate Japan. The United States doesn't want to obliterate countries just to obliterate them. Iran wants to wipe the Jews off the face of the earth.
That's not true.
That is true 1,000%.
That's not true. That's not true. You're just lying. You're just lying.
100% true. Why do you think all the Jews left?
That's not true. You're
That's
lying.
not true, mate.
Iran has already said that they are.
You're using correlation to.
Oh God! Hamas wants all Jews dead. Yes or no?
Hamas
that's not Iran, then, mate.
Again,
Iran funds Hamas.
Geography straight.
Oh God!
Again,
you guys,
Hamas in 2017 came forward and said that they will accept a two-state solution.
You guys are living in a fantasy land.
Bro, you are the one who lives in fantasy land. You believe that the Jew never is wrong, man. You believe that the Jew can target civilians, but you cannot be targeted if you're a civilian. You believe that Jews cannot be aggressors, even though I clearly presented to you time and time again. Your nation was formed by terror organizations. Listen, I will quote to you. Listen to this quote. Listen to this quote. Listen to this quote.
I asked you a very simple question.
Listen to this quote, man. Listen to this quote. When the first partition was made within Israel, where Israelis, Jews, would receive around about 20% of the territory. 20%. This is 20%. Listen to what they said. They said they only accepted the partition because it was seen as a stepping stone to some further expansion and eventual takeover of the whole of Palestine. 1937, before Israel even existed. This is the fucking regime of Israel. And you want to sit here and tell me like, oh no, they never had intent to take all over of Palestine. They just like are defending themselves. They're only doing this. No, man. And on top of it, you're doing with my fucking money. Stop taking money from me, man.
They are defending
Fight with your own money, Jew.
Look at what does this to do with Jew? No, well, I don't. What are you?
Because you support goyims dying left, right,
are you
and
Christian?
center.
Hold on. What is your religion, Ardian?
None.
It's a derogatory term. It's a Jew. Why would you just say that? It's derogatory.
Because you are the one who is supporting the fucking death of white people. You are the one who is
derogatory. He's just saying a religion.
Okay, I don't know who this guy is speaking, but you're jumping.
You are the one. You are the one who is sitting here saying that within World War II it was justified to fucking kill, maim thousands of fucking children just to create pressure upon the regime. You're supporting the death of white people,
it was okay
the destruction of their properties.
it was okay
you
for the
support that
Nazis to
and
do what they
fucking
did?
label it as something good, and then you sit here and like want me to cry for 400 Jews dying and being targeted after you have killed thousands of Palestinians?
Listen, first of all, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was justified because it was stopping a horrific actions going on in World War II. Okay.
So if there would be an all-out war between Israel and Palestine, does Iran have the right to nuke Israel?
God damn it. Oh my God. Listen, this whole thing started because I asked you yes or no. They have no right to nuke Israel. No. And if
so
Iran
neither did you to have them.
Of course they do. It's a totally different
So if
situation.
you go into war with Israel, with the Palestine, and there's an all-front for war against them, and Iran then fucking, who's an ally of Palestine, gets involved, and you start bombing
Iran is an ally of Hamas.
Do you have? Of course, they're an ally of Palestine. They're an ally
Hamas.
in totality.
No, they're an
of
ally
the
of
Palestinian people. No, they are ally
And
of the
Hezbollah.
Palestinian.
And Hezbollah. They're an ally of Hezbollah? Yes, they are.
They are militarily allied with Hamas and
Thank
Hezbollah,
you.
but they are
Thank you.
politically allied with also the PLO. You are not correct.
The bottom line is that if it was up to the Hamas, it was up to Iran, Israel would not exist.
That's not true. Iran is saying repeatedly for Israel to accept the Palestinian state under the 1967 borders as a nation. You're lying. You're flat out lying because you do this shit all the time to justify continuous suffering of the other fucking of your enemy.
Just pull out the proof. Just put out the proof.
So, in fact, Iran has repeatedly stated that they want Israel to accept 1967 borders, and if they accept Palestine under these conditions, they will also recognize an Israeli state. This has been the case with every single. This has been the case with every single Arab nation that said no to Israeli sovereignty.
They don't accept an Israeli state anyway.
Because you don't accept fucking Palestine.
Who said that? Me personally?
The Israeli regime does not recognize Palestine.
I don't Okay, first of all, let me just say one thing. This conversation has gotten completely off track.
You're just like you if you think it got off track.
We talked about, I'm talking about right now. I said, do you support Hamas? And then you said, oh, well, if you...
I cannot answer that question, I said, quite literally.
How is it? Did you support the Nazi Germany?
You are not allowed to...
Do you support Nazi Germany?
Let me answer your question so you understand. You are not allowed to support on Discord terrorist organizations. Do you comprehend that?
I understand, but then why don't you say you don't support them?
Listen, sir, I will cite again the law, the TOS. You are not allowed to support terrorist organizations. I cannot answer that question. I cannot answer that question.
No, but you just did.
Ardian, I think you're a little bit skewed a little bit, especially when it comes to Iran. Like the Ayatollah called Israel a cancerous tumor, and Iran's government definitely wants to erase Israel.
Thank you.
Erase it. So that's an actual factual statement. For you to say that it's not a thing.
No, No, it is.
I would ask. I would ask.
No.
I would ask.
To give you an olive branch.
I would
to
ask
give you an
that
olive
you
branch.
kind of like
Yeah.
just re-look your sources. These are videos you can watch. These are public statements. These are
Trust me, man. I have read so many books on this topic, man. And look, man, I'll tell you this. You are correct. Under the current circumstances, Iran does not and will not accept Israel. And they have in fact said under this current regime and this current way of existing, they will never support it. And they have lost hope that Israel will ever recognize Palestine. The point though is that Iran has many times said, hey, we will accept you as independent if you accept Palestine as independent. Same goes for Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has said, we will accept you as independent if you accept Palestine as independent. And Hamas, these crazy people that he refers to as crazy who cannot be negotiated with, these people came in 2000 and I believe 17 it was, came forward and said, we are willing to accept Israel under the 1967 borders. Literally. Hamas said this, and you're just sitting here and waving your fucking finger and being like, oh, they're terrorists. Like again, PLO.
I'm not waving my finger at you.
No, not you. I'm not referring to you, Verdek. I'm referring to Silverman. That you are waving your finger here and saying, oh, they're a terrorist organization, so we cannot negotiate with them. The PLO, the current Palestinian Authority, the PLA, sorry, that are like recognized by the UN as the authority of Palestine, right? They were initially a terror organization that dropped their weapons and then came to the tables under Arafat. So when you sit here and say, oh, we cannot negotiate with terrorists, that is not correct. When you went to the table and said, hey, Palestinian people, we will give you a state, let's negotiate. They were willing to drop the weapons. That does no longer exist. Israel has a policy of never recognizing Palestine. Literally. It's the Likud party. Do you know the charter that everybody used to fucking quote from Hamas, which is like, from the river to the sea, they will, like, blah, 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 you know? Everybody loves that. But nobody knows that Likud has, since 80s, the same charter, which says, from the river to the sea, there will be nothing but Israeli sovereignty. The same charter, just the other way around.
I would love to stay here and keep talking, but unfortunately I have to leave. But I have to disagree, but I have a nice day, everybody.
I would also leave after saying it's fine to kill civilians, bro.
Ardian, have a wonderful day. Maybe I'll see you guys soon in the future.
Take care, man. And this is why I say, I only believe in my own race wanting the best for me. This is clear evidence. It's crazy, man. He was sitting here and stating that targeting fucking Dresden and all the other fucking bombings that were done in Germany, where they deliberately just fucking targeted civilians to put pressure on the fucking government, the regime, is fine. Because, hey, it's the Goyim who's being bombed.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with Pakistan, India, like Pakistan and the ideology of make India bleed with 1,000 needles or some shit through terror attacks. It's kind of like that.
It's so low IQ, man. And what pisses me the most off is these people, first, they evoke that, oh, we are not the one who started the war, they are the aggressors, and then you prove to them that they are the aggressor, and they just turn around and are like, actually, let's look past that. Let's not try to like nitpick history.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Yeah. Pakistan, yeah, during the skirmish with India, they only used PowerPoint slides with writing on them as evidence to shooting down certain aircraft and stuff like that that hadn't even been sent off, and they had just used a couple of games on their official, both PowerPoint and on their official Twitter accounts that proved that down some planes, which is kind of funny, because then they started providing satellite imagery showing those places and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really honestly that's stupid. Some of these conversations, honestly, I can't handle them. Like here in the UK, you just have people screaming at each other.
The Jew is anti-white. He will literally use every host nation that he has to just continue on his fucking bloodbath. They don't fight it themselves. When like all of the neighboring nations of Israel, they dislike them for the reason that they are fucking perpetrating an ethnic cleansing. The other guy that sits here, this like whatever the fuck his name was, he was saying no other country wants the Palestinians. Yeah, they don't. Because you kick them out, and they know that if they take them in, you will no longer take them in.
I don't understand why they don't just go to like countries like Egypt and stuff like that. I mean, you're getting abused by so many Israelis at this point.
Because it's their land. They don't want to let go of their land, man. They are
I
proud
know,
of it.
but at this point, you're just getting tortured to live there. It's really not viable.
Should the Ukrainians give up on Ukraine? Should they not?
And the Ukrainian land was their land. Then Russia started taking it.
Could I possibly, excuse me, gentlemen, please. Could I possibly just jump in and say, you really need to stop using the theys and the thems and refer to people properly as in like the Palestinians or the Israelis, because when you say them and it's a back and forth and we don't know who you are, it's hard to understand which side you're talking about. Do you understand what I mean? I'm trying to follow along, but when you go to start saying them, and I don't know who you are talking, I don't know which them you're talking about. So please, for the people listening, it would really help us to follow if you could use Israel, Palestine, if this is the two people we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Can we just put this topic to rest because it's way too messy?
Sure, we can change topics. I was just